and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that the conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of texts in Ramban's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion, either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
Was Maimonides affected by the Crusades, which were also with the Jews were peripheral to the Crusades, but they weren't.
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland in Germany. The Jews who were not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day. It's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. There's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, yeah, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, the guile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community because it meant that the terminology could be standardized and that what people said in Latin text could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic text and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often for it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. And so all things, right? So Rambam. I looked in all the yeshivas here in Miami. No one could find Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I'd have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of this field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community to Cairo, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local Fostat individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity, it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and yet his work was phenomenally prolific at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, the Rambam's concept of Jewish law was so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary oeuvre. very significant. So, oh, look at this right here. This is where, oh, Ms. Abramson, please ask a good question. Not too hard. Yes, he had a wife, and he had one surviving son named Abraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works, his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Geniza in Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic that he's writing with. The Ben Sira Geniza, I think it is the one I plus that. Yes, I think so. Quite right. Okay, so he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halakhic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halakhic works were written in very simple Hebrew, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with the laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organizes it itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago. And the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of organization. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad, in Hebrew means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsa literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It was a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial because, if you recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, what do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah. Is this going to come back on, Mr. Oh, good. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If the screensaver turns on, it means that I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it's kind of you'd think it's a very basic question, right? Everybody talks about we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Tariag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362, that definitely includes 2 mitzvot, why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access, literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested on his laurels having made this signal contribution to the Jewish people, but in fact that was only when he was starting out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, Mora Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who were, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, and no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could, and they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of wool and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Mora Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaging in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family that they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic, and since in this book he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosoph, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides, through Thomas Aquinas, that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reach that level of world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay, questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Oh, yes, Aaron. Right, so I think you're you're quite prescient in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friends in the Philippines is, did Maimonides, really cross-reference his Mishnah Torah with the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted all footnotes. There's no question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew. Like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go and look at the Talmud and verify the trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overburden it with massive numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who would write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's go back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Why not? Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Let's go, because really that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? Mr. Rodriguez, this is anti-Semitism at work here. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he just wanted to say the halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do. Not like those other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, simply stating it boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differed. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as the Shvil HaZahav, the golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable payoffs, that is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in the Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the a few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There is no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home. For your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim, but no kas al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so I'm not on Maimonides in that way. That's a very well put question, and I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud. Right? But he says, in fact, that anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deos together, and we can have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. Okay, follow-up question. It better be short. It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Achinoch, the anonymous author. Some say it's Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, and in fact sometimes you must, pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart, because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay, did I see another hand? And, I have to live with her in the same house, Yes. Okay, so God is allowed to do, say, Li Hanakama, vengeance is mine, nobody else's, right? Hashem ge'ud lavesh. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem, Hashem ish melchama, but that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elokim, but yeah, that's a good one. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you some sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you asked a question like that. No, come on, leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give me an answer later. Let's get. Yeah, this is supposed to be like an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was that he dealt with allegory. Oh my gosh, it's a punishment. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. You know, the hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very opposed to. Okay, I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with. All these Talmudic passages in the Talmud speaking about demons and like spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all, complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, it's a difficult position to hold that he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings back the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And then there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is, of course, what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who would predecease Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on Agadas, but he wanted to say that the Agadas were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of South France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature. They're portraying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, you can learn from. Okay, you want to say Aristotle? Fine, sure, but the citation is "Mikom lamdai hiskalti." From all my teachers, I gained wisdom. But that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said I learned it from. Yeah. Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now, anyways, in lecture. So, for these reasons, they went to Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halakhic literature, that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history, and ironically, it will be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rabbi, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased, and the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like the Moreh Nevuchim until they were at least 25 years old. They set up certain parameters. These books are kosher, these books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had a certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred. So it's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. I'll put it like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive code for today. Now, when Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes that were written. And if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on a topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions. That's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah, the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish Law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat. Incredibly scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like in the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. Okay, that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last question, then I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shneir Zalman, the first Rothschild'S Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called the Shulchan Aruch Harav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. Yeah. Oh, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that, and then I want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention them earlier. He was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly the Jews believe. It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles. Let's say things like, yeah, God exists. God is one. God is non-corporeal. We're waiting for a Jewish Messiah. He hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with that other religion. There is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying, we can reorganize the Torah Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history. But I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay. Thank you. Tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple, and he actually succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful, and the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down this strange but persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing and heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer. None other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed, and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. But anyways, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear, I'm sorry, but I'll get a better one, I think, for next week. This is a cave of letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walls, sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the great Israeli general and archaeologist Yigal Yadin, explored these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have occasion to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will lead us as well into next week's topic as well. Okay, let's get started with the material per se. So setting the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of the Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, we spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled from the year 117 to the year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and to Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, Capitol, everything was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing them to rebuild the temple would have really meant that he had felt that Judea had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity and then they can move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week, that the Roman strategy of government was one of divide et impera, dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer a territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a quizzling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we will be very happy to let you run your country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who recorded the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient text, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often you should take it, all those things are really important, or else, a disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, can employ hyperbole, it can employ similes, metaphors, all kinds of things like that. Could you imagine if your doctor said, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these Midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua ben Hananiah, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Pappus and Lulianus, these are two important rabbis at the time, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut, meaning they set up these tables. Principally, it seems to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels, so that they could, because the term table in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and said to the emperor, anybody know who the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second, but the Kutim, and that's in the next slide actually, the Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim, or Samaritans, and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But at any rate, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished, I love this translation, they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll. Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, what is to be done, seeing that I have already issued the decree? Said they to him, send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits. Then they will of themselves abandon the venture. Meaning the story in this Midrash is that the Samaritans who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor, Hadrian, can't let them have the temple. He says, what can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple. So they said to him, you know what? Then do this. Tell them you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example. That was a joke. So thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It was not a joke, but it was like a clip. Can I keep the clips? Maybe the Latvians will stay if I have a clip or two. Okay. The other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple, but it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits, which is the equivalent of about 9 feet or so, or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are described in the Tanakh exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger, they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way. I mean, we'll see exactly how Jewish and what context, but they ruined the pot because the Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the Vale of Beth Rimmon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. Then a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assemblage. Some said, let a sage stand forth and calm the people. The sage would, of course, be one of the Pharisees. We talked about him last week. They said, let Rabbi Yeshua ben Chaniah send forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah. So then Rabbi Yeshua arose and he expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey, and he got a bone stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, give me my reward. Said the lion, be off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely. So it is with the Jews, and says Rabbi Yeshua, we ought to be satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. Right? So the parable of the story is that even though, and some elements of this may be exactly conform to reality, that maybe Hadrian had this policy, he thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were a significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to a bad end, so he decided to change his mind, and Rabbi Yeshua ben Chaniah, Rabbi Yeshua ben Chaniah, representing the Pharisees, said, you know what, it's fine. We will do without the temple as long as we can do without the Romans as well. That was sort of the attitude of the sages in a non-revolting fashion, but you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay. So let's just go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans here. I'm sure you've heard the term, the Good Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? So what is a Good Samaritan? Oh, give me the modern terminology, please. Just what do we mean by it today? They're very nice. Okay, and why does that person have to be a Samaritan? What's the shot in Samaritan? Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurs in the New Testament. I think it's in Luke. I'm sure a lot of my viewers will probably correct me. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or it may have been actually an opponent, I can't remember. He says to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure who painted this, but sort of Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding. And along comes a Kohen, a Jew, and sees him and then passes by. Crosses the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him, it's messy, the guy's bleeding, everything, across the other street. And along comes a Kutim, a Samaritan, and he helps him nevertheless. He bandages him up, he takes him to a hotel, he tells the innkeeper whatever it costs, I'll pay it, I'll come back in a little while to check on him, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. And their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by these lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud tractate, Baruch in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? Can we count them in a minyan? If we're eating and the waiter is one of these Samaritans, can the waiter be included in Zimun for the benching? they're going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult, but it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it. At that point, we're not considering them Jews, they're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce the new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when it's Rosh Chodesh, when it's Pesach, when it's all these holidays. And they would do it by, lighting signal fires on mountaintops. And from far away, you would see the fires. You would light a fire and go on, until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result, because they could print catalogs. At any rate, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying, all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to. And of all people, Dafka is a Samaritan who helps him. It's like saying, you're let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white, middle-class Americans are walking by, leaving alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan who helps him. Did I make that a little too long? I think so. Well, okay, thank you, Judith. All right, so anyways, there's three basic groups of Jews who are vying for authority in Israel at this point, and they have different relationships vis-a-vis Rome. The Pharisees we spoke about. The Pharisees are trying to practice this, like Yochanan ben Zakkai that we discussed the other day. They're trying to practice a sort of tactical retreat. They're trying to stay disentangled, disengaged from Rome. You leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, and they're trying to just stay out of Rome's way and manage their own Torah affairs in closed disciple circles. The Christians are being horribly persecuted, and they're being persecuted both by the Romans in a very physical and fatal way, and they're also being persecuted to a degree by the Pharisees by being excluded from the Jewish body politic. Again, remember that when I use the term Christian in the 2nd century, we're talking about a mixed population of Jews who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their version of Christianity, Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is basically all the mitzvos plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but believing in Jesus. So it's a mixed population. It doesn't make sense. Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic Jews. And then finally, you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we saw in that story with Adrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include too much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the 3rd decade, in the 2nd decade of the 2nd century. That there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. You have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of frum in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of Lord." I can't remember what city it was, but here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed, and he's letting the widow of so and so know that he was the one who killed her husband? Yeah, good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion? What if the body was never found? Right? So if the body was never found, then she would be an avuna. She would not be allowed to remarry. Well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval. So by going and shouting, "I killed him," that meant that she was no longer an avuna. She was a widow and therefore could remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off to be executed? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confused period of the time. Here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to execute. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an avuna. So the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily, and particularly one individual named Tineus Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, or Cassius Dio, shown here, the Roman historian from the late 1st century, early 2nd century, late 1st, 2nd century, early 3rd century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aela Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple, and most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, was a church historian. There's other major non-Jewish source on this period. He says that actually the temple was raised, or the Aela Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So the historians at this point do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, okay, this is the time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. It wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. I mean, it made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging. You had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make poor quality swords, meaning they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords, and they would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Fet," and they would probably not say "Fet," but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defective swords, but that they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular, Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. Anyway, they built these and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans approached, they would go out and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and we have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now the star of the rebellion literally was Shimon Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name. Koseva, we're not exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word Kochav in Hebrew means star. And so there was this homiletic sort of appreciation of his name, the son of a star, because there was a passage in the Bible that refers to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Koziba. Kazav in Hebrew means a lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. At any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they don't follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and that he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took him to task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said to God, don't help, but don't interfere either. And he said, God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself. A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality of the man. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, for the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holidays. Apparently, they're extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his midos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we should understand his nomination as the Messiah. Because, there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition. But at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two of them, one following another. But basically, Mashiach is a human being in Jewish tradition, a total human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote, the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy on what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. The sins may have included things like the very, chutzpahdik attitude to God, things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some have argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly, argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. There was multiple voices, however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Rabbi Yochanan ben Tarta said to Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried and you'll be fertilizing the grass. We can't rely on Bar Kokhba to be Mashiach. So it was not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers of Cairo that have existed, found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Yehuda. That's around Jerusalem to the east, around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Hadrian left town about the year 132. As I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably have a lot of sympathizers among the local population, dig these tunnels and fortify and get ready for the Romans to counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And I'll have a look at some of these symbols here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishkan, or I would say a little later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style. That's why you have the kind of Greek-style columns, things like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage? What are his values? They're clearly very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was like a really important thing. This little item up here, anyone figure out what that is? I'm sorry? I'll give not a lion. This little thing up here, I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right. And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there at the symbol. Now this is, I believe, this is supposed to be some kind of lulav. Not positive about that. Maybe confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters, and they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books, so you have to take my word for it. So this is like the high point of the victory was the conquest of Jerusalem, which he held for possibly 3 years, but the Romans counterattacked, obviously, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other. The emperor writes, greetings to you, senators. I and my army are well. He omitted the and my army part, because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine from a Roman perspective? It just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations they're rebelling. And who are they? It's this tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out basically to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin, and they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately, 10,000 troops. 130 to 225,000 troops were brought in to Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were attacking Bar Kokhba. It was really a full court press against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a doomed effort. There's no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army, but nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt at it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have pointers that survive that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, and a third that may be read year 3, and then the point disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years, or at least Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba's rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. The Talmud says, did we lose this image? We'll come back. Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba Revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called, I forgot the Carl Pizza, but I think I'll have to look it up. I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under the fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege. At this point, the Romans, who had, of course, been well-fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters of Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of this carnage are, incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, we said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards, and all kinds of these extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell. One of the ironies of Jewish history on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies that happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain. It happens to be like a uniquely bad day for Jews. Kind of a sort of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on allowing, just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really had an end, they finally allowed the Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which is read always to remember the Bar Kokhba rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us, he was bountiful with us, he is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, help, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, peace, and all good, and all good things may he never deprive us. Can you recognize where that comes from? If I read the Hebrew, you probably get it right away. Exactly. Here says support, blessing, and benching. The one that ends Aleph Afrani. So the grace after meals is specifically this one paragraph was used by the rabbis in memory of the massacre of Beitar and the ultimate burial of the body. We actually have a lot of passages like that in the liturgy where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Harachamim prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. We'll talk about that. Rabbi Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer. And as a result, we have the period known as Sphira. Well, we call it Sphira because it coincides with a part of counting the Omer, which is Shirata Omer, the counting of the Omer, which is basically usually it's between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot. In that time, there's roughly a month of semi-mourning. In the morning, no haircuts, no listening to music, things like that, no buying new clothes, and it's supposed to be in memory of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who died during that time. Now, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them. And the timing in the summer is exactly right. So some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Zalman uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans. They actually may have died in combat, but that remains speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last elements of Bar Kokhba's supporters, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have what's known as the Hadrianic persecution. Hadrian came back with a vengeance and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in this extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with iron combs. Chutzpah, the translator, whose head was removed from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a stake. There are all these examples which we read actually in the liturgy Kayla Ezra, we read this on the holiday of Yom Kippur. We go through the story of the so-called Asara Ruve Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were, those martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jew, even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of the discoveries of the caches of materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that house entire families. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that women and children lived with the rebels. And you had entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual influence and had a full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. And what I found absolutely amazing, and I had not heard about this before, was the entrance to that Cave of Letters was a small packet, this is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Babata. And in this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of her letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating material. These are documents that were extremely important to her, so she buried them before she was ultimately killed, we presume, by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next week is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman, Babata, and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however badly, in a very bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great time. Well, you made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you really enjoyed it, or else perhaps you fell asleep with the terminal. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching. And, I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers. And so please feel free to, click the like button or to leave a little comment at the bottom. I'll try to respond as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who might also find it so useful. Okay. Thank you very much, and have a great week. All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me. I when I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. And it's a difficult challenge for the ancient period. Once you've talked about Bruria, once you've talked about Rachel, the wife of Akiva, you run out of well-known named women very fast, simply because their voices are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's getting harder and harder as we go through, I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures, to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But obviously, we're talking about an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. I think it would be completely irresponsible to go straight through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's realities. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the class began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of this talk. So let's try and understand exactly who was Salome, and why are we talking about her? So first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history are rather tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish intellectual history like Bruria did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually has a really tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, we have no reference to her in any traditional Jewish sources other than Josephus, who's a little bit problematic for reasons that I'll discuss shortly. Nevertheless, there are some really good reasons to talk about her. One is the fact that she was the granddaughter of King Herod gives us an opportunity to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly. And I would like to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general in another context. And perhaps more significantly for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in the broader society as a whole. So that's why I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies. And without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So who is this woman, Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative of her life based on the Gospels, the one episode that we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss made her quite famous in the 19th century, and a play version by Oscar Wilde, as we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years, but as I mentioned, not all of them are complimentary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever, that portrays Salome, the main scene of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod, so it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods are we talking about. This is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, Salome, to dance before the assembled guests. She dances this famous dance. This is Anna Nevazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs this dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod II, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that request. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is a version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Audrey Beardsley as well. You can see the famous peacock dress here in the background. Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden love, which of course was very relevant to his own life as a homosexual at the turn of the 20th century. The metaphor of forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this opera, this play and story in England, so he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who has written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So once again, our sources for Salome's life are principally two. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are two specific versions of the story, one which probably borrows from the other. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the first century. You will recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the first Roman-Jewish war in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the first century, and then was very well read, and Romans read it. He received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-odd volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews of all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so they're not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospels, so there's no reason to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra, meaning tetra is three, right? Right. What's four? Quattro. Thank you. And arch means like leader, archos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right? Also named after Herod. He liked to name a lot of his kids after himself. At John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from an Idumean family, which was Edomites, but that's already, four generations ago. So these are they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have the sort of faith and pace life place that we can watch. Anyway, so, right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which is forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist was a prophet, right? Which is, this is of course a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding, casting aspersions, right, at their marriage. I shouldn't say things like that. I'll edit it out, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Right. Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting in prison, and Herodias gets an idea. Aha, how about this? My husband, Herod, is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. It's going to be all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter before Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for him to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. Right, so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her mother, and mother said, "Great, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter." Herod's distress was palpable. I want to find out what happened. But he did not wish to lose face before his powerful guests, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the banquet with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly very innocent, possibly so young she's a virgin herself, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist, was so grotesque it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you can see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day. There's tons of these examples. It seems they're having a huge field day with what's going on. Here is an early 20th century example from one of these staging of the plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps I should as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, she was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she And again, this is not in the original text. This is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is. But she was walking on a pond. She fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner. And her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find that the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but that's how she met her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. Now to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, that's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact. He also adds a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist, and that she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then she gives into her mother's wishes, and she has him decapitated. And there's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerfully connected back to Wilde's personal history. It makes a lot more sense, and so on. So the fascinating story that gripped the imagination of much of the medieval Christian exegetes and even the modern mind. And in fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and in writing. If you happen to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next question, which is really, why are we talking about this in a Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to this? Okay. So first of all, let's go back in time a little bit to understand her background, and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. I will show you the best rendition we have, a period rendition of Salome a little later. And he's an extremely complex character that deserves an entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. Remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting. The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate populations was known as divide et impera, which we have in English, it's a common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things. And by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. From time to time, they would have to use force of arms and they have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was in governance through co-opting the elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. The Sadducees in charge of the temple ritual, we talked about them in the previous class, were also one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of the honey was to keep her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too, right? Okay, but some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, that we have this terrible, crazy king who's murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. So all the pictures of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the Western Wall, he built the Temple Mount again on earlier foundations, Hashmonaic stones, and also on the stones of the reign of Solomon. Anyways, here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things and at the same time be the builder of the temple? You'll notice if you read the Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like the rabbis just don't want to talk about him. Yeah, the temple is nice. We like it. It's great. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, at one point he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation, and things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his palaces on Masada, which you can see here are hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture. Various cities were built by Herod, ports, aqueducts, all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were like his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence. Thank you. Doing good things, right? Good works. He's like giving to the whole population. They were not at all motivated by religious sensibilities. And in fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. He was like a donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was part of his self-image as being this kind of, grand leader who could do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though he was himself descended from the Edomites, but nevertheless a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome. Yes? Taxes. Yeah, heavy tax burden. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3, but otherwise it was pulled together by taxes. If you look in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects often revolves around the degree of the tax burden. In fact, the split between the northern 10 tribes and the southern tribes was largely over a tax revolt. The north was saying, we are spending way too much money on taxes for Solomon. He built the temple and things like that, huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rehoboam, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to follow your father's practices and taxes like this? Or are you going to ease up a bit? And he made the terrible decision to say, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the North revolted and they created a separate kingdom. Yes, Judith. Well, yes, interesting. Very true. The parallel to Ruth, the parallel also, I would think, to Esther, right? A parallel also, and if you can even include the decapitated head, to Judith and Holofernes, right? In fact, some of these earlier artworks, sometimes the artists have specifically connected them to Judith. So that's a story where there's a Jewish woman, I think she was some kind of princess, and she got the king of the Syrians, I think, drunk, or she fed him lots of dairy products, and he fell asleep, and then she cut off his head. Yeah, that was Sisera. Yael and Sisera, and Yehudit and Holofernes is a similar story. Yael is with the 10th peg, right? And Yehudit and Holofernes is with the decapitation, right? Serious head things. Okay, let us go on. Okay, so back to, so John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we just kind of, is there any other questions? Okay, John the Baptist part, because he's obviously key. Yeah, what exactly is going on here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu HaNavi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is, the term baptism is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual. The idea of going into a body of living water, either the River Jordan, as John the Baptist used so often, or any other natural body of water like the ocean or a lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes into one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew, these kinds of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was promoting it for many people. But in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah, meaning he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. Of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting that Jesus was the Messiah, similar to the Jewish thought, and it's based openly on the idea of Eliyahu HaNavi, of Elijah the prophet, foretelling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured, to use a Christian term, or they are modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because, think about it. We're talking about this palace intrigue where you have people who are like marrying the wrong people against Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl dancing in front of a bunch of drunken men, that is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of tzniut, of modesty, of the way people should deport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other Pharisees, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory, are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us. This is not what the Torah demands of us. And they're like thorns in the side of the authorities. Even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome, they are unable to control this popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling authorities. Remember, this is the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the First Roman-Jewish War, the Second Roman-Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba. There is a growing degree of separation between the common Jews, who are primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're associating themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are simply promoting Jesus as the Messiah, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. And so for people like Herodias, is shown here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the basis of their authority. And so the conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like Jesus, John the Baptist, is really quite palpable, which will eventually result in contributing to not only Jewish sectarianism, but also to ultimately open revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what this underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. And one way, which I don't want to focus on for the next 10 minutes or so, is the idea of Salome as the innocent. In some cases, like in Oscar Wilde's, was it Wilde's fiction? I think it was Strauss's depiction. I'm not sure offhand. Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, of having, no real clue of the moral perfidy that she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She says, my mother said, well, what's his name again? That just shows how distant she is from it. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother, Herodias in particular. But that's not generally the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement of Judaism in the post-Christian era, that is, in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused on before, but just for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick rundown. This is one version of the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga painting, which we see in monumental architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the German city of Verben from the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and having power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral and is unfavored by God. So you see there are certain elements that I'm only going to show you one. We can do this all night too, but I'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left-hand panel, because usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, but there is like a crucifix in the middle and Jesus is on the cross and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority. It alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open and looking straight forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word, regality? Regalness, maybe? Regalness, like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating divine approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented really quite differently. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the tetramorph. Her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of decline, almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing her through the top of her skull to really get the point across, so to speak, that he's out of favor. Now, what is this bit here with the ram's head that she's holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor for analysis. Judith, you must have an idea. What does that ram's head represent? Very good. Yeah, no, you can. There's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact, but I'm going to say it on the microphone so they hear it on the internet audience. That's Judith saying that this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews, though, is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. We blow the shofar, it's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff. Yes, holding it by the horn, which is very significant. Okay. Interesting. Yes, I think all those things are definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right, which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the bloody ram's head, and you've got the sacrament, which reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours named Heaney in North Miami Beach, the one year they decided to do the actual ram's head or sheep head for Pesach, and so she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went there and said, "Mom, there's a dinosaur in the kitchen." So the chalice represents like spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating. It's something that is like takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense, that the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above those things. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carnal, from carne, meat. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's story. That Salome, thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of him. That it's all about the blood, it's all about the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism, we have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot, and you can do this on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturday. All of these details, which for the medieval Christian mind, I would argue for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, like, what does God want with all these details? What is all? That's all physical. Is that really what God wants? So the criticism is that the Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the little more of the medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is translated primarily through the image of a female as well in the Ecclesian synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things rather than the spiritual, ethereal vision of Christianity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. So this is actually a more generic representation of all Jews, right, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue. And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, who are these Jewish people? And don't they come before us? And wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And then the priest would be able to say, oh, check this out. This explains the whole relationship of Judaism, Christianity, and so on. So it's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. We should also recall, you're absolutely right, that, the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared to our modern sensibilities must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous, because what kind of artwork could you have in your village? Someone would scratch something into a piece of wood maybe. Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training and so on? You come to the larger village or the big city and you see these cathedrals and stained glass art and color. It's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. Here, by the way, this is an actual depiction of Salome herself. The coin, it was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is saying Salome. That's what she looks like. Hard to tell. I couldn't tell the difference between her and Herod, but at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty, and she had enough to have the coins minted after her. But we should put in this context the legacy. So what do we understand from this story, vis-a-vis Jewish history in particular? It's a complicated legacy because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I've mentioned. She doesn't set a tone or a message for Jews. She has no teachings that we can offer for moving forward. and she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she is a little bit of an outlier for most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about Bar Kokhba, fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and was thought by many, including Rabbi Akiva, to actually be the Mashiach. It turned out that he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in more conventional Jewish time next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Okay, so I'd like to formally welcome you to the fall 2014 season of lectures in Jewish history. I'm going to actually do a few things differently this year. As you know, we have a new greeter, Mr. Nick Balkanik, who is very pleased. We're very happy to be here. We had a grueling interview process to try and find someone to replace Aliza. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Balkanik, you have to ask like really difficult questions. He's the only person who's allowed to ask hard questions, because Aliza was the only person who's allowed. Because I could always tell Aliza, sorry, I'll ask you that later, and then of course I would find something else to say later. I've decided before I put these videos online, I might actually edit them now, because thank God we're getting over 12,000 views a month, which is really, it's amazing. And the Latvians are still with us. Actually, 3 days ago, I noticed that I had more people watching from Finland than I did from the United States, which was really bizarre. It happened to be like at about 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning when I woke up and happened to check the statistics. So it was before most of America woke up. But nevertheless, these lectures really are getting quite a global audience, and so I decided I better make the recorded version a little higher quality. The other thing is we're starting at 8 o'clock now until the clocks change. Hopefully that'll be easier for people, and I imagine we'll get a larger crowd once we get into the season a little more. Finally, I have to let you all know, I think many of you are already aware that unfortunately this is going to be my last season here in the Young Israel Bal Harbor, because I will be taking a job in New York City. Yeah. So that will be actually the last time I tried to fly in the winter time up to New York. I actually was a victim of racial profiling, because they stopped me at the airport because it was very rare to see a Jew traveling north. But at any rate, so we are. So this is going to be the final series. I'm going to try and really do a good job with it so that we can leave with a lot of success. So without any further ado, let's get to tonight's material, which is going to be on Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, an extremely influential figure in the development of Jewish history, and one of the rare leaders that appears at perhaps the darkest moment in Jewish history, at least until the 20th century. takes some very controversial stands. He's not without opposition at the highest levels of the Jewish establishment, and nevertheless, through his bold innovations and his decisive leadership, he is able to, in a period of about 15 years, revolutionize the very basis of Jewish identity and set us on a course that brings us even to the present day. We are very much today living in the shadow of Rabbi Yochanan's decisions, and so it's extremely incumbent upon us to understand a little bit about who he was and what exactly did he do that made him such an important character in our national lives. So if you know anything about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, chances are you know this famous quotation, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha, give me Yavne and its sages. And this is a passage that occurs in Tractate Gitin of the Talmud, which I happen to have with me here from the Young Israel Library. And I won't read it to you in great detail because it is really about a page and a half of Talmud. But the version that's recorded in this text basically goes as follows. It's probably the year 68 of the Common Era. The Emperor Vespasian is surrounding Jerusalem and is about to destroy it. And in fact, within a short period of time, the holy city would be razed, the temple would be destroyed, and a whole host of terrible things would happen to the Jewish people. Anyways, Vespasian is outside. He is right now a general. There are other versions that tell this story a little differently. Basically, the version that is in Gitin goes like this. Rabbi Yochanan is inside the city, which is being defended by the Biryonim, who are a sect of zealots. These are Jews who are in rebellion against Rome and are trying to, in a very quixotic and somewhat incomprehensible manner, trying to free this tiny country from the incredible might and strength of the Roman Empire, which at this time covers the entire Mediterranean basin, which extends all the way out to Afghanistan, is going to go over into the British Isles. So it's a massive empire, and the zealots believe that somehow they can overthrow them, like a few hundred years earlier, the Hashmonaim, Hasmoneans, had overthrown a much weaker Seleucid kingdom. At any rate, Yochanan ben Zakkai feels that this is an unrealistic approach to the Roman occupation, and it behooves the Jews to surrender and to negotiate a treaty of some sort, because otherwise it will be utterly destroyed. He approaches his nephew, who happens to be the leader of the zealots, and says he wants to leave the city that's under siege, meet with Vespasian, and negotiate. And his nephew says, there's no way they're going to let you do that because, you know, my soldiers are very much against any kind of negotiation with the Romans. But Yochanan ben Zakkai pressures his nephew, and so they come up with this bizarre plan that he should fake his own death. He should take a kind of a potion or something, and it'll make him seem like he is in fact dead, put him in a coffin, and they're going to carry him out of the city walls for burial. The Biryonim they've seen that trick before, and so they want to try and drive iron rods through his coffin, but they say, come on, you can't do this to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, that's not appropriate, right? So then they say, well, what if we shake him around a little bit? Rashi says maybe he'll cry out. No, that's not appropriate to do to the body either. You have to treat him with dignity and let him out. And of course, he manages to get out of the city, and he approaches Vespasian. And as the story in the Talmud goes, he says to him, he greets him as Emperor Vespasian. And Vespasian says, thank you very much, but I'm not an emperor, I'm a general. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, no, you're actually an emperor because someone died in Rome and you're getting a promotion. And in fact, that's exactly what happens right there on the spot. And Vespasian learns he's going to be the emperor, he has to go to Rome. He's amazed with this. And by the way, there are other versions of the story in rabbinic literature that have the sequence of events a little differently, but the version of Gitin is like that. And what happens is Vespasian says, wow, fantastic, you must be a very holy man. I will essentially give you 3 wishes. What do you want? And so these are the 3 wishes that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai negotiates. He says, the first one is, of course, the slide here. Looking for Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. give me the city of Yavna and its sages. And then secondly, Rothschild'S, the Rabbi Gamliel, and give me the lineage of Rabbi Gamliel. I'll explain who he is in a minute. Vizvato the Messiah the Rabbi Tzadok, and a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Rabbi Tzadok had been fasting in repentance to try and save Jerusalem, and he had made himself ill as a result, and so he wanted to get a doctor to come in to help out. It's amazing, the entire city of Jerusalem, you can't find a doctor there. Obviously, we've changed as a society dramatically since then. Maybe they had a lot of accountants or lawyers, but no doctors. Surprising. Dentists, right? Here is, by the way, a bust of Vespasian, so you get a sense of what he looks like. All of those three requests were granted to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and essentially what he did was he repaired to this little city of Yavna, and he assembled the yeshiva there, the Kerem Yavna, the vineyard of Yavna, and established a kind of a foothold, a piedmont for rabbinic Judaism to continue. That's perhaps the most significant thing. However, there are a lot of really significant questions. First of all, what exactly was Yavna? What is he asking for Yavna? Yavna is a strange kind of place. It does not have a long tradition of Jewish scholarship. It doesn't even have a long history of Jewish settlement. Why is he asking for Yavna? So I'm going to talk about that in a second. But before I do that, I want to also point out the fact that we have a tremendous difficulty as historians working with Tannaitic literature. Tannaitic literature refers to texts that have been preserved for the following centuries from the era of the Tanaim, or the so-called teachers, which is roughly from about the year 200 before the Common Era to approximately the year 200, maybe 300 of the Common Era. About 500 years of literature. The most significant documents include some of the older Midrashic collections like Sifra and Sifri, of course the Mishnah, and many other older texts that have made their way into the Talmud like the Baraitot. They contain a wealth of historical information. The problem is the way in which this material was transmitted and recorded make it rife with errors, and there are multiple versions of all kinds of stories with very big differences in salient details, including who said what to whom, for example. This is because these were oral documents that were handed down from Rabbi to student, for many generations, and all kinds of errors crept in, which the rabbis were very, very aware of, and that's why the Talmud in particular goes through a refining process of trying to determine which Mishnah is correct, which Tosefta, which Baraisa is correct, and so on. Secondly, and perhaps more significantly even than the errors and the contradictions that are in the Tannaitic literature, is the fact that they weren't trying to write history, not in any medieval or modern sense of the word. Meaning, the rabbis, when they're writing these kinds of texts, they are not trying to teach basic historical information, why this happened on a historical level. They're trying to teach religious information. They're trying to teach, what does God want us to take away from this moment? They're teaching us morals, lessons, interpretations of verses, all kinds of things. They're not specifically interested in preserving the historical record, as the great historians of the 19th century would put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually happened. That wasn't so important to them. What was important to them was get across the message of the story. So as historians, 2,000 years later, trying to unpack these texts, we have a lot of great difficulty just trying to understand what exactly they mean. Let us take, for example, what we know about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mean, what do we actually know about his life besides that key moment, Tainli Yavne b'Chochameha? So there's some interesting biographical material in Tractate Sukkah, which talks about his life. Let's grab it quickly here. And this I might read a little bit more detail because it's rather amazing in scope. Okay. So first of all, the Talmud says, Amru Alavo Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They say about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Me'amav lo sach sichas chulin. He never spoke casual speech, meaning every word of his was measured and was spoken for a reason. No schmoozing about the Marlins, no complaining about the Fadlan, nothing like that. Below halach dalad amos below Torah below tefillin, he never walked 4 cubits, about 6 feet, unless he had his tefillin on, unless he was learning Torah. He was constantly in boldness. Below kadmo adam b'beis midrash, no one ever came before him to shul. He was always first in shul. Below yashan b'beis midrash, he never slept in shul. Lo shein is keva, lo shein is harai. Not even a little dremel when the rabbi was giving the drasha. Nothing. L'chadar di, that happens to be one of my hardest points to stay away. He had no problem staying away the whole time. Below hard Hebrew goes to Tufanos. He never had any inappropriate thoughts in alleyways that were profane, which means like when he was in the bathroom where it's forbidden to think about Torah, he never thought about Torah there. Below Niach Adam b'Beis Midrash, he never left anyone alone in the Beis Midrash and went home, meaning he was always the last guy to go home. And it goes on and on with these kinds of behaviors. But where did this come from? Well, it happens that he was one of the students of Rabbi Hillel, the great Hillel, the sage. We've spoken about him a couple of years ago. For those of you watching the internet, you can always go back on the index there. But check this out. This is kind of an interesting passage about him. Also on the same page, it says here, Shmoneim Talmidim Hayu LeHillel Hadachim. There were 80 students that studied under Hillel the elder. Shloshim Mehen Ru'im Shetishra Alav Shmina. 30 of these 80 were so great that the divine presence could rest on them. Moshe Rabbeinu, like Moses, our teacher. And another 30 were so great that the sun would stand still for them, like it did for Joshua ben Nun during the conquest of Israel. And then I love this word. Esrim Beinonim, 20 were so-so, right? Like they were not at the same level. Gadol Shebakulan Yonasan ben Uziel. The greatest of them was Yonasan ben Uziel. That later on the Talmud will say that when birds were flying overhead, they would be, and he was learning Torah, they would be burned to a crisp, which his whole family went into the outdoor barbecue industry as a result. Katan Sheb, that was a joke. I'll edit that out. That's one of those things I can do. Katan Shebakulan, the least of Hillel's students was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So he was the least of them. I guess that 20 so-so, I'm not sure what to make of that. Anyways, what do they say? Amar Allah Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, just to get a sense of what was the least of Hillel's students. Shalom Hiniach, Mikra, Mishnah, Gemara, Halachot, Haggados, Ketuvei Torah, Ketuvei Sofrim. He learned every aspect of Torah, both the written and the oral Torah. Kalim B'Chamurim, he learned logic, hermeneutics. Tekufos or Gematrios, he learned astronomy and numerology. Sichas Malachi Ashares, the language of the angels. The Sichas Shedim, the language of the demons. The Sichas Dekalim, the language of the palm trees. Mishalos Kopsin, the parables of the washerwomen, which is a fascinating thing, which Rashi explains like, it's like Aesop's fables, kind of like stories that people would say. So he was well-rounded. These are things that not necessarily in the traditional Jewish canon, but he knew proverbs and he knew sayings, surely Davar Gado Davar Kan. He knew a great thing and a small thing. Davar Gado, what is the great thing? Maaseh Merkava, mysticism, Kabbalah, the acts of the chariot. Davar Katan, what's the small thing? Havayos Davaya Barabba. The entire Talmud, the questions and answers of Abai and Rabbi. So this is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the least of Hillel's students, and this is the scope of his learning, a fascinating kind of depiction. We have a serious problem, however, with this passage because we're not exactly sure when Hillel died. Perhaps it was in the last quarter of the first century before the Common Era. And we do know that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was active up until the year 85 CE, give or take 5 years. So that would mean that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai would probably be in the neighborhood of 120 years old at the time that he had this encounter with Vespasian, which is like an incredibly old age, even in the context of biblical ages for this particular period of time. So some scholars have discounted the specifics of him actually studying at Hillel's feet. He may have been one of the base Hillel, well, certainly was one of the base Hillel, the house of Hillel, one of the disciples, but he may not have necessarily had the direct contact with him. But at any rate, he certainly was an older man towards the end of his life when he met with Vespasian. We don't know a lot about his family life. We do know, however, that he had one son who predeceased him. And this context, this will be, I think, my last citation from the Talmud for now, describes how he was comforted at the after the funeral of his son by his greatest student, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach. First, I should tell you, because we will have to come back to this earlier, there's a famous Mishnah which describes the 5 greatest students of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. They talk about all their characteristics. This one, for example, is a sealed cistern that loses not a drop, meaning he remembers everything. This one, my favorite, Ashrei Yoladato. His mother would be so proud of him. It's a beautiful phrase. I think that's one of the greatest things. His mother would be proud. And about the last one, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach, though, he has a lev tov. He has a good heart. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, if you put all the sages of Israel in one side of a scale, and you put Elazar ben Arach on the other side, he would outweigh them all. Now, when he unfortunately lost his son, so his student came to console him. Here it is. And his students and others came to console him over the loss of his son. So one rabbi came forward and said, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, may I console you? He says, sure. So he says, don't you know that Adam buried one of his sons and he was nevertheless consoled? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I'm sitting here mourning, and you want to add to me the sorrows that Adam Arishon suffered? And then he says, get away from me. And then another rabbi comes and says essentially the same thing with another biblical figure, one after another. He's saying, look, Chaser Meshugai money, do I need more people? This is the kind of comfort I have. Until finally, Rabbi Elazar ben Arach comes to him, says, Rabbi Elazar, you have consoled me, and then he gets up and he goes on with his life. But you get a sense of his sense of humor as well, that even in a dark moment, you can still say, here I am mourning my son, and you're giving me more source. We don't know much about his wife, about the rest of his family. Now, what we know about his major teachings in general is that he was, as I mentioned, a student of Hillel's. He was a great populist, meaning he believed in the value of the Jewish masses. He did not count out to the established authorities among the Jews, including the high priests and especially the Sadducees, with whom he had tremendous conflict, as I will explain shortly. And he emphasized elements of kindness as a new way to reach out to God in the absence of the temple. We will also return to that point towards the end of this class. He was a major proponent of Torah study as an activity. You may think of that as, well, that's obvious, isn't it? We're talking about Judaism. But in fact, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really directed Judaism in that particular path, arguing that in the absence of the temple, in the absence of traditional sacrifices, the way that Jews can express their devotion to God is through study. And he said famous things like, do not take credit for your study because that is the purpose for which you were created. These kinds of things endeared him to the masses, but I think what I'd like to do now is turn to some of the political background of his life and works. Maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions. We have no record of his debates with early Christians that I'm aware of. Occasionally, you will see certain rabbinical figures speak with so-called philosophers, philosophes, which may be an allusion to early Jewish Christians, but we don't have any record that I'm aware of any sustained debate. Next week, actually, when we talk about Salome, we will talk about Jews and the early Christian movement. But again, it's important to recall that, even in the immediate wake of the destruction, the year 70, Christianity was still such a tiny movement. We're not even sure how much intercourse they would have had with each other. Small groups of Jews who choose to follow Jesus in the context of, they're still Jews, and it's just another kind of. And don't forget, this is a period, as we'll talk about next week, of incredible messianism. There were several figures during this period who were claiming messianic status, and in fact, Jews were following them and fighting and dying for them against the Romans. And within just a short period of time, we would have Bar Kokhba, that'll be 2 weeks from now, of whom even Rabbi Akiva thought that he was Mashiach. So it's a period where Mashiach was a dime a dozen. A doctor, on the other hand, was very hard to find, but Mashiach, easy. Well, what does that mean in the first century, a Torah Jew? Well, let me answer that question in a few slides, because I'm going to give you a sense of Jewish sectarianism, and we'll try to understand what that means to be Torah observant. What we understand by Torah observant today is largely a result of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's formulation of Torah study, which we could say, for example, is basically the Pharisaic ideal of having small disciple groups who are all committed specifically to tithing their produce and of leading lives of Torah study as opposed to sacrificial activity. But we'll get back to that. Last question, Ms. Abramson. Probably, Zakkai, which means like pure or innocent. No. In Jacob Neusner's biography, he has a longer discussion of that. That's a nice name. I don't know anyone named Zakkai today. Certainly don't know anyone named Chayev. That would be a really bad name. Guilty. But anyways, let's go on. So let's look at Israel in destruction. So we have to really put ourselves in the mindset of Jews at this really terrible time in Jewish history. Israel has been going through a tremendous amount of sectarian dispute. We'll go through several of the groups in a couple of slides. And ultimately, the Romans have decided enough with this. The immediate precursors to the Roman-Jewish War were some radical elements who decided to deny the Romans the right to bring sacrificial offerings, which had long been afforded to them, along with other non-Jewish nations. We just celebrated the holiday of Sukkot. And when that was withdrawn from them, this was considered an act of great, chutzpah to the Romans to not allow them to bring sacrifices at certain times of the year. And it sparked a revolt because the Romans really had had enough of this fractious people who were insistent on maintaining their stubborn individualism, am kashay oref, stiff-necked people, when just about every other nation that they conquered, they were able to effectively manage. And the war was bitter, brutal, and incredibly bloody, with possibly hundreds of thousands of Jews losing their lives and being sent into exile. The numbers that we have from the classical sources may be as high as 600,000 Jews. That's most likely an exaggeration because that population figure for this era is inflated, and it is the way of ancient sources to kind of use numbers poetically. But there's no question that it was an overwhelming demographic loss. When we look at the mood of the nation, we can look at one of the greatest historians of this period is Gedalia Alon, shown here, an Israeli scholar, originally from Poland, I believe, who died very young in the 1950s, I believe. And he wrote a very important work which was translated later and published by Harvard called The Jews in Their Land. And he identified 6 basic attributes for a sense of national independence, all of which were basically missing at the time of the destruction. Specifically, one of the things that helps assert national independence is the existence of a state of Romans. And the Romans actually put a tremendous amount of effort in trying to root out the entire memory of the Jewish state at this point. The region known as Judea was downgraded from a governance to a section of another part of the kingdom. It wasn't even given individual status. The name Judea was wiped out, and it was replaced with the name Palestina, which was intended as an insult to the Jews, because it's named after the Philistines, the traditional biblical enemy of the Jews. So they renamed the land as the Philistines, Palestina. And of course, today, the debate over names continues with that particular time. So there's no statehood. Secondly, it's quite likely that as a result of the deportations and the wars, Jews no longer constitute the majority of the population of the land of Israel by the end of the first century. They did constitute a plurality, meaning they were most likely the largest minority of all the peoples in Israel, but they definitely did not have majority population anymore. Money is always essential, and you have to have like a contiguous population with a stable economy, which is in the ancient world essentially agrarian, and that was completely wiped out by the Romans with tremendously onerous tax burdens, which were not only difficult to bear in terms of their quantity, but also in terms of their quality. For example, the traditional machatzis shekel, the half shekel award, which was given to the temple in Jerusalem, the Romans had allowed the Jews to continue collecting it and sending it to the temple for the upkeep. And as a result of the Roman-Jewish wars, the Jews were ordered to send that money to Rome to the upkeep of the temple of Jupiter, which was, still a tax burden and an insult on top of it. Leadership. Now, this is especially interesting. Who were the leaders of the Jewish people at this time? We have traditional status groups such as the high priesthood, the leader of the Sanhedrin, which may have been the same people, meaning there are certain periods of Jewish history where the Kohen Gadol would be the head of the court, the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin at this point, by the way, seems to have been disappeared for a short period of time, and it is largely due to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity that it eventually finds its home in Yavne. But in the immediate aftermath of the war and the destruction of Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin is not functioning, the priesthood is not functioning. All that's left are the Pharisees. These are the so-called Perushim, those who separate, who were establishing a new disciple circle of Jews who would get together to study the oral law, and membership essentially meant taking an oath before a group of other Pharisees saying that you would promise to maintain the law of the Torah, and in particular the tithing system, the mitzvah system, and that would create a cover status, an associate status that allowed you to be among these kinds of like charismatic groups, who had no official authority. They had no administration. They had no hierarchy. It was simply a group of Jews who were like-minded and organizing on their own without any official sanction. They had no tax base. They had no revenue source. And nevertheless, they were still emerging as the popular leadership of the Jewish people. This is primarily where Yochanan ben Zakkai comes out, because he is essentially a Pharisee. Control of the diaspora. There is a Jewish diaspora which predated by several hundred years the destruction of the first temple, and really for at least another 400 or 500 years, Israel would remain the center of the Jewish people on a leadership level, where the rest of the Jewish world did look to Jerusalem, or at least to Israel. Jerusalem, of course, was emptied of Jews. It was declared Judeanized by the Romans. No Jews were allowed to live in the environment of Jerusalem. But Israel as a whole would be considered the spiritual homeland of the Jews, and issues would come forth out of Jerusalem. Decisions would come forth from their key Zion, Torah, right from Zion, Torah would ascend. So this is still in effect, but again, there's no leadership to exercise that authority. And finally, statehood could still be existent, says Alon, if there is an active resistance to the occupation. But after the temple was destroyed, and especially 3 years later when Masada fell, that was it for the resistance. It was completely broken. It would amazingly rise up 5 decades later under the Bar Kokhba rebellion, with similarly disastrous results for the Jewish people. But at this point, the Jews were literally at their lowest point in history. And it's amazing, it is truly mind-boggling to think that they could survive this kind of national assault and still emerge victorious on a spiritual and ultimately even today on a national level. We shall see. So this is the context in which we have to see Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's activity. Who were the various groups? We've been dancing around this question a couple of times. Who were the various groups that were active at this time? So you have the so-called Sadducees, the Sadducees, who were associated primarily with the temple, and that was their locus of authority. They had a revenue flow because Jews were always bringing in their sacrifices and so on, and they had a level of significance because they controlled the ritual activity of Judaism, which centered around temple activity. Again, let me take us back a second. Just imagine for yourself, we live in an era where, Jewish activity probably centers on the home more than anywhere else, and a close second would be the synagogue. We have a tremendous amount of rituals that are involved in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the study, and then of course in the synagogue with all the regular prayers and so on. But this is an era in which that was not true. Judaism was practiced in one place, in the temple, and you had all kinds of laws that you could observe on your own in your communities. And if you had a Beit Knesset, which means simply a house of gathering, you would get together perhaps to study texts if you were literate, which was probably not likely, to discuss prayers, which were then very new. The actual Knesset Agdola had just begun really producing these things shortly before the Roman Wars, which was a little bit, maybe 100 years earlier. Really, if you were a Jew, you thought of yourself as belonging to the great temple in Jerusalem and nowhere else. So when all that was removed, it's as if the horizon had disappeared, and the defining elements of your religion were totally gone. So what would you do with that? The second group were the Zealots. We discussed the Biryonim, which were a group of the Zealots, who believed that the correct way to deal with the Romans was to rebel against them, to throw off the hated yoke of occupation, the yoke of the so-called feudal kingdom. The Sadducees, by the way, believed in complete capitulation to the Romans and collaboration with the Romans. Finally, the Pharisees, which we discussed a minute ago, and then there are a whole host of other groups. Not only the early Jewish Christians that we mentioned earlier, but there are also Jews like the Essenes who went and lived in the caves and practiced celibacy, which meant that they had to have a recruitment drive every 20 years or so. These were all various groups who were neo-messianic and so on. So to return to your question, what does it mean to be a Torah Jew? Undoubtedly, all of these groups consider themselves Torah Jews, but the definition of what a Torah Jew was so wrapped up with the temple that when the temple was removed from the scene, no one exactly knew what it meant to be a Torah Jew. Of all these groups, the ones that had the clearest and most coherent definition of that was the Pharisees. Because they said, look, the reality is we can no longer rely on the Kohanim to be the experts of Judaism. We can't just bring our cows to them and expect atonement once a year. We can't do that kind of thing anymore. We must ourselves become expert in Jewish texts, Jewish law, Jewish thought, and that formed the basis of the intellectual meritocracy which is rabbinic Judaism. So that's really one of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's major achievements. So of the Pharisees, there were three distinct groups. There were the so-called Pharisee zealots, and you can see this in the Talmudic literature. There are some Pharisees who have such tremendous contempt for the Romans and are more than willing to take up arms, even though they are still, within the Pharisaic camp, they still feel they lean towards, aggressive confrontation with the enemy. Then you have the so-called moderates, which Dali Aron calls the so-called national realists. I hesitate to use the term realist because, everybody considers themselves a realist. No matter how fanatical they are, they consider everyone else living in a dream world. But me, of course, I'm realistic. Everyone else, I'm not a pessimist, I'm not an optimist, I'm a realist, and so on. And then we would believe in some level of accommodation with the Romans because defeating them was impossible. And then there was a so-called peace party who were simply out for complete surrender without any conditions whatsoever. Where exactly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai fits into these three groupings is not entirely clear, but it appears that he fits within the moderate group more than anywhere else. He believed in some accommodation of the Romans for a strategic retreat, meaning a tactical retreat would be a better term, by simply allowing the Romans certain things that they wanted, the Jews could retain other things that were crucial to their development. So let's go to the three enduring questions that we began with our lecture. First of all, what exactly was Yavneh? You recall I asked, why would he ask for Yavneh and its sages? There really were no sages in Yavneh before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And secondly, what kind of a place is Yavneh? It's like Yehudatzville. It doesn't occur in Tanakh. Nobody ever talks about Yavneh. Maybe you could say, I don't know, Hebron or Shechem or some other biblical place. What is going on with Yavneh? So the Roman term for Yavneh is Yamnia, sometimes spelled with a J, pronounced Jamnia, but really it's Yamnia. And it appears that even though Yavneh did not have a majority Jewish population and had no yeshiva to speak of before Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Romans used Yavneh primarily to control displaced populations in their rule. Meaning, when they had a population, and they were big into moving large people, numbers of people around, when they had a population that they wanted to keep tabs on, not quite a jail, but kind of like a supervised environment, where they knew what was going on. It was not like the great city, New York or Warsaw or something like that. It was like, look, yes, you can come over here, and there's lots of Gentiles here who will, be aware of your comings and goings. In other words, it was kind of like not exactly a ghetto because it was like a mixed population, but it was kind of like a place where the Romans could keep an eye on what was going on. So in other words, perhaps Yochanan ben Zakkai, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir. Exactly. It's maybe a colony, a control point. It's very good. In other words, perhaps Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had asked for a place that he knew the Romans would be inclined to grant. Meaning, we're not asking to, occupy a traditional Jewish center where maybe we could foment revolution. We live right in your backyard, where you want. Or, as Alon had suggested, not in keeping with the text that we have in the Talmud of Egypt, perhaps it was Vespasian's idea, saying, "Oh, okay, look, you're flattering me. You're telling me I'm going to be the emperor. It turns out you're right. So, fine. What do you want? You want it?" He says, "Well, give me the sages." Okay, all right. You can have some of your sages, but they have to live in Yavneh. They have to live here where I keep an eye on, which is a radical rereading of the text and alters the understanding of it, but at the same time, it makes much more sense with the nature of the confrontation between the Romans and the Jews at that point. So it could be, according to Alon, that Vespasian offered Yavneh, and Yochanan ben Zakkai accepted it. Other readings of this story elsewhere seem to support that interpretation as well. Secondly, what exactly was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's rule? We note that he is referred to usually as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and not as a erroneously thought Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Rabban means simply our teacher, but it is a term that is reserved for a particular position known as the Nasi, or the president. For most of this period, the Jews were led by two distinct individuals, and the zugos, the partners or the pairs, one was called the Nasi, or the president, and the other was the Av Beit Din, the head of the Jewish court. However, according to Sharira Gaon, a medieval commentator on Jewish history, he insists that this term Rabban is reserved for people who are the Nasi, or the presidents, which doesn't make sense because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not of the lineage that would allow him to be Rabban. There was always Hillel, a Shimon or a Gamliel, that were the Nasiim, how did Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai suddenly get to be Nasi? And secondly, in the various decrees that he passed during the time he was actually in Yavna, he was always signing documents second after probably absent Rabban Gamliel, who was the Nasi. So it appears like he was behaving as if he was the Nasi, the president, with the right to execute orders and to demand Jews to conform to new takanot. But he doesn't have the right to take that position. You add to that the fact that there seems to be no other person acting like that until about the year 85, and you wonder what exactly is going on. So the way Alon reads this particular period, he takes it in such a way that he believes Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially stepped into the breach at a moment when the existing leadership, the existing Nasiim, were paralyzed with indecision. How do we deal with the loss of the temple? How do we deal with this overwhelming loss of statehood? And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, look, let me just escape from Jerusalem, and I'm going to take a place, I don't care what it is, Yavna, I don't care what it is, and in Yavna, with a few sages, I will set up a yeshiva, and that's going to be the future of the Jewish people. Which was an incredibly audacious thing to do, flying in the face of all of the authorized leadership figures of the time. And in fact, after 15 years of this activity, it appeared that he was successful, and then he was removed from that position, and the tradition of leadership reasserted itself. And he stepped back from national politics. He established another yeshiva outside of Yavna and allowed Sanhedrin to go on functioning in Yavna. So, in other words, to try and bring this down into a sentence or two, Alon's analysis, which seems quite convincing to me, is that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai essentially boldly and audaciously asserted a leadership position when he did not have it by any rights in a traditional Jewish constitutional sense. And ultimately, the rest of the Jewish leadership that failed to act appropriately at that time came around to his way of thinking. He was then displayed, possibly in an amenable way, in an amicable way, to allow the traditional leadership to reassert itself. But it was those crucial 15 years that he was active in Yavna that he allowed the use of to continue in a form that we would understand it. And the problem with this whole discussion, however, is that it relies very heavily on a logical tool, which is very weak. It's called the argumentum ex silentio, an argument from silence, meaning we have no documents to prove this, we have no text that prove this. All we have is, for example, the troubling question, wait a minute, if the whole story is about what happened at Yavna, then where is the Nasi? Why is the Nasi not there with him? We know he's elsewhere in the country. I think he's in Galileo at this point, and he's not doing anything. And more significantly, where are, for example, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's students? A whole bunch of his students do not follow him to Yavna. As great as he was, he did not have his primary student, for example, Rabbi Elazar ben Arush, who you recall he mentioned that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said that if all the sages were one side and Elazar ben Arush on the other side, he would have laid them off. He abandoned his teaching. And he's off at a different place for those crucial 15 years. And he only returns to Yavna when Rabbi Yochanan is teaching elsewhere. And even the great Rabbi Tzadok, who you recall when Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai went out there and he asked for three things: give me Yavna, give me the lineage of the Nasi, which he took for himself, and then later gave it back. He says, give me a doctor for Rabbi Tzadok. Even Rabbi Tzadok did not follow Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai to Yavna initially. And these kinds of arguments from silence indicate that those 15 years were really ones in which the established Jewish leadership were not aware of what we possibly do to accommodate ourselves and to move forward from this colossal crisis. But it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who determined that path. So this is Alon's basic thesis, which is a great amount of opposition to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, but ultimately he was victorious in that kind of decision. Okay, I'll pause for a couple of questions, but I've given you some tough things here. Yes, Mr. Moore.
She understood why it was that I couldn't tell her much about my new job. I wasn't being evasive or secretive. As I set out for home that night, I truly had no real idea what I would be expected to do that evening or subsequent evenings. What did strike both of us as odd was that I had to jump immediately into action that night.
So that's a good question. I'll repeat it for the internet audience who might not hear on it, especially like, where was God during all those pictures? And so first of all, I have to give you full disclosure. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not allowed to dispense theological information because I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinical club, so to speak. But you can certainly ask that kind of question to Rabbi Grunstein, who will, I'm sure, give you a very profound answer. The sources that analyze this material, like Gedalia Alon, for example, so on, they won't ask that question. It's just not part of the mechanics of the tools that historians use to figure out what's going on here. But on the other hand, and I'm not going to step into a rabbinical role, but I'll speak as a punch of the year, the simple Jew at this point. Obviously, God was all over the place there. And just because some of the established leadership may have a temporary lapse in the ability to make the right decision, shall we say, that doesn't mean that God isn't with the Jewish people with a new leader. And here's Rabbi Zakkai, who is taking control. And if it were not for his chutzpah, we wouldn't be here in a synagogue today. So where was God? I think it's pretty clear that God is right in there the whole time. Again, apologies for my Grunstein, he's not here, so we'll call him. Okay, so let's understand something about his legacy and then we'll conclude for the evening. One of the more interesting passages about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is a discussion that he actually reinstituted that he was the person who really created the rabbinate as we understand it today. And there's some interesting passages that support this in the rabbinic literature. But basically, this idea is really quite appealing because, once again, if we think of who were the authority figures in Judaism before the destruction of the temple, was most certainly the Kohanim, the priests, who had largely, by joining Sadducees, capitulated to the Romans and were bereft of any shred of authority among the common population. The Sanhedrin, the judges, many of who were unfortunately also co-opted into the Roman regime because this is, after all, a position of great authority and potential for abuse. And the lone scholars who had no official authority, no kind of like dispensation from heaven to act as leaders, but nevertheless devote themselves entirely to the study of the Torah. These were people that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai designated as Rabbi, as teachers. And these were the people who did not have, once again, any kind of formal stamp of approval other than the endorsement of a great figure like Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And they ultimately became the popular leaders of the Jewish people through the next 2,000 years of statelessness. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's innovation here, which I admit I still have some historical problems with, but I'm giving over pieces now anyway, is essentially the model of Jewish leadership that Jews have followed since the destruction of the temple. Kohanim, for example, are no longer the leaders of the Jewish people. Even administrative heads like chief rabbis do not really claim the same kind of authority because Jews are free to simply, give their authority to their local rabbi. And in many ways, in halakhic terms, they may be obligated to give the authority to the local rabbis over the chief rabbis. We don't have a pope in Judaism. This is the kind of structure that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai really created. Another major legacy point was his teachings firmly established the moderate and national realist approach of Pharisaism to the present day. I'll just quote two passages which I think are really quite telling of this approach. First of all, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, do not hurry to knock down idolatrous altars, because perhaps you will have to rebuild them better than they were before. Which the commentators explain, like in Israel there are various commands regarding the establishment of idolatrous places of worship. And let's say you are a zealot and you can't stand seeing that particular statue of Mercury, Mercury, as mentioned in the Talmud, in your backyard, your neighbor's backyard, something like that. You want to go there and you want to destroy that statue. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, don't do that. Why? Because right now he has a statue up there that's made out of plaster. If you go over and you knock it down, given the reality of the governing authority in Israel right now, the Romans might make you go back and build it out of bronze, or maybe even silver. So what's the point? You will have just created another altar and a more enduring one at that. So this is kind of like a moderate realist, national realist approach saying, yeah, sure, it makes sense on a purely ideological level that you should go and you should get rid of all idolatry, but let's be smart about this, because it may be that it'll come back to haunt you, and you will actually, it'll backfire, you'll reinforce that. So this is kind of an interesting approach that sort of steps back from the ideological demands of the Torah and says, let's be real about the political situation we're living in. Similar to his negotiation with Vespasian in the first place. Another beautiful teaching, one that is recorded in a variant text of the Abba of Rabbi Nachman, which I found absolutely fascinating. I was thinking about it all week. The text reads, if you are holding a seedling in your hand, right, you have like a tree seedling, you're about to plant it, and someone comes to tell you that Mashiach has arrived, the Messiah is here. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, plant the tree first, then go see Mashiach, which is an amazing statement, because you think that if Mashiach is really here, oh my gosh, drop everything, right? Because this is the end of times, it's the apocalypse, and this is Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who says, no, look, you got to take care of business that's going on right now. Take care of the future. You're planting a small tree. If he really is here, Mashiach is here, then it'll be irrelevant whether you have the tree or not. But, be smart. Plant the tree first. So this is the national realist approach that we see throughout his entire lifespan. And ultimately, it is the strategy that allows the Jews to survive the tremendous crisis of the destruction of the temple. So with that, we're right on time. I want to thank you once again for your support and your attention. I'm really happy you could come, and I wish you an amazing week. Thank you very much.
Regular client, a real estate appraiser, who worked out of an office near the Painted Desert Golf Course. The course had just opened, and along with it, a housing development had gone up, and many others as well, in that area far north of the Strip. Many of my clients worked in real estate. New construction was booming. Current residents were taking advantage of rising prices to move up to new homes. The population rose from just shy of 275,000 people in 1970 to nearly 465,000 by 1980.
Why don't we get started for tonight? Tonight is
by the start of the 90s.
the penultimate class of the season. We're going to speak about an extraordinary individual, one of the most influential Jews of the 20th century, to be sure. You're signaling, and I should step this way. Yeah, so you can see the screen right over. Very good. But you're going to see Leon. It's the first time you're here. I always walk around like this. I walk back like this. It'll be okay. Anyways, first off, tell the joke. The joke goes like this. We are going to speak about a really unusual individual, one of the most influential Jews, influential thinkers of the 20th century, and he comes from a line that really is Jewish royalty. I mean, there are certain surnames in the Jewish tradition. Oh, welcome back. Certain surnames in the Jewish tradition, like Rothschild, Ibn Tibbon maybe, Ashkenazi, certain names that really, go through many generations, names you might not be so familiar with, Rodriguez, for example, that really, resonate for many generations, and Soloveitchik is one of them. One of his forebears, we'll speak briefly about this in the first slide, but he was known as the Brisker Rab. And so the joke, the introductory joke for tonight, is actually a story, a true story about the Brisker Rab. This is the middle of the 19th century in Eastern Europe, and the students are learning with the Brisker Rab, and a showcase comes in, a ritual slaughterer, and says, Rabbi, I just shechted a cow, with 500 rubles, and I'm concerned that perhaps I didn't do something right. Would you please go inspect the carcass to make sure that it's kosher? The Brisker Rab goes out, the students follow him, and he inspects the cow, and he says, in fact, it's not kosher. This animal is not kosher. And, it's a huge loss, because now it's no longer fit for Jewish consumption. You have to sell it at regular rates, which are like, 1/10 of the rates that you get for kosher meat. And the showcase says, okay, well, what can we do? They go back to studying, and then as they're in the middle of their Talmudic section of the, the middle of their Talmudic study, a woman goes in the room and says, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. I'm very upset. I had this chicken slaughtered, and I brought it home, and I saw a woman kosher. I brought it back to the showcase, and he refuses to give me back my money. He insists that the chicken is kosher. What am I going to do? So he says, okay, let's go have a look at the chicken. So the woman takes him back to the showcase, and they have the chicken there, and it's the same showcase, of course, the same slaughterer. And the showcase is furious, and he is angry. He's livid. His face is like a thermometer. He's all red with anger, and they're arguing over this chicken. And the Brisker Rab looks at it and says, unfortunately, once again, the chicken is great. And the showcase is furious. He stomps in anger, and he says terrible things to the Brisker Rab, impugns his honor and his integrity and his intelligence, and he orders them out of the store. So the students, they say to the rabbi, what's going on? I mean, first, the guy made a mistake with a large cow, 500 rubles, and, he was like accepting the Gezerah Kamela. So it's, God speaks, and that's the way it is. And now here, over 25 kopecks for a chicken, he's furious and disrespectful. Right? What happened? So the Brisker Rab apparently said, see, there are two totally different situations. In the case of the cow, it was between him and God. And he was prepared to let it go. But in the case of the chicken, it was between him and another human being. That he wouldn't be prepared to let go. There's a lot of musher in that little story, a lot of wisdom. We're allowed, I'm not going to spell it out for you. The Rabbi Gruen can do those kinds of things. But it's a story about the Brisker Rab anyway. Steve, you're about to grow? You're waiting for the punchline? Not really a joke. I always thought it was funny. I can tell this lecture is going to go downhill from this point. Okay, so good and welcome. First of all, it is the penultimate class of the season. Next, today we're going to look at someone, ironically, who is very much associated with a great institution of Jewish higher learning, Yeshiva University. Next week, our last lecture, we'll look at someone who is associated with another great institution of Jewish learning, Touro College, as we will study the life of Dr. Bernard Langer, the founder of Touro College, also a fascinating figure that cast a wide and long shadow over American Jewish history. One last good and welfare thing, that's kind of shameless self-promotion. I want to thank you. Many of you have sponsored my son to go to Israel, and he is participating in his learn-a-thon now for one more week. He's raised so far $713 to get him out of our hair, get him to Israel for 5 weeks. If you are interested, it's an NCSY. The URL is learnathon.ncsy.org, and he would appreciate it. Read little bios and things like that. Meanwhile, let's go straight to our material. Okay, let's go full screen. Okay. So, as I mentioned in the introductory story / joke, our topic tonight is one of the 20th century members of the great Soloveitchik dynasty. This is one of those names that resonates throughout Jewish history for the last really 300 years. And this name, as Rothschild is to wealth, Soloveitchik is to learning. The Soloveitchiks were especially associated with the Lithuanian yeshiva movement, which we've discussed in previous classes, and specifically with the heritage of the ago, as expressed in the greatest institution of learning established by the Roma's own study, student Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, who was one of the forebears of the Soloveitchik dynasty. Incidentally, the reason why Rabbi Chaim we don't have a surname attached to him is because the 18th and 19th century is when Jews began to take surnames in large numbers. There are some exceptions. Italian Jews, for example, you find surnames that go back to the Middle Ages, things like that. But in Europe, surnames were kind of like the equivalent of social security numbers. That as states became more sophisticated, as they moved toward direct taxation of individuals from a medieval corporate structure to a citizen-based nation state, it was necessary to identify individuals rather than communities. So many states like Austria-Hungary, the Russian Empire, began to impose the requirement that Jews and other people take surnames. In fact, there's a lot of fascinating stories about what surnames mean and how people get them. I'm not sure if all of them are true, but for example, they say that names like in certain parts of Austria-Hungary, you could bribe the officials to get a really beautiful name, like Rosenkranz or Rosenberg. These are names, field of roses, things like that. And if you ticked off the clerk who was recording names, he would give you a name like Zwiebel, which means like onion. It's a good one, Katzenellenbogen, famous Jews, Zwiebel and Katzenellenbogen. Katzenellenbogen means cat's elbow. So it's hard to imagine you're going to come up to the authorities and say, I'd like to register my surname as cat's elbow. But that's why so many Jews have surnames that are related to professions like Schneider, Taylor, or they're related to the traditional son of the father's given name, like my name, Abram's son of, I had probably had an ancestor named Avram, and so his son was the first one to take the name, and so on. So Rabbi Chaim is just known simply as Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, but shortly thereafter you have the Soloveitchik line that descends from him. There's a whole line of rabbis, one after another, who are really towering figures, not only in terms of their fame and erudition, but also in their highly original, creative approach to study. And in fact, it is through the Soloveitchiks that we get the so-called Brisker Derech, the way of brisk. They were attached especially to the city of Brest-Litovsk, which is in Poland, Belarus, Ukraine region. The boundaries were very quite fluid during most of the 19th and early 20th century. And so the name of the town was taken from Rabbi Chaim Soloveitchik, known as the Brisker, who lived in the middle of the 19th century. The Brisker Derech, or the Brisker way of studying Talmud, is a highly analytical method which takes the text and using what would be considered, in my humble opinion, very postmodern techniques, breaks it down into its component elements without looking at its content. So rather than looking at the subject that the Talmud is discussing, the Brisker Derech will analyze, well, what is the question? What is the response? What is the refutation? And they can map out a sugya or a section of the Talmud simply by its structural form rather than its content. It was highly influential, and there are many, many modern yeshivot who study the Talmud in this manner. There is, of course, a Brisker yeshiva in Israel, and the Yeshiva University in many ways inherits this similar method, and was highly influential in the university-style academic study of the Talmud as well. So there's a whole line of Rothschild yeshiva heads of these yeshivas, like the Metzir, Rabbi Naftali Berlin, and on his mother's side as well, another famous dynasty, almost as well known as Soloveitchik, the Feinstein family. Of course, we have the great Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who hopefully in another class we'll discuss. That was a relative of our protagonist today. Okay, anything else? You have a question?
Science and mechanics. Other kids my age lost themselves in the Marvel universe of Spider-Man, Captain America, and other comic book heroes and villains. I still have many back issues of those science magazines in my possession today. What really enticed me about the magazines I read was that they weren't about pure theoretical science. They provided me
I think you're asking a brilliant question, which is probably too much for us to get into tonight. The question for those of you who are in Latvia and watching this on the internet, you might not be able to hear. As a brilliant student who attends every week, who asked, if we are focusing, if I can paraphrase this, if the Brisker there focuses on the structure, the form, aren't we missing that for the content? And just to give you a short answer, though, the content is truly revealed by the form. So, for example, if you can identify whether a given statement, which might be 2 or 3 words in text, if you can identify whether a given statement is an answer, or if it is a question, or if it is a refutation, or if it is an exception, all of these things make a difference to what exactly does the text mean. And I remind you that Talmud, Jews, brilliant people, they couldn't invent punctuation. There's no periods, commas, question marks, exclamation marks, quotation marks. The Talmud is just like a mass of words, and it's up to the student to figure out where an individual clause begins and the next one ends. Or ends and the next one begins. So this structuralist approach is actually quite revealing to the meaning of the text. Similar to, if you will, the way the trump, the cancellation of the Torah text reveals the inner meaning of the verses themselves. The trump is only the musical notation of the sound, but with the musical notation, you know where the phrases begin and end, and what's emphasized, what's a question, things like that. Okay, good question. Yes, please.
I could sit for hours watching it spew its
The Chavetz Chaim, I don't think the Chavetz Chaim is within like 2 or 3 relations to the Soloveitchians. They're definitely Lithuanians. It's the same tradition, correct? In a sense, you mean the Chavetz Chaim in terms of the yeshiva movement? The people or the movement? The people. I don't think they are related, although they do come from the same region of Europe. In terms of the thinking, certainly the yeshiva in Rabbi, which was the Chavetz Chaim yeshiva, was influenced by the Brisker there. But they have their own sort of spin on how to study the Talmud as well, which we looked at a couple of weeks ago with the Chavetz Chaim. Okay, let me go on. Here we are. Now, in his youth, he was born in 1903 in Kruzhana, Poland, which was a part of Eastern Europe that had about 17, border changes between, really during his lifetime. His father was a rabbi who served as a communal rabbi, and early on in their youth, he was about 10 years old, they moved to Belarus in 1913. There, interestingly enough, he was influenced by the large number of Lubavitch Hasidim that lived in the town. And this is kind of a fascinating thing that all biographers are the Rav. By the way, he is known affectionately simply as the Rav, meaning the rabbi. So, and there are very, very few people in Jewish history who received that designation. The late medieval Italian commentator in the Mishnah, Rabbi Obadiah is called the Rav. There is a rabbi in the Talmud who's called simply Rav, but really only a handful of people are called the Rav, as they were known. So I'll just probably use that designation. As a young boy, the Rav was exposed to a tradition which is also Lithuanian in origin, but miles apart in terms of its trajectory to the traditional emphasis on Talmud. And he spent about a year in deep study of the Tanya. As a very young man, we're talking about an early adolescent. So much so that his parents began to notice that his traditional grasp of the Talmud, which was precocious, as would be expected from a Soloveitchian scion, and so they actually pulled him out of his close association with one particular fellow, Reisberg, and said, "Thank you very much, Rabbi Reisberg, but we really got to get him back to Tosfos." And he, ventured back to the traditional areas of Lithuanian non-Hasidic thoughts. Nevertheless, the Tanya, and if you'll recall, go back a few lectures, we talked about the author of this book, the Alter Rebbe, is an extremely deep philosophical work that plumbs the depths of Jewish mysticism, that seeks to understand the structure of the soul, the nature of the universe, the theurgic value of our everyday actions, and it's an absolutely amazing work with a tremendous range of depth and quite different in feeling than the Talmud. And so he was very early on influenced by the Lubavitch movement. He, by the way, maintained a very close personal relationship with the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. They say of him that when they studied together in Europe, at one point they were, I believe, at the University of Berlin together, or perhaps it was in Paris. Thank you. He never missed a day of going to the mikvah when he was in a close association with the Rothschild'S Rabbi. He would go to the mikvah every day. And there's no question that he had a very warm feeling for that movement. You see that even though their intellectual activities diverged significantly, they had a few kind of interesting convergences. Like, for example, with regards to the education of women, the Rav was a controversial proponent of the study of Talmud by women, sometimes in co-educational groups, and the Rothschild'S Rabbi held a position that also was very favorable to women studying Talmud, for similar reasons, even though their work views was quite different. At any rate, he developed this intense love for the philosophical orientation of the Tanya, and by the time he was 18, they had to leave that region. They fled from the Bolshevik Revolution. And when all of this settled down, 1914, of course, you have World War I, 1917, the Russian Revolution, the entire region was thrown into chaos, with the German army moving over the front lines and then being pushed back by certain elements of the Red Army, and ultimately it created the state of Poland, which is where they settled in 1920 in the city of Warsaw. Warsaw, in the interwar period, was an absolutely fascinating place for Jews. It was, I believe it was probably the city with the largest Jewish population. I'll have to check the demographics, but it certainly had a very high proportion. We're talking about 1/3 of the population of Warsaw was Jewish, and it represented tremendous diversity of thought. Warsaw was a very cosmopolitan city where you had Jews who were Talmudists, Lithuanian-style Talmudists, you had Jews who were Hasidim, you had Jews who were Zionists of all stripes, you had Jews who were communists, you had a tremendous, and you have Jews, of course, who were secular and openly assimilating, Jews who were Polonophiles and seeking to identify themselves completely with the Polish national movement, which had just gone through its heroic renaissance after being destroyed in the 18th century. It was reborn in the 20th century. So it was a really very exciting place to live for everyone, but especially for Jews who suddenly saw new potentials in this young state. This was a time when Jews first began exercising their political might in Eastern Europe. They organized themselves into political parties and actually won seats in the Polish Sejm, the Polish parliament. So Jews were organizing themselves communally and exercising their desire for change within the state. In Warsaw, he was especially influenced by his mother's love of poetry, especially Russian poetry and literature, Pushkin, Turgenev, and others. And he was reading very widely and deeply in secular studies, primarily through his mother's influence. He went to several traditional Polish gymnasia, that is like high schools, but it's a very wide curriculum. My own grandmother, she also went to one of these kinds of schools, but she went to one that had a very Zionist bent. But you know, you would come out of these high schools with a working knowledge of several languages, and not only several languages, several language families. Like, you know, it's understandable to have a couple of Romance languages and a couple of Slavic languages, but you know, they would come out of these places with 3 or 4 different language families represented. Very high level education. He attended the university, the Free Polish University of Warsaw, and later he went on to the University of Berlin. And in 1933, he completed his dissertation on the philosopher Hermann Cohen. Hermann Cohen, as you probably guessed, is a Jewish thinker. His thought is not specifically Jewish, but widely admired by Jews in the 19th century, primarily because he was a preeminent spokesperson for the Neo-Kantian movement. You'll recall way back at the beginning of this semester, I think we spoke about Immanuel Kant's influence on Jewish thought, his relationship with Moses Mendelssohn in particular. Kant created a kind of moral system that were independent of religious texts. In fact, one of his lesser-known but very influential works was, I think I remember the German title, the Religion Ingressus of Fürstentum. I memorized that because I love the way the sound sounds. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. And so there are many Jews who are looking to kind of create their identities in modern Europe, and they wanted that morality that was so in the Torah, but they wanted to find a way to anchor that morality to some philosophical system that did not require religious rites. That's what Kant provided them. Hermann Cohen was one of the Jews who really discovered it and expanded on it, and I think it's instructive that of the philosophers that Soloveitchik was attracted to was this Hermann Cohen, who is kind of the entree into the wider world of Enlightenment thought. Okay, pause for questions. Is there no questions? Emmanuel Kant? Fine. Emmanuel Kant. Okay, well, that's definitely something we should talk about later, the categorical imperative and stuff like that. And in fact, like many of these philosophers, he said, but when you really look at it carefully, doesn't it look like the perfectly rational religion? Geez, it looks a lot like German Lutheranism, doesn't it? You know, we should all be Protestant Christians because that's the way it works out. But that, another story. I don't want to take much time. Let's go further then, okay? All right. And it was at this time that he met his Rebbitzin, Tanya Levitt, who was also a rather brilliant student. She received her PhD in education from the University of Vienna. There's a picture of them when they were a little bit older. She predeceased him by some 30 years, but she was also a very heavy influence on his thought later on in his life. Let us move, though, to the more significant chapter of that most people associate with the 20th century. The 1920s was a period of tremendous exuberance and potential in Poland for Jews, but that came to an end by the end of that decade as the entire Eastern European region took a turn to the right. Country after country began to develop stronger integral nationalist movements, the most famous of which, of course, is the notorious Nazi Party of Germany, but every country began to develop that same kind of ideology. There was Germany for the Germans, Poland for the Poles, Romania for the Romanians, Latvia for the Latvians. It's on and on like this, and so Poland became a much less tolerant place for Jews. And Jews, I think, were a prime target because they were so concentrated in these urban areas. You could walk down main streets of Poland, there would be all these Hebrew and Yiddish signage everywhere, and Poles felt, especially these strong nationalist Poles, they felt that their capital cities had been invaded by so many nationalities. Ukrainians were also a popular target for them, and Jews as well. So they were steadily instituting more and more measures to try and restrict Jewish activity, freedom of movement, and so on. And one of the most notorious, at least in the academic environment, was the institution of the so-called ghetto benches, where Jews were allowed to register. There was a numerous colleges where only a certain number of Jews could take a place in university, but they were forced to sit at the back of every auditorium. They were not allowed to sit in the front rows. The Jews had to sit in the back and so on. Kind of like the Rosa Parks situation, but for Jews. I use that term ghetto benches when people ever ask if they want to audit my classes. I say, okay, fine, but nobody gets it, but I like it anyway. These kinds of restrictions just make Poland less and less tolerant a place, and those Jews who were prescient realized that things were looking very dark on the horizon. One of the Jews, for example, was the right-wing thinker Vladimir Jabotinsky, who actually quite accurately predicted something like the Holocaust in the 1930s, but he predicted it would not start in Germany. He thought that Poland would be the epicenter of hatred. At any rate, the Soloveitchik family found a way to move out of that inhospitable environment. Our protagonist's father, Mayer, was invited to serve as the head of faculty. They never actually used the term Rosh Yeshiva, but the head of faculty of the Rabbi Isaac Elkanah Theological Seminary in New York City, which would later in the 40s be renamed or be made part of the new university status, Yeshiva University. So the father was given this position, and in the late 20s, and a few years later, the young married couple made their way over to be with his father. This is a picture, by the way, of the northern campus of YU. I should mention, I meant to say this at the beginning of the lecture, I approached this subject in particular with considerable trepidation. First of all, I'm usually not afraid to speak without preparation. Those of you who've been here before know that happens all the time. But, I never really, in my own life, spent a lot of time working with the ideas of the Rav. I always found it very difficult. I did dip into the Learning Man of Faith a few times, but I never really could get through it. It was very hard to understand. And so he was always on the periphery of my thought. Of course, I'm aware of his work, but never really delved into it deeply. And here in this audience, there's so many people who met the Rav, who worked with the Rav, who knew him personally, and were deeply influenced by his thought and his philosophy that I'm a little afraid to speak. So if you've been watching this lecture for the last 20 minutes, you're expecting some really insights into the life of the Rav, forget I'm sure you'll waste your time this far. This is going to be very basic, biographical kind of approach, and I will use the expert to speak about the significance of his thought. But that said, I do have a personal connection with YU because my wife is a graduate of their social work school, and we spent a few memorable years living in New York City. We lived actually not too far from this building, the faculty housing, for a while. And I learned in their base Spanish, and I enjoyed it tremendously, met some fantastic people. But that's the extent of my personal connection to it. Washington Heights is a very frightening place to live once you move out of the little safe zone of Yeshiva University, and I have lots of adventures there too. But let's get off the personal. So he went to YU, but immediately after landing in the country, within a very short period of time, he made it here to Boston, where he would spend the rest of his life. He would commute to New York for his classes at YU when he later took a position there, but it is in Boston where he was really able to make his mark. He first accepted a rabbinic position there, but we should remember that Boston is, of course, famous as the intellectual capital of North America. New York is, in many ways, the capital of the world, but Boston, with Harvard, MIT, tremendous institutions of higher learning, is the place where a Soloveitchik really belongs. And he fit in there tremendously. One of the things that he is most famous for in Boston is the establishment of a remarkable Jewish day school, the first in New England, known as the Maimonides School. The name Maimonides is very significant because obviously Maimonides is one of the greatest thinkers of the Jewish people, but also extremely important to the Brisker Derech. Maimonides was also a highly, uncharacteristically, even among Jews, systematic thinker, and so Maimonides thought even when his opinions are rejected, they're subject to the same kind of sneering analysis of the Talmud that was characteristic of the Brisker. So it makes sense that this young PhD rabbi would spend time thinking about Maimonides and name a school after him, because Maimonides exemplified both the world of Talmudic learning and the world of secular knowledge. Maimonides being a very well-known medical doctor at the time, well-published, as it were, for the 12th century, and so that's what the school is named after. There was a lot of controversial elements in the Maimonides school, such as, for example, the gender-neutral study of the Talmud, with boys and girls studying the Talmud together in the same room. Just the idea of women studying Talmud separately was quite radical. We're talking about the 1930s, not the 1970s. But this is the kind of thing that Soloveitchik was very proud to be a bold thinker, and as he grew in prominence, his authority was such that few could challenge him. He also, though, was sensitive to the sort of traditional mindset of the yeshiva world. In fact, this was a major preoccupation of his thought, the kind of idealization of the traditional yeshiva world. And so when many refugees began coming to New York in the 1930s, especially after the Holocaust, he organized several different programs that were more geared to their sensibilities, various yeshiva movements, and so on. So Boston is where he began to make his mark. But he is associated with more than any other institution, Yeshiva University. He was appointed professor of Talmud in 1941 and also professor of philosophy at the graduate school. Now, we have to talk a little bit about what this institution is. I'm just going to ask my daughter, Elisa, can you give me another one of these, please? I'm finding myself a little thirsty. I must be because I'm nervous talking about the rum. Thank you so much. His father had unfortunately passed away, and he was Mamale Makom, filled his father's shoes, so to speak, by taking over his position. And note that it is, of course, a dual professorship, and also in two institutions, because Yeshiva University is precisely as the name sounds. It is a yeshiva. It has a branch, which is a traditional rabbinical seminary, modeled very much on the Lithuanian-style yeshiva, which is the quintessential model of Talmudic study. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And at the same time, it's also a university, which is really at the crux of the matter of who was the Rav and what did he stand for.
So I went inside and got my friend and colleague Joe to join me.
He lectured there for 40-odd years. He was hugely influential. Did not publish much until later in his life. He wrote quite a bit, but he was apparently hesitant to actually render it into printed form to be circulated. We'll talk about that more in a minute. But through these 4 decades of activity, he ordained approximately 2,000 American rabbis. And so his specific influence on American Orthodoxy was signal. It was extremely important because his worldview was stamped upon such a large number of highly influential communal leaders throughout this country. It's ironic. I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday that I was going to give this lecture, and he said to me an interesting thing. He said, if you look at the span of people who claim the Rav as their personal Rebbe, as their main teacher, they represent such a wide spectrum of ideas, from the extreme right wing, kind of black hat, we'll talk about the spectrum in a second, to much more liberal approaches, which are gender neutral, egalitarian, and they all find a home in the thought of the Rav. So it's very hard to kind of encapsulate what is it that you believe when you look at such a wide range of students. But it gives you an indication of simply how influential he was. So we have to get an idea of what is Yeshiva University and what is one core element of his philosophy. So to do that, let's do that first, and we'll come back to the public affairs. I'll go past this slide. This is out of order. So he is associated with a movement that is often called the modern orthodoxy. I apologize for those of you here for whom this will be extremely redundant, but we have a lot of people in Latvia who don't exactly know much about the Orthodox spectrum, so forgive me for a minute while I kind of lay this out. Orthodoxy, as you know, is not monolithic by any means. There is a huge range of ideas, beliefs, and practices that all go under the moniker Orthodox. So what exactly does it mean? So if we lay out a spectrum here, so-called denominational spectrum of American Jews, we can get a sense of what Orthodoxy is and what modern Orthodoxy is. If we take on the left, openness. So this arrow here points to increasing degrees of openness to society, willingness to engage in the wider world, whether it be through non-Jewish culture, through sporting events, through music, art, ideas, and how open are Jews to the larger trends of the human condition outside of the shtetl of Yiddishkeit, so to speak, outside of the small definition that we hold for our own community. If we put a spectrum that goes out this way to openness, and we put on the other side a spectrum that is insularity, to what degree do we regard the outside world as toxic, that these things are going to pollute our pure ideologies, they're going to influence us to pursue acts of activity that are contradictory to our core values. So if we have this kind of left-right spectrum, what we'll find is on the right wing here, we'll have the so-called Eschatology. It's a Hebrew term, Israeli term meaning the tremblers, those who tremble at the word of God, a verse taken from the book of Isaiah. Sometimes in English they're referred to as the ultra-Orthodox. And you can often recognize them by certain costumes, certain types of headgear, what a friend of mine likes to call Yarmul culture. I always thought that was funny, but no one else laughed at it. Sometimes they're called yeshivish because they tend to be associated with the traditional yeshiva world, or Hasidic. They tend to be over here. Chabad, by the way, does not conform to any of this. They're totally different. Well, we'll get to them maybe another one. Then if we look on the other end of the spectrum, here where you have Reform views, which are perhaps the most open of all movements. You know, in a joking way, people say we're not talking about 10 commandments, we're talking about the 10 suggestions. But I'm going, okay, it's just not working. But Reform is much more open to the idea of, you know, embracing the totality of human experience and every expression and so on. That's quite different from the insular Hasidic movement. But we have to push the conservative movement somewhere over here, you know, definitely towards the open end of the spectrum, but not nearly as much as Reform. And then, but the problem is there's a barrier, there's a big leap between everything that's over here and over here. And that is this idea of the 613 commandments. One of the major ideological separators between the Orthodox as a whole and the non-Orthodox is this concept of Torah Sinai. Does the Torah come from God in the form that we have it now? And very important implication, are all of the traditional commandments binding? Or do we say, oh, this particular commandment is not human in origin, it's not divine in origin, I'm sorry, it's human in origin, it's no longer relevant. You know, we do say that there's some things are related to particular circumstances, but a lot of the commandments are related to the practices in the temple. The temple is no longer standing, so those commandments are no longer practiced. But it's not that they are abandoned, they're simply no longer applicable until the temple is recreated, so to speak. They're simply, you know, existentially impossible. Like, for example, you know, the prohibition against homosexuality is very difficult to find in a society that is going very permissive of homosexual behavior. You know, the Orthodox have a very difficult time saying, well, this is no longer applicable, whereas in the conservative Reform movement, it is easier, and I'm not going to generalize about it, but it's easier to say, well, this is a, you know, an expression of a particular time and age in a human document and so on. If you accept that all of the commandments are binding, then you will likely be in the Orthodox camp. Regardless of how well you observe them, you will be in the Orthodox camp. If you don't necessarily accept that number 613 as binding, then you're probably going to find yourself in this camp. The modern Orthodox world is right about here. So they are just on the right side of the 613 barrier, but their sense of openness is the furthest left that's possible within that spectrum. So in other words, they're still within the ideological patterns and purview of traditional Judaism, believing that all the commandments are binding, but they are not afraid of, you know, engaging in modern culture, politics, art, and so on. That's kind of like a very quick and dirty view of how the denominational spectrum works. Modern Orthodoxy is sometimes called, as one of the heads of Yeshiva University called it, centrist Orthodoxy, because it is more or less in the center of that spectrum. Well, anyway, it's one of the most moderate approaches, and the middle is the easiest to attack because there are extremes on either side. That would be true. Okay. Any questions or arguments about this very sketchy approach to the denominational? It makes perfect sense. Okay, great. So let's fine. So now, that's where modern Orthodoxy. Traditional? Traditional is kind of an interesting word. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I've usually heard applied to Jews who, you know, well, actually, no, let's pick it up, because one of the most interesting terms that's circulating in the among the cognoscenti now is this term open orthodoxy, or the related term social orthodoxy. So open orthodoxy is a kind of an orthodoxy that wants to get right to the very edge of this line. and still try and like see through the lattice work to the other side. And they're associated with a lot of interesting movements like the ordination of women as rabbis, for example. So that's the open orthodoxy is kind of like pushing that barrier even further to the left. Social orthodoxy is a fascinating term that refers to Jews who observe the patterns of Orthodox life, the lifestyle, the diet, and so on, but they don't really believe that any of it is actually valid. They do it because they like their friends, they like the gatherings, they just kind of, that's just what we do. We are Jedi, as the Wall Street article or New York Times article said about it. That's what Jedis do, like some Star Wars references. And they don't necessarily buy it, but it's fun, so they do it. And you wonder how large a phenomenon that is, worthy of further consideration. But that's not modern orthodoxy. Modern orthodoxy is, it's a shita, it's a learned opinion saying that we value traditional Judaism and its mores. We also value secular culture, and we find that there is a place where both of these can coexist to some level. Yes, Rabbi. Flexodosy. I like that. I like that flexodosy. Dati life, right. Conservadox, right? Well, the Conservadox sort of makes sense because that's kind of like crossing the border there. Anyways, that's fine. Let's go straight to that now. Where does this ideology come from? So, the basic intellectual roots of modern orthodoxy can be traced most prominently to Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who we spoke about last year. It's very, very important 19th century thinker who felt that the way modern Europe was headed, it was impossible for Jews to try and retain the closed mentality that was endemic of, let's say, northern Hungary or parts of Poland. The idea that Jews would soon be politically emancipated, the idea and the reality that Jews were slowly being admitted to universities, to active in Gustav Mahler and the symphony and so on, and they're finding all kinds of new advances. Hirsch felt that the horses are already escaping the barn. They try to close the door, they're never going to be able to come in. So what we have to do is, this is such a weird metaphor. What he tried to do is he said, look, we have to find a way that Jews can access modernity without totally abandoning Judaism. They should not feel it is an either-or choice. We can exist in the modern world, and we can be traditional Jews at the same time. And so he advocated a very careful look at what is Judaism and a pruning of those accretions of behavior that are not grounded in the sources, but are simply like things that Jews do, and to see what could be jettisoned without sacrificing core values and what had to be retained. And so he articulated an identity for Jews that sort of traverse that narrow bridge between outright assimilation and outright rejection of identity to create a kind of Jewish identity that was viable. And that has kind of like gone through the stages to develop into modern orthodoxy. The Hebrew term that he's often associated with is this phrase from Pirkei Avot, from the chapters of the Fathers that read, Yasha Talmud Torah Derech Eretz. Beautiful is the study of Torah with, quote-unquote, the way of the world. Now that phrase, Derech Eretz, can mean, in different contexts, common courtesy. It can mean making a living. It can mean making love. It has all kinds of different connotations and contexts, but he took it for its literal meaning. It's beautiful to learn Torah and be in the way of the whole world, meaning appreciate German culture, art, society, music, and so on. And this was the origin of what was called Neo-Orthodoxy, New Orthodoxy, later evolving to monotheism.
Even at one point, testifying against Oppenheimer, when the man many considered a hero was being subject to a security clearance investigation in the 1950s. All that told me was that science...
There's a very, very close relationship between the conservative movement in general used to be much further to the right. Chester's day was almost, impossible to really see the difference between a conservative, a traditional conservative synagogue and an Orthodox synagogue at the turn of the century. There are even discussions of a potential merger in the first 2 decades of the 20th century.
And enjoy some sunlight and fresh air. I enjoy the nice break from the artificial light, the stale air.
America is sui generis, and there is a special impetus to participate in this war as much as possible.
One article I read characterized Los Alamos as the Ivy League, all tweeds and ties, all that runs the counterculture. If not hippies, then at least rule breakers and risk takers. In a way, I identify with
yeah, that's a funny question, actually. One of your sisters who shall remain nameless, I probably should say this on the check, but she tried out a dating service. Now, Latvians don't get excited, but she tried out this online dating service called YU Connect, which comes from Yeshiva University, right? And you can meet guys who might be appropriate to marry. And the questionnaire to join is hilarious. She asked me questions. What do I think here? What do I do there? And then the question about, defining atheism, they have about 15 different categories. It's hilarious. This spectrum is broken down to so many different. I think she decided that she liked, what did she say? She called herself modern Mohammedan, which means modern Orthodox but strict. Right? Like, she dresses in a certain way. Right, the modern Orthodox Mohammedan, the strict version. And they have so many different shadings of identity. Yeah. Your last question. A little bit later, they ask for actual behavioral markers. Like, do you go to movies, do you watch television, do you whatever, and that goes into well. By the way, I tell you, fascinating studies. You remind me. I recently heard of research done at YU by a professor that we just hired here at Carroll College. She was a graduate student. She studied the relationship of religiosity to academic irregularity, cheating. Like, if you were religious, were you more or less likely to cheat? Okay, so this is what she found. Fascinating. I'm just summarizing quickly, but we have to go on. But she found that religious students, those who reported religious values, were less likely to cheat, not surprising, in their first semester. In the second semester, there seems to be no correlation between religious values and cheating. It was more highly correlated with the atmosphere of the school, right? That they feel that cheating was tolerated. The other fascinating thing that she discovered was she measured religiosity in 2 ways. One was a self-reporting, yes, I am religious, yes, I believe in God, yes, I do these things. And she also measured things like, do you light Sabbath candles every week? Do you attend synagogue 3 times a day? Do you, she actually measured if they walk the walk. There she noted that there was no correlation between the ones who said they were religious and, they just dropped off the panel. It meant nothing to them. I should say that. They cheated just as much as everybody else in the second semester. But the Jews who reported actual religious behavior, it took them several semesters to start cheating. Right? So in other words, if you actually walk the walk, that's what counts. Talking the talk means almost nothing, but if you actually do things, then it actually makes you much more likely to remain honest. Okay, so let's go back on. Rabbi Hirsch gets his philosophy of Torah and Derek Harris. Now, that's the usual understanding of Yeshiva University kind of flowing from its intellectual origin. On many occasions, however, Rav Soloveitchik was asked about this, and he disagreed. He had a different personal take on it, which may not have resonated with his students as well. But he felt that rather than creating a synthesis, he felt that it should be a symbiosis. He felt that you could have a kind of a bifurcated personality where on one hand, you're completely engaged in Torah the whole time, all Torah all the time, and at the same time, you could also be completely engaged in secular studies with no boundaries whatsoever. As he did, right? I mean, he's an exceptional individual, but he felt that you could absolutely totally participate in secular society, yes, degree nothing was off limits, and at the same time, you could also be a complete Talmid Chacham, a Torah scholar simultaneously. It's a very tall order to fulfill, but nevertheless, that's how he personally designed it. He also liked the way that the YU was actually structured, because on the one hand, they had a completely separate institution, which was the Rabbinical Seminary, which was a male-only traditional Rabbinical seminary that produced rabbis. And at the same time, it also had a university, which I know from my wife's experience doing her master's degree there, was really a top-notch, research-oriented secular university with traditional secular values that are, typical of the university world. Okay, let's go back to the one that I skipped over. Right. Torah Umada is the kind of slogan of the school. It means Torah and sort of secular knowledge. Umada is fascinating. He might be associated with specifically. In public affairs, also very important leader. In 1953, he was the head of the Halakha Commission of the Rabbinical Council of America, and he was perhaps most known for his rather strong stance, not typical for the era, on a traditional Orthodox seating pattern. He very much went against the trend. Many Orthodox synagogues have done away with the mechitza, the separation between men and women during prayer. He maintained a very, very strict position on this and advocated all kinds of harsh censure against rabbis who were produced by Yeshiva University, who were forced by their congregations to compromise. He said, absolutely, we have to maintain that kind of thing. But at the same time, even while he was very strict with regards to these kinds of doctrinal issues, he was much more in favor of associating with conservative and reform movements on an organizational level, which set him apart and often under heavy criticism from the right wing, who felt that any kind of formal association with conservative and reform rabbis would lend legitimacy to these movements that the right-wing Orthodox felt were completely illegitimate and were taking people away from Torah study. Similarly, he was a strong supporter of interfaith dialogue with Christians, and his most famous writing, The Lonely Man of Faith, was actually delivered to a Christian college as a special address there. And he had some early association with the right wing. He was actually the part of the Council of Torah Sages when it was established in 1941. But after World War II, the movement kind of moved in a direction separate from Jewish ideology, and they went their separate ways. He remained very staunchly associated with religious Zionism, however, in the Mizrahi movement, where he was the honorary president. In fact, he was actually considered for the chief rabbi of Israel several times. He declined several times, although he did apply in 1935 to the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv and was not able to actually get that position, ironically. Okay, let me jump ahead to where we were supposed to be. We got to go through all this stuff again. It's a late night when we start late. Okay, now, so the controversy associated was quite significant. The Orthodox right wing felt that he was too infatuated with modernity to be taken seriously. Despite the Soloveitchik name, despite his incredible and undisputed brilliance, they felt that his love affair with secular culture was intolerable, and therefore he was excoriated by the right wing. One area in particular that was kind of like a flashpoint in the controversy over him was the organization known as the Synagogue Council of America, which was a formal institution that had membership from all denominations of various Jewish streams. The right wing had all united pretty strongly behind a ban on participation in this kind of communal involvement, but the Rabbi felt that it was worthwhile and nevertheless maintained his membership in the movement. He did justify his opposition to the mainstream primarily because he made a distinction between what he considered very internal concerns and external concerns. The internal concerns were things like whether or not you have a pizza in a synagogue. That for sure he was willing to lay down on the track for. But on the other hand, when there is an external threat, such as Soviet jewelry not being released, things like that, then he felt that Jews should present a united front. And so in those areas, he felt that it was appropriate to participate, and in fact, he maintained his membership there. However, the large bulk of Orthodox Jewry, or right wing in particular, moved away from him on that position. At the same time, the Orthodox, very left wing, and the non-Orthodox felt that he was too strict about halakha because he was really, quite, attached to traditional halakha coding in so many different ways. So his insistence on the mechitza, as an example that we tend to again and again, is something that made him distinctly unpopular on the left wing. That's primarily because he occupied that middle position that gives him two flanks to be criticized. It's much easier to be a radical than he can only be criticized from one flank, but he was criticized from both flanks. His major publications, there are two in particular that I'll just touch on right now because we are running a little bit late. They were actually both written in the same era. He wrote them in 1944, but did not allow them to be published for many years later. The first one was known as Halakhic Man, Ish HaHalakha, which was, it's an interesting work. On the one hand, it is kind of like a tribute, a commemoration, written in the depths of the Holocaust to the yeshiva world that once existed in New York. It's kind of like a family memoir because of all the names of the yeshiva world, so the basic stands about them all. But he describes the beauty of the Lithuanian Talmudic tradition. And his emphasis was on the incredible religious and unusual religious experience of the submission to the intellectual exercise of determining the halakha and then binding oneself to it. The halakha, of course, means the law, the Jewish law as determined by the Talmud. The process of analyzing the Talmud, getting to the bottom line, and then once you know what the bottom line is, completely giving yourself over to it. He described that as an unusual act of religious ecstasy. He referred to it, actually one of his students referred to it as the symbiosis of the homo religiosus, meaning the man or human being as a religious agent, and a scientist, because the application of scientific methodology or scientific methodology like thinking to traditional Talmudic studies. It's a fascinating insight into it. He also expanded on this a little bit with the halakhic mind a little later. The second major work is The Lonely Man of Faith, which is what I've looked into a couple times and I always find difficult to get past the first chapter. But it is heavily existentialist thinking. He first spoke about it in the 1960s. I'm not sure, maybe I misspoke. I'm not sure if he wrote this in the 1940s. But this is kind of like a deeply existential meditation on the fundamental loneliness of the human condition, the inescapable gap, the unbridgeable gap that exists between human beings that can only be partially assuaged by religion and by divine intervention. And through the engagement in intellectual activities such as the study of the Talmud, you can slowly develop a loss of alienation, a feeble or connection with another human being, and ultimately into a community. That's a paraphrase based on someone who hasn't read the entire book. So check Wikipedia, you'll probably have a much better account of it than I just gave you. His legacy is deeply profound. His legacy, of course, is felt in the institution that supports this class. The institution Young Israel is definitely very much an outgrowth of the Rabbi's philosophy. And so many other movements were highly influenced by the thousands of leaders that he and his school produced. On a more personal level, you can see his legacy in his family, where they are certainly worthy bearers of the Torah basic name. He had 3 children. His daughter, Atara, went on to head the Maimonides school. You'll forgive me for the typo up there, I'm sorry. And her husband was Rabbi Isidor Tursky, a Hasidic rabbi, the Talmud Rebbe, and also a professor of philosophy at Harvard University. Very unusual kind of individual, but that's the kind of person you would expect to marry into the Torah basic family. His daughter Tova earned a doctorate, went on to teach at Bar Ilan, and also married a very important contemporary Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Dr. Aaron Lichtenstein. And finally, his youngest son, Rabbi Dr. Chaim Soloveitchik, became a professor of Jewish history, extremely influential thinker. I myself have enjoyed so much of his work as well. So with that, I thank you very much for your patience, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
What I was told is that you and a lot of other people here will be working with, and here she used her fingers to form quotation marks, exotic materials. What those are specifically, I haven't been told. Do you know if there have been any serious consequences of that exposure? Can't say. This time her tone rose only slightly at the end, as if she were questioning whether or not she was asking a question. For my part, I was very concerned. This was a high-tech lab after all, so who knew what kinds of materials I might be working with? Better safe than sorry. After she'd done the pricking of the various areas, she returned with a small plastic container, the kind that hospitals often use to place a patient's medications in. A faint yellowish liquid was inside, just a couple of ounces, I estimated. Can you drink this? She held it out to me while she made some notes on her chart. I took the cup and brought it toward my mouth. I immediately thought of the household cleaner pine salt. I drank it down and felt my eyes tear up briefly. What was that? I asked. Not so bad, was it? She asked. Just another part of the testing. She snapped the plastic case shut and said, We're all through here. Good luck with your work. And again, please be sure to monitor those test sites. And if you notice anything unusual, let us know through your supervisor. The nurse handed me my shirt, and while I put it on, she went out into the anteroom. By the time I'd finished dressing and got out there, she was gone. Dennis was nowhere to be seen either. I stood in the hallway for a few moments, thinking about the allergy test and what it might mean for my future employment. I was still waiting for the majestic clearance needed to become a full-time employee. I had no reason to doubt that I'd receive it, but I also knew that wheels often turned very slowly in these matters. I was accustomed to hard work, having multiple responsibilities, but still it would have been far more desirable to be able to shut down the photo business entirely, selling it off, and resume a more normal kind of 9-to-5 existence. A part of me really enjoyed the less structured schedule that my involvement in photo processing afforded me, but of course, that came with certain trade-offs. Tracy and I were doing fine financially, but having to make myself available on an on-call basis for EG&G, and in essence for the photo business, could wreak havoc with a social life and our personal schedule. I knew that it was going to be temporary, but how temporary that was going to be was difficult to say. I knew that stress played a role in how our immune systems operated and responded to pathogens. Would my current mental and emotional state have an effect on the grid of substances that had been introduced into my forearm? I didn't have a long time to reflect on the matter. I don't know how I missed seeing him at first, but Dennis was just down the hallway from me. This way, Bob. Dennis rarely used my name in our conversations, and for as common as my name is, and for as many times as I heard other people use it, it sounded strange coming out of his mouth. I followed Dennis as he entered another unmarked door into another small room, this one even less spacious than the one where I'd been issued my ID keycard. Dennis gestured toward a small office desk, a metal-framed affair with a cheap wood laminate finish. On the desk sat a stack of blue file folders. I took the seat behind the desk and noticed that the folders were blank. That is, there were no labels on the folders themselves to identify EG&G. Dennis stood just inside the closed door and said, It's important that we get you caught up as quickly as possible about where we've been and the direction the project is going in. Given your present clearance level, these briefings should give you the background information you need. Obviously, this is all confidential information. Once your clearance is upgraded, you'll learn more. He paused and thrust back the cuff of his suit jacket and shirt to consult his watch. I have a number of other tasks to attend to. Do your reading here, and when I'm done with those other matters, I'll come and get you. questions? He barely paused before saying, "Good, I'll be back." The stack of folders was nearly a foot high. They were of various thicknesses, not containing any more than what seemed a dozen pages. I figured it best to begin at the top and work my way down. I opened the first folder that was labeled Overview. The title page had nothing more on it than the words Project Galileo. The prose was typical government plain speak, a kind of just the facts sparseness that suited me, especially given the stack of materials I was to read, and having no indication at all from Dennis when he might return. The short first paragraph would have pleased me, except for the inclusion of one word, extraterrestrial. It explained that the purpose of the program was to back engineer, the process by which you take knowledge or information from anything man-made and reproduce it, or produce anything based on the extracted information, a propulsion system of an extraterrestrial craft. The power and propulsion systems of the craft were of the highest priority. For a second, I stopped reading and considered just what was meant by extraterrestrial. One thought I had was that EG&G, or whoever had authored this overview, and whoever had approved it for distribution, was being either very precise or very loose with their use of language. Something that is considered to be extraterrestrial means that it is of or originates from outside the Earth or its atmosphere. Maybe, in the language employed at EG&G and out here in Groom Lake, the experimental craft they are presumably working on get referred to that way, since traditional nomenclature, a plane, a jet, or names for other land-based vehicles didn't quite fit with the scope of the craft's capabilities or intent. I knew how many scientists thought, and if this was something that a scientist or engineer had written, and it was intended as an in-house document, then the use of a potentially loaded word like that wouldn't be so odd. On the other hand, I thought that maybe this whole document was another form of a test. I was still, in a sense, on trial with the organization. I'd been subjected to all those other questionnaires that dealt with personality and temperament, and maybe this was just a part of that larger assessment. Was I someone who would get frustrated or annoyed by references that were seemingly off-topic? Would I be willing to wade through information or data that was seemingly irrelevant or confusing, not be able to plow ahead or keep an open mind? I decided to do precisely what I thought they wanted me to do, to keep reading and not form any judgments until I had the bigger picture formed in my mind. As I read on, a few other things became clear. Though no dates were given, it was clear to me that the project was not in its infancy. Some references were made to past attempts to understand the nature of the power and propulsion system. Several attempts had been made to reproduce the kind of system that had come into their hands, but with no success. Given what I knew of back engineering, it often involves disassembling something and analyzing its components and workings in detail. Any kind of propulsion system is likely to be highly complex, and the disassembly and production or fabrication of new components could take a considerable amount of time. I next read that a previous attempt to dismantle one of the existent propulsion systems had resulted in an accidental explosion. The document didn't go into much detail about that incident, but I also knew that any time there was an accident like that, there would be a period of time when the work was halted, an investigation initiated, and only after a review process of the procedures, something that could have taken place in months or perhaps years, work would then commence. Reading a bit more made it clear to me that something like the process I'd imagined had taken place. The last bit of the overview dealt with the present reality. They were going to de-emphasize the dismantling efforts and focus instead on other kinds of analyses to determine how it functioned. What those types of analyses were to be wasn't specified, but one other thing was made clear as a priority. It was a bit presumptuous of me to include my not yet fully cleared self in this, or to duplicate this technology using existing materials and not utilizing what the briefing referred to as exotic materials. None of what I read set off any alarm bells. I was pleased opportunities to read about the nature of the work, it would be a real challenge to take on the task that was set before me. What types of analyses could we devise to understand the nature and function of a propulsion system without having the ability to dismantle the existing and presumably functioning system? After all, in my mind, the word analyze means to break down into component parts to see how they interrelate. When you're working with a physical object, or a set of physical objects in the case of a propulsion system, not having the capability, or in this case the task, of seeing how those component parts all fit together was like working with one hand tied behind your back. We'd have to devise new approaches, and I wondered then if that was why I'd been hired. Frequently, when a team is at a sticking point, it helps to bring in someone new who hasn't been through other parts of the process. I could look at things with a fresh set of eyes and none of the preconceptions, or at least a different set of them, from the other scientist who's already at work. Still, as I returned the pages to the folder, the one question that kept coming back to my mind was what the hell these guys were up to. Was this just a test of my temperament and suitability to work in this environment? Or was this reverse engineering of an extraterrestrial propulsion system a real work assignment? The last sections of the overview also cast some shadows of doubt on the whole enterprise and made me think this had to be a kind of screening mechanism. If you could put up with this kind of disinformation, then let's see how you feel about working under these restrictive conditions. Project Galileo was comprised of a number of divisions: the power and propulsion team, and those that dealt with navigation, control, metallurgy, and other component elements of a flying craft. These groups were not to work in concert, as you might expect, but were to be segregated. Not only wouldn't they work together, they were not to share information with one another. No communication between the work groups was allowed. If we had questions that we thought needed to be answered, we weren't to go to any other team members directly. A clear chain of command was in place, and it was a condition of our employment that we not share information with anyone other than our work partner. Failure to adhere to the security rules was ground for immediate dismissal and potential prosecution. Interestingly, some of the other briefings dealt with the other teams. Project Looking Glass dealt with the materials side of the craft, and Project Sidekick was exploring the possibilities of the craft's weaponization, but only in the most generic of ways. For example, I learned that the bulk of the craft was manufactured from the same material. Tests had shown that it was not metallic in origin, nor was it ceramic. That intrigued me. Think of your car and how many different materials are used to produce its various components: aluminum, steel, glass, rubber, various plastics. And here was an object that was claimed to be made of a single material? I can't claim to be completely logical. I was a trained scientist, and I was supposed to look at things with as much objectivity as possible. I found myself veering between 2 points: rejecting what I was reading out of hand as an attempt to use a fictional scenario to determine my suitability for some highly confidential project, and being caught up in the excitement of being exposed to new ideas that would test the limits of my understanding of the nature of things here on Earth. Or maybe the test was even simpler. They presented this scenario to me to see if I was going to share it with anyone. They could do all kinds of background checks, but the surest way to see if I was capable of keeping information confidential was to provide me with a story and see if I kept it to myself. I briefly scanned the room, wondering if I was under surveillance in there, and if my eye rolling at some of what had been revealed to me might determine the fate of my employment. For a few moments, I considered the possibility that this craft, or maybe a better term was this technology, came from somewhere other than the United States. We were still dealing with the effects of the Cold War, and perhaps we'd managed to gain control of some Soviet technology. Whether we had stolen it, had someone present it to us, or in some other way gained possession of it, didn't really matter. What did matter was that we had it, apparently didn't really understand fully how it worked, and it was to be my job to determine how it functioned and how we could reproduce it. I this was an even more worthwhile task. Maybe this technology would prove to be the key to what seemed to be the dominant and ominous political philosophy of the day: mutually assured destruction. Even in hindsight, it is difficult to come up with a coherent explanation of my thoughts and feelings at the time I was reading those documents. I can say this with real clarity, however: I was thoroughly engaged in the reading, not by its language, but by what it offered as a possibility to utilize my interests and abilities. If this was all a game, a way to determine if I was cut out for the work, then how could I strategize and make the right moves to get to the end point, to be hired full-time by EG&G? If what I was reading were true, that there was some extraterrestrial craft that we had in our possession, then I'd have to manage to accommodate a fundamental shift in my thinking, recalibrate, and proceed to the task at hand. In either case, it was all about the job in that moment. And for now, the task that was at hand in the immediate was to read more of the briefings. I picked up a folder marked Biology. As I scanned the first page, I was again torn in several different directions emotionally and mentally. The file identified the place from which the extraterrestrial craft originated. It stated that the craft came from the planet Zeta Reticuli star system. I wasn't familiar with the name, but the briefing went on to add that the constellation was located some 39 billion light years from Earth. It was only visible from Earth from positions in the southern hemisphere. The most obvious question was, how could that craft have gotten here? Even if we could travel at the speed of light, approximately 186,000 miles per second, or 671 million miles per hour, that meant it would take 30 years to get there. That's a ridiculously long period of time, even at that great speed, and an unfathomably long period of time based on 1981 technology, and the fastest we could then travel through space. I couldn't even begin to imagine how much fuel would be needed to propel a vehicle that far, how life support systems could function and replenish, how food supplies could be sufficient, and all the rest. It just boggled my mind. Those questions paled in comparison to the considerations that came to mind when I turned a few more pages in the file. I got to a pair of black and white photographs reproduced on regular copy or printer paper. One was a relative close-up of a humanoid organism. The photo encompassed what seemed to be the torso. No head was visible, and nothing below what appeared to be the midline or waist. I could see just the stump of where a human arm would project from the torso. The rest of that limb was out of the frame. The same was true of the lower extremities. I could see just the suggestion of a pair of legs, a protrusion roughly where you'd find the hip bone of a human, more specifically, the crest of the ilium, rising from the gray-white skin. What most distinguished the photo was the classic T-shaped incision that ran nearly the entire vertical length of the trunk, with a far shorter horizontal line at the top of that major cut line. The skin had been pulled back, revealing, if the subject had been human or an animal, a series of specific organs of respiration and digestion: lungs, heart, kidney, liver, bladder, etc. Instead, what I saw was an undifferentiated mass of tissue that filled the majority of that cavity. The second photo was much the same as the first, but it was smaller, and in the white space that surrounded the photo on the page, it appeared as if several different people had added their notes. These annotations were in different handwriting, but they mostly expressed the same sentiment: how unusual it was to see this large central mass, and speculations about how it might function to perform the various specialized tasks that our human organs do. For some reason, the inclusion of those notes from others really got my head spinning at a greater rate than before. Why would they, and to this point I had no clear understanding of who they were, include those notes in their briefing materials? What was the point of that? I can see now that this seems like a minor question compared to the bigger issues these photographs and the information about Zeta Reticuli engendered. I was so wrapped up in what I was reading, so overcome with a kind of information overload that my mind fixated on a point independent of my own will. Maybe subconsciously, my brain kicked into fight or flight mode. It sensed that this information could have done me some kind of harm, confused me to the point where I was in danger of losing touch with what I understood to be reality. I knew that from the time I opened the pages of that first folder to viewing those photographs and reading the brief account of the planet from which the craft originated, I'd experienced something that had happened to me many times before. The passage of time hadn't been a part of my conscious awareness. I could have been reading for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I was so wrapped up in what I was reading that time had become irrelevant. I know that comparing the human brain to a computer and its operating system is a gross oversimplification, but the only way that I can think of to describe the state I was in is to say that downloaded, and I was in the process of formulating a vast number of questions. Because I was still acquiring more data and wanted to, I didn't have the time to pose all of those questions to myself. They were being stored and queued up. Who I would ask and what the answers might be wasn't something I knew as I sat there trying to assimilate all that I was reading into a coherent whole. I was failing miserably at that task, but was hopeful that at some point I'd be able to put all those pieces together. Chapter 3. Something caught my eye, and I looked up from reading. Through the door's small rectangular window spider-webbed with wire, I caught a brief glimpse of someone out in the hallway. A few seconds later, I heard the electromagnetic sounds of the door's latch being released. "You can leave those there. There's someone I'd like you to meet," Dennis said from the doorway. He edged into the room, and a uniformed security guard slipped past him. He bundled up the files and strode off. He didn't make any attempt to count them or inspect them, and that made me wonder again if I had been observed the whole time I was in that room. "Follow me," Dennis said. I did as instructed. We stopped in front of a door just a few spots down from where I'd been reading the briefing papers. Dennis carted us in, and before we could enter, a security guard exited the room. Once inside, I could see that we had entered a laboratory. A man was seated on a stool at a long workstation. When he saw us, he smiled broadly and walked toward us. Dennis made the introductions, letting me know that my work partner was named Barry Castillo. He was an inch or so shorter than I, thin, and with an olive complexion and a shock of brown, curly hair that he had the habit of running his fingers through whenever he spoke. Other than each of us saying, "Pleased to meet you," we were silent until Dennis left the room. His parting remarks were simple and straightforward. "Barry will bring you up to speed. This is Propulsion Lab, and you'll be spending most of your time here. He'll advise you on what your task assignment is, the goal that you're expected to achieve. I'll leave it to you gentlemen to get started. I'll see you both later on this morning." As soon as Dennis left us alone, Barry eyed me and said, his eyes sparkling, "You're not one of them, are you?" "I don't think so," I said. "Military, I mean." He shook his head and waved both hands in front of him. "Forget that. I can tell. I mean, no disrespect. It's just that I can tell that well, you're normal." I laughed softly. "I was thinking the same thing about you. As soon as Dennis let me in here and I saw you, I was like, my God, somebody I can actually have a conversation with." "I know what you mean." Barry grabbed my biceps and said, "You've got to see this stuff." I had that laundry list of questions I wanted to ask him about the briefings, but Barry's enthusiasm was so infectious that I let him lead me to his workstation. Sitting about 15 feet from his high stool was a cylinder about the size and shape of a household garbage can. It was pewter in color, and both from a distance and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have no seams, no welds, no fasteners, no sharp edges, no marks on it at all. I saw nothing that hinted at how it had been manufactured. It didn't appear to have been cast, machined, molded, formed or joined. This is one of the emitters, Barry said to me. What does it emit? I asked, setting aside again the dozens and dozens of other questions about what I'd just read. I'll show you in a second, Barry said, sounding very much like an excited teen wanting to show off all the components of a stereo system before letting the music blast away. On the desk surface of Barry's workstation sat a half sphere of the same color and material. It was roughly the size of a basketball and sat on a 1-inch plate, again of the same composition as the other two pieces, or so I surmised, based on a quick look at it. This is the reactor. Barry lifted the half sphere and exposed a small tower-shaped object inside. It was approximately 6 inches tall, and, as was true of everything Barry showed me, seemed to have been wholly formed through no process that I'd ever seen or read about. Sitting atop the tower was a cap. Like all the other surfaces, it had a rounded or radius corner instead of a 90-degree edge. Harry retrieved a small triangle-shaped disc from a metal box and placed it in the top of the tower. He replaced the cap, put the half sphere back on the base, and stepped over to the emitter. He pushed it a few feet toward the reactor. Watch this, Barry said. He extended his arm toward the half sphere, but before his arm could reach its full extension, his hand moved back toward his upper body. He looked at me expectantly, and I felt bad that I didn't share his enthusiasm in that moment. It simply looked like he just extended his arm as if to shake someone's hand, and then withdrew it. Better yet, Barry said, stepping to the side. Feel this. I stood in front of the reactor and did as Barry had done. When my hand got within approximately 8 or 9 inches of the devices, I felt myself being pushed back by some unseen force. If you've ever had the use of two fairly powerful magnets and put them so that two of the poles are placed near one another to produce a repelling effect, that was very much like what I felt. Anti-gravity, Barry said. Can you believe it? I read about that in the briefings, I said as I continued to test the fields being produced. I skimmed over that portion, figuring it was part of some joke or something else. I don't know what. My voice trailed off. Like anybody who was interested in science and who grew up in the era that I did in the 1960s, anti-gravity was a concept with which I was familiar from watching science fiction shows on television or in films. And for the most part, that was where the notion of the existence of anti-gravity resided. Every school kid learned about Sir Isaac Newton and his discovery of gravity, one of the 4 fundamental forces at work in the universe. The other 3 are electromagnetism and the strong and weak nuclear forces. According to Newton, gravity was an external force transmitted by some unknown means. Anti-gravity, as its name implies, is the opposite of gravity, a hypothetical force by which a body of positive mass would repel a body of negative mass. The key word there is, of course, hypothetical. No one had been able to prove that it actually existed. When Einstein came along with his theory of general relativity, gravity was not considered to be a force, but a result of the geometry of space-time. Simply put, that theory offered no real hope that anti-gravity existed. Quantum physicists postulate that gravitons exist as a subatomic particle. These are massless elementary particles that transmit the force of gravity. How they could be created or destroyed is not yet clear. We tend to think in terms of opposing binaries, light and dark, long and short, and so on. So it seems logical to us that if gravity exists, its opposite must as well. That's why going back as far as H.G. Wells and his book The First Men in the Moon, published in 1901, we humans imagined a substance or a process by which gravity could be blocked or controlled. Wells called it cavorite. He linked the idea to propulsion as well. He wasn't alone, and prior to his writing, Scientists like Nikola Tesla, Thomas Townsend Brown, John Worrell Keeley, and others all worked on ways to control gravity, to harness the power of anti-gravity. If that demonstration wasn't enough, Barry next went to a drawer and produced a golf ball. He wagged his eyebrows at me and stood several yards from the bench on which the devices sat. "Heads up," he said. He tossed the golf ball underhanded into the anti-gravity field being produced. The golf ball arced as it approached the field, and then, once it entered into it, shot violently upward into the ceiling. "Holy shit," I said. We were like two kids monkeying around while our parents were away. The ball had hit the acoustical tile in the suspended ceiling of the lab. Bits of the tile and a fine spray of dust fell and settled on the workstations and the floor. "We better clean that up," I said. "Isn't that so cool?" Barry said. "It's amazing." I was still having trouble wrapping my head around what I just read and then seen demonstrated. As before, my brain focused on something more concrete, more of the present. "Do you have a dustpan? A broom?" This was really my first day on the job, and the last thing I wanted was to get in trouble for breaking something or creating a mess in the lab. Funny how the mind works. We spent the next couple of minutes with me sweeping up using a file folder as a broom and another as a dustpan. Barry took the half sphere off the plate and removed the fuel disk. It was showtime again. Barry reinstalled the fuel disk. He retrieved a candle from his desk drawer. He held it in the mouth of the emitter, and using a striker, he lit the candle. At first it burned normally. Then, as he pulled the emitter closer to the reactor, and presumably focused the gravitational waves, the candle stopped flickering, but the light remained. "Bizarre," was all I could manage to say in response. Next, he took off his watch, a classic chronometer with a second hand, and placed it in the emitter. The second hand stopped. "That doesn't mean that the device has slowed time or created frame dragging," I said. "It could just be electromagnetism affecting the watch's works." Barry smiled and shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly. "Maybe so, but check this out." He removed the watch and then rotated the emitter 90 degrees. "Look inside," Barry told me. I did, and there, about 2 feet from the bottom of the emitter, I saw that a black dot had formed. "It's bending it. No doubt about it," I said just barely above a whisper. I was stunned. Anyone with a basic understanding of physics understands that light can be reflected or refracted. Truly bending light is another matter entirely. We can use lenses, mirrors, prisms, and other means to change the direction that light is traveling, reflecting it or refracting it, but that doesn't truly bend it. That black dot, the absence of light in the visible spectrum, showed that the light was being bent. The only force that can bend light is gravity. Having seen this latest of Barry's demonstrations, what I'd been puzzling over seemed to have only one possible conclusion. The device we were working with was able to produce a gravitational field. As far as I knew, as far as I'd say any terrestrial scientist knew, the only things that produced gravitational fields were enormously large objects, the Earth, for example. Here I was in a room with an emitter the size of a garbage can, and a reactor that was smaller than a typical toaster oven, and the two of them worked in concert to produce a gravitational field. I was in awe at this technology. Of course, I was dealing with a propulsion system, if I was to believe what I'd been told to read, that didn't originate on Earth. The only understanding I had of how the phenomenon of light and gravity operated was based on the work of scientists here on Earth. I had been standing there in that room with Barry for more than an hour, and in that time, I'd been processing what I was witnessing, analyzing based on my knowledge of, for lack of a better term, Earth physics. That meant looking at this from both a Newtonian and Einsteinian perspective. Einstein's description of gravity, which is fundamental to his theory of general relativity, tells us that the effect of gravity is caused by distortions in space and time itself. Now, if you do something as fundamental as distorting space and time and reshape it, anything that lives inside space and time will be affected. That includes waves, and so waves can be bent and can follow different paths if you change the geometric properties of the space they live in. Gravity can effectively bend space and time, meaning that anything in its field is also distorted, and that includes light. This thing was producing a controllable form of intense gravity. Once it was produced, they'd be able to do anything they wanted to do with it. It could push the craft or pull it. It would also produce some bizarre side effects as it bent light. Much like the thermal heat waves that rise up off a heated surface, like a roadway in summer, it would distort our field of vision. A desert mirage is an even better example. You could see something that is not even there, or the inverse of that, not see something that was there. Once you mess with the nature of light and optics, all kinds of odd things could happen to our perceptions. It's the missing piece, Barry said. If you can produce a gravitational field like that, then anything's possible. Force fields, anti-gravity, exotic propulsion. You can bend space and distort time. The thing is so simple. No moving pieces. How the hell did they do this? Barry shook his head appreciatively. Elegant, really. I really don't know what to say. I just have so many questions. Do these devices focus the field? Do they produce their own artificial gravity field? Are they amplifying it somehow? Can that field be directed or controlled? That's what we've been trying to figure out, he said. I mean, I get it that the reactor produces the field somehow, but what's really got my attention is the emitter. That's gotta be one of the keys, doesn't it? If it were omnidirectional, I don't see how. They're really interested in how the reactor operates, Barry went on. That's to be our primary focus. I keep hearing that over and over. That makes sense in a way. Start with the power source. Move in a linear fashion from there. But thinking linear may not work. I know, Barry said. But as much as I hate to approach things this way, we've got to do what they ask. I don't want to jump too far ahead here, but as far as we humans know, the only thing that produces gravity is an immensely large body of mass. I pointed at the cylinder and then at the reactor. I've seen you move both of those things. That doesn't tell me we're dealing with a large amount of mass. Something fundamentally different from anything we know and have experienced is going on here. Barry took a seat again on his stool. We let a silence linger for a minute or two. So, what do you think? Barry asked. I remained standing in front of the two devices. Well, first of all, this thing works here, on Earth, in this atmosphere, under all the conditions of our existence. That means that it operates for the most part in this physical realm and has to conform somehow to our understanding of our physics. Second, that makes no sense at all. Maybe it has to conform to some other physics. I mean, for it to produce a gravitational field as we understand it, it would have to produce terawatts or even more of power. A tremendous amount of energy has to be produced. All the power output possible on this planet focused into a small area. Unimaginable power, really. And the size of that reactor? Tiny. I scratched the back of my neck and head. How can I be standing here in front of this thing while it's still functioning? If it's producing enough energy to create a gravitational field, where's the waste energy going? The basic not giving off any heat. It makes no noise. It makes no sense. I know, Barry said. These things have torn a huge hole in my understanding of science. A huge hole. None of this is supposed to be possible. Barry pointed at the emitter and then at the reactor. Yet, here they are. Can you tell me that they're not there? No, I can't. I paused for a few seconds. Can you tell me how the hell this is possible? Barry laughed again and slapped the table. What do you mean, can I tell you? You tell me. That's why you're here, isn't it? At least that night made one thing clear. Yes, indeed. That was why I was there. I imagined that if I were a screenwriter or a Hollywood director, how I'd have been totally disappointed by what Barry had shown me. More specifically, I'd be disappointed by how little, for lack of a better term, spectacle there was to the whole demonstration that he'd produced. The reactor and emitter weren't that visually impressive at all. I knew that they were producing a reaction that was extraordinarily powerful, but it didn't look like much at all was happening. The room didn't shake. Eye-searing beams of light didn't flash from it. It didn't produce any kind of discernible sound. I thought of the jet engines that I used in my vehicles, the rockets we used to launch, and those that NASA used to launch spacecraft beyond the Earth's gravitational pull. Those things produced a kind of sound and fury, but what Barry and I witnessed produced nothing but a slight visual distortion. If you've ever driven down a long stretch of highway and seen thermal heat waves rising from the heated pavement, then you've seen something similar to what I saw when an object was placed between the emitter and the reactor. The visual distortion I witnessed was milder than that, but still very much like it. In the end, as much as I was always interested in powerful reactions, I was consumed by thoughts of how in the world, or in some other world, were these emitters and that reactor able to produce gravity. I now more clearly understood what our task was. This was my real aha moment. I was certain that the people in charge of this whole project had the same desire in mind that I did. We wanted to figure out how we could produce gravity in the same way this device did. That was the be-all and end-all of what we'd been assigned to do. In my mind, the whole alien origins of these objects, the whatever of their civilization, their purpose in coming to Earth, or whatever other far-flung questions about alien life forms and anything else, truly did take a distant backseat to the notion of how anyone could produce a force that was as fundamentally essential and powerful as gravity. In a way, I was like a caveman who'd seen fire for the first time. I sensed that what I was seeing was so life-altering in its possibilities that I had to do anything in my power to understand how I could produce that same phenomenon. As Barry later put it, what we were experiencing in witnessing what this device could do was having a science-gasm, the world's best. The truth was, though, that what we were experiencing was a science chasm. What that emitter and that reactor were able to do tore a gaping hole in our understanding of science. I was standing in a small room where an enormously powerful reaction was taking place. The freaking production of gravity, and no residual heat was being given off. You can't have 100% efficient energy transfer. That's just not possible. Nuclear reactions, chemical reactions, no kind of reaction in our world is 100% efficient. And yet, this one was. The entire output of power on our planet was essentially being focused in that room, and I was still standing within a few feet of it and being completely unharmed. The nuclear bombs we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were like tiny sparks compared to the power needed to produce gravity. A nuclear power plant that provides energy to a small part of our planet has a veritable river of water, millions of gallons flowing through it to keep it cool. But there I was, standing and talking with Barry in a room so quiet that I could hear the institutional-style clock on the wall click over to the next minute. In the quieter moments when Barry and I were both lost in concentration. I could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights above us. I knew that I was repeating in my mind what I'd said to Barry minutes before, but it was like my mind was back to being an old-fashioned record and the needle was stuck in the groove. The question of how this thing worked spun around and around and around again in my mind. Somewhere, I suppose, the question of how could this even be happening was faintly playing, but far too softly to matter. Chapter 4. After the fascination came the fear. I had no idea how long I was supposed to work with Barry that first night. I considered it a kind of orientation session, obvious to me, especially since I was still reeling from the effects of what I'd witnessed. We'd had that science-gasm, as Barry had put it, and in the lull afterward, we sat at the workbench, each of us lost in thought. It was an awkward situation, to say the least. Barry and I knew nothing about one another, our educations, our previous work experience. We'd been thrown into a room together, and he proceeded to demonstrate to me how the technology worked. After that, it seemed as if there wasn't much else to talk about in terms of the devices. We had the what, or so we both believed, but now we had to turn our attention to the how. Finally, I said to Barry, "So, how long have you been working at this?" His expression darkened, and he let out a noisy breath through his nose. "I don't know if I can tell you that." He screwed up his face in disgust at what he'd just said. "What I mean, of course, I'm capable of telling you that. I know the answer to the question. I'm not stupid or brainwashed. I just don't know if I'm allowed to tell you that." We both looked around the room. We were alone, but given what we both knew, the enormity of what those devices represented, the kind of security clearance required, it made sense that we were being surveilled. In fact, that was a part of the transition I was experiencing in going from being fascinated to being fearful. That's not completely accurate. I wasn't in a kind of binary situation where I was either fascinated or afraid. I was both simultaneously, but just in different proportions. That would prove to be the case the entire time I worked there. Part of that fear was a result of realizing my ambition. I always wanted to work with large and powerful forces. That was what I loved about jet cars and explosives and incendiary displays like fireworks. I knew enough about them that I felt I could control them. What I'd seen on the workbench with the emitter and reactor wasn't something that I felt I could control. I understood that it was turned on by placing the two objects in proximity to one another. That kind of powering up wasn't that unusual, by the way. A Tesla coil and some radio transmitters have a similar functionality. Beyond that, I had no understanding of how it produced a gravitational field and controlled that field. That lack of understanding was absolutely frightening. What went unsaid, and what I didn't really think of until after that first orientation session was over and I was on my way back to Las Vegas, were the larger implications of what this propulsion system represented. What if we were able to figure out how it operated? What if we were able to produce a similar kind of effect, or the same effect? If we could help our government and military produce a gravitational field, what kind of weapons systems would be possible? What kind of propulsion systems? What kind of energy production? How would we be able to change the world as we knew it? And as cliched as it sounds, what if that technology fell into the wrong hands? To what lengths would nations or individuals go to get what seemed to me to be, as the expression goes, the keys to the kingdom? If you could produce and control gravity, if you could distort space and time as we commonly know them and accept them, what then? I had to stop myself. I knew that those questions weren't going to get me any closer to doing what I had been hired to do. I learned while working at Los Alamos that the kind of institutional compartmentalization that went on there, and was also in place here, was the kind that I needed to put in place in my own mind. It's above my pay grade. I do my job as asked and leave the bigger questions for others. That was going to be more difficult here, but I knew that I had to make my best effort, or else who knew what might happen to me. Fascination and fear were going to have to learn to get along. Of course, though, I couldn't shut down every thought I had. I did wonder briefly why it was that what seemed to me to be a relatively small group of people were working on a project that had the kinds of implications that this one did. Los Alamos and the project to produce nuclear bombs involved an enormous number of people and resources. Still, very few people outside of the program actually knew what was being conducted out in the deserts of New Mexico. For all I knew, there were teams all over the country working on this same project as Barry and I. At least, I wanted to believe that. I wasn't so egotistical as to believe that I was one of only a select few working on something so monumentally important as this was. I feel like I should tell you this, though, Barry said haltingly. I have no idea how long this project has been in progress. I do know that I was brought on, and I assume you were, out of necessity. Maybe this is very obvious, but we need to be careful. He nodded toward the bench where the two pieces sat there, looking as benign as some kind of Scandinavian sculptures that some Hollywood hipster might have had in his home. He went on to explain that he'd been informed about an accident that had occurred that necessitated him being hired. He wasn't given any of the real details, but as he put it, those involved were unable to work again. By his tone and his expression, I knew that he meant that there had been a loss of life. I stood there trying to imagine what it was those individuals might have done. As Barry said, he wanted me to know because we were all under pressure to figure out the solution to this puzzle. There was also the temptation to take shortcuts, to take risks, and the consequences of a bad choice, being too eager to please or too frustrated to consider every possible effect when dealing with such an unknown, could have enormous consequences. That was a part of the fear. On the surface, without all those science fiction-like displays of the propulsion system's power and capabilities, it appeared completely benign, a marvel of simplicity and elegant engineering of a type that was astoundingly sublime. Beneath that benign veneer was something more powerful than anything I had previously imagined. Yes, it was fascinating to consider. It had an allure that drew me in. But just as magnets have poles that attract and repel, I sensed in those first few hours in the lab that I was also going to feel respect for the intelligence behind its creation and a kind of nervous anxiety that I'd never experienced before in my personal or professional life. A whole lot was at stake here, and to be incautious in any way seemed to be the least desirable approach to take, a last resort that I hoped I would never even have to contemplate. At some point, well into the early hours of the morning, Dennis came in to let me know that I was done for the night. He escorted me out of the room and sat with me briefly in a small office off the main corridor waiting area. This will be your routine for the foreseeable future, he told me. Once you have your final clearance, you'll be housed on site. Barry? I asked. A flash of annoyance flickered across Dennis's face, but he answered, still working. A faint ringing sounded in my ears. It was as if I'd been concentrating so hard for so long that the tension in every nerve and tendon in my body was as taut as a piano wire and was still vibrating long after the key had been depressed. You'll be partners, Dennis said. You'll discuss your work with him solely here and with no one else. Understood. I was about to say that I understood that the first time that he'd mentioned that protocol to me, but thought better of it. Above my pay grade to remind Dennis Mariani of anything. We spent a few minutes going over my proposed schedule. Dennis wanted to be sure that I didn't have any conflicts with times and dates. Despite the tango of fear and fascination that I had, I says, "Let me know now. It will be far easier and can speed things up." I can't think of a thing, I told him, and I spoke the truth as I did. On the flight home, I thought again of the immense power the reactor and emitter produced and directed. I couldn't imagine what those individuals involved in the accident might have done to wind up dead. I imagined that they had to understand that what they were working with had the power equivalent to what our sun possesses. That is a mind-bogglingly large amount of energy. I touched the emitter and the reactor. They were made of a material that could only have been cut into with something like a plasma torch. Who in their right mind, or with enough testosterone in them, would even consider applying that tool to something so powerful? Imagine someone taking the power of the sun and shrinking that reactor to the size of a small box and putting it into a room with you and saying, "Isn't that amazing?" "Sure is. Let's cut it up to see what's inside." "Okay, sounds great." As a result, I knew that it was unlikely these guys had done something really stupid. If they had, I feel bad for them, but essentially, they got what they deserved. Instead, they may have done something far less stupid, possibly something extremely intelligent or insightful, and still they lost their lives. That scenario was far more frightening to me. I was going to engage in work with something unknown, and I might even, while being the most scrupulous and cautious as I could be, still end up doing great harm to myself and possibly others. Even when I got home and lay in bed next to Tracy, I contemplated that thought. And as the sun rose the next morning, I began to wonder just how many more of those beginnings of a new day I might end up seeing. From seemingly out of nowhere, a thought occurred to me. What if the guys we had to replace had completely misunderstood the nature of the objects? What if they couldn't get their minds wrapped around the idea that something so small could be producing that kind of energy? Maybe they thought that it was retransmitting energy being produced elsewhere. That had to be it. It made sense then that since there were no outward signs, heat, noise, etc., that it was producing power, it made sense to them to dig beneath that surface to see how it functioned. The same with the emitter. It was essentially empty space, a kind of shell without any obvious other components as we understood them, attached to its surface. The housing seemed inert, because it was only when the fuel, the triangular bit that Barry introduced to the tower, was in place that the system functioned. Maybe those guys weren't doing something stupid, but only in hindsight could we see the error of their way. Before I could go on any further, I felt Tracy stirring beside me. "Good morning," I said. When she didn't respond, I repeated my greeting slightly louder. Still getting nothing in return, I slid out of bed and went to my desk. I had more pickups and deliveries to make, and despite only what seemed to be a few minutes of sleep, I knew that I had to get the day going. If I got the call, I was going to have to be ready. By noon, bleary-eyed and better able to identify the cause of the ringing in my ears as sleeplessness, I decided that even after just a couple of trips out to Groom Lake, this schedule was unsustainable. I thought it was going to be just a question of a short period of time before I was on staff full-time at the lab. I'd been living there, and I wouldn't be able to keep the photo business operation on my own. Tracy was familiar with the routine and could handle the workload on days I was called in or the mornings after. I'd have to show her how to use the machines. I knew she had the aptitude for it, since she'd shown some interest in the rocket car and other things mechanical. Besides, she was taking flying lessons, and the pre-flight checks and other routines associated with that were more complex than a photo processor. The one difficulty was that she was working in a local airport doing administrative duties for the airport manager. She liked the work and had a great relationship with everyone there. I hoped that we could leverage that last fact to our advantage. I wasn't asking her to take on the whole photo business. She'd just have to fill in on an as-needed basis. The problem with that is that and we never got enough advance warning for her to ask ahead of time if she could be out for a few hours or a whole day. Maybe I was naive, but it seemed to me that her job wasn't so essential that some accommodation couldn't be made. And with that hope in mind, I returned home and we began the transition to a different way of life. Since I'd worked in Los Alamos before, and because Tracy's father had, I assumed that the secretive nature of the enterprise I was engaged in wasn't going to present any problems. Tracy knew that I couldn't talk about the exact nature of the work I was doing, and so I didn't really broach that part of the subject with her. I did address the fact that my schedule would be, for a while at least, irregular at best. I told her that I didn't like it, but if I wanted to do the kind of meaningful work that made me happy and provided a better living for us, then that was the price to pay. She agreed. As she put it, I'm not jumping for joy about it, but I get it. You have to do what you have to do. So with that assurance in mind, I brought her up to speed as best I could on what her new role would be. Her employers proved to be flexible, and so on those occasions when I wasn't able to be working in the photo processing lab or needed a few hours of extra sleep, Tracy would cover for me. As it turned out, things didn't prove to run as smoothly as I hoped, and I was still being run ragged most days, adding to what would eventually be a heap of stress. It was far easier for me to do that than it had been for Barry to do so for me, and I have to admit that I was frequently distracted while at home. I love problems and puzzles, and the one that I encountered while working for AG&G was so engrossing that my mind would frequently take me back to the lab. I loved Tracy and the life we had together, but I did find myself hoping that every time the phone rang, it would be the voice of the receptionist. At least, that was the job that belonged to the pleasant but disembodied voice on the line, letting me know it was time to head to McCarran. I could never predict when the call would come, but when it did, I bid Tracy a quick goodbye and I gotta go. A few times, dinner plans with friends had to be postponed, but Tracy and I were pretty much homebodies, so the disruption felt, to me at least, to be minimal. My relationship with Barry was about as no-nonsense as a work relationship could be. I understood that I couldn't act out like I had in my Los Alamos days, but Barry kept himself on an incredibly tight leash. That first night we worked together was really the extent of him sharing any information that wasn't directly related to the work we were planning on doing that night or in the hours ahead. I suppose that part of that might have been that I was still considered, though no one referred to me this way, as a temp. A larger factor in Barry's tight-lipped approach was the presence of armed security personnel. Whether some member of the security detail was in the room with us the entire time, or dropped in unannounced and exited unannounced, they shadowed our existence within the confines of the lab, the building the lab was housed in, and the entire facility. Whether the security team members had pistols or rifles varied at times, but it was clear that they meant business. Whether they were there to protect us or to keep us in line was never something I could decide, but came to believe that it was likely both. Whenever we left the lab to go to the restroom or the cafeteria, we were always escorted, not just to those rooms, but inside them. The second night I worked there, I received a reminder of just how tightly monitored I was going to be. As was true the first time, and as it turned out every time I was on the ground at Groom Lake, Dennis picked me up at the airfield. Unlike the first time, though, when we entered through a side door into the administration and laboratory section of the facility, we pulled around to the front of the building. This time, the door to one of the hangars was open. Dennis indicated that I should go inside through the large open door and into the bay. Inside sat a cylindrical craft, typical of the flying saucers that I'd seen depicted in blurry photos and in TV shows and the movies. As I got nearer, I saw an American flag emblazoned on one of its flanks. The flag was printed in reverse, so that if you were looking in a mirror, the image would be correct. I thought that I understood better at this point. This was an experimental experimental terrestrial aircraft. The story I'd been told in those reports was a kind of cover designed to keep me somewhat in the dark about the operational nature of the facility, etc. As we walked past the craft, I did what I think anyone would do when walking past this type of vehicle. I ran my hand along the surface. Immediately, one of the guards walking along with us snapped at me, "Hands off!" His menacing voice was so loud, I was startled. The sound of it echoed in the space, and I wondered if it was my imagination, or did I really hear the sound of weapon being cocked? In either case, the message was clear. They had a very stringent set of protocols, and I was being kept on a
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the camera is rolling. I'm sorry I started a couple minutes late, so I will speak faster to make up for it as usual. So the joke goes like this. A guy goes into a diner and he orders his usual. He's been going to this diner for many, many years. I always joke to Heshi, thank you very much for. Oh, wait a minute, I went off camera for that. Sorry, back on camera. Thank you. I just got a cup of tea. So anyways, thank you for the joke. It goes like this. Guy goes into a diner. He's been going there for years, and he always orders exactly the same thing. So he orders the chicken soup with matzo balls. The waiter comes and brings it to him, and then the waiter goes away. A few minutes later, the waiter's walking by. He sees, Heshi, or the customer is indicating he should come over. So he comes over, and the waiter says, "Is something wrong?" He says, "I want you should taste the soup." Stephen, you know this joke, right? And the waiter says, "Is something wrong with the soup? You've had the same soup every day. You come here all the time." He says, "I want you should taste the soup." And he says, "Look, I'm sorry. I'll bring you another one." He says, "I want you should taste the soup." So he says, "Okay, all right, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon?" He says, "Uh-huh." Okay. All right, everybody. So many people know that one, but it's a good one to forget and then remember till again. Okay. That's a big hand to Heshi for giving me that joke. Thank you very much. Okay, so tonight's topic is actually one that's very close to my heart that I'm glad that we're finally going to have the opportunity to discuss. We're going to look at one of the most influential rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th century, Israel Meir Kahan, known better by his first work, the Chafetz Chaim, which is transliterated in a number of ways. If you're looking for him on the web, you may have to spell it with an H instead of a CH, and you might have to change the vowels, the O to the A. This is perhaps the most popular transliteration of the name of his book by which he is known. He's significant in many ways. First of all, his life spanned almost a century, from 1938 to 1936. But on a more significant way, he is one of the last of the great scholar leaders of the Jewish people. But very rarely do we have such individuals who stand out far above the crowd as, the pious kind of eyes of the nation, with a vision that stretches backwards millennia, encompassing the entire arc of Jewish history and thought since its origins, and looking deeply into the future and anticipating the kind of challenges that the Jewish world would face. All of these things he was quite prescient in, although he never held like an official formal office. In fact, one of my favorite stories, he did not even become a rabbi until his 70s. And he only did that because he had to fill out a passport form, and they needed an occupation. And he was simply a teacher. He was a Rosh Yeshiva. He had a school, but he didn't really have like a designated profession other than people like to study Talmud. So he called up his student, one of the most famous rabbis of the day as well, Rabbi and he said, "Would you please come and ordain me, give me smicha, so I can write something down on the Polish government document." Here's the kind of person he was, even though he was widely recognized as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation, that unique individual who was, is able to span so many different worlds within the otherwise fractious, very Jewish community, very fractious Jewish community, although it's also true to say fractious, very Jewish community. I think those two terms go together very well. And there's a lot to say about his life and leadership. So let's start with, first of all, his face. Now, this picture is iconic. If you have ever seen an image of the Chafetz Chaim, you will probably have seen this one. This one's a little bit more airbrushed and so on. And it does kind of have a glowing face of piety and so on. It's widely reputed not to be a likeness of the Chafetz Chaim, but rather apparently of a butcher in the town of Rabbi, who just has that kind of shame upon him that people really like. So whether or not this is true, I don't actually know. There is an Israeli website that is dedicated to debunking images of rabbis that circulate as icons, like the one with the Maimonides or the turban and things like that. I have no idea what Maimonides actually look like, but this is kind of like the trademark image of the Chafetz Chaim. There are only a handful of photographs that exist of the Chafetz Chaim himself. He was very, he has something, you see beard, right? Head covering, right? Like most people, anyways, people sometimes, when I call them up and they don't recognize my voice in the phone, I like to say, Hillel Abramson, beard, glasses, funny looking. They say, oh yeah, right. Yeah, that covers just about all Jews of my generation, male or also. So here's an actual known photograph of him. He was hesitant to be photographed, and this goes along with his general personality trait of actually being quite receding and running away from honor whenever possible. Even though he was widely acclaimed throughout the Jewish world, really, as one of the greatest scholars of his era, and I think by the end of tonight's lecture, hopefully you'll appreciate a little bit more of the unique nature of his genius, which was not only intellectual, but was moral and spiritual on a very profound level that crosses, all denominations, Jewish, non-Jewish, and so on. He nevertheless receded from all honors and accolades whenever possible. There are a lot of beautiful stories about his life, but I'll get into the life story itself, and those stories will reveal themselves in due course. So his family background is an illustration of a very important principle that my own Rabbi used to teach very often. Rabbi Rothschild'S, one of the Margaret King, they would say in the Talmud, the pearl in his mouth that he regularly teach over and over again, was that you should never look askance at anyone's family, never look askance at anyone's yichus, because when you look, said my Rebbe, at the yichus of Mashiach, when you look at the family background of our Messiah, there's a lot of patent place kind of X-rated material going on there. There's also Yehuda and Tamar, and we have David and Bathsheba, of course, and coming up to the holiday of Shavuot, the whole story with Boaz and Ruth. There were a lot of people who said that Ruth should not be converted to Judaism. Whenever you look at the lineage of Mashiach, these are all the forebears. There are always some, kind of untoward elements. Distasteful elements, and nevertheless, that is the Messiah of the Jewish people comes from such families. Before I tell you the family background of the Chofetz Chaim, I'll tell you quickly that my son Boaz, some of you met him, he was here doing his bar mitzvah lesson a few minutes ago. So I found that here in South Florida, African American women really know their Bible. When you talk with African American women of a certain generation, they really know their Bible. So I have to be in the post office, and I was friendly with one of the clerks there, and I had Boaz with me, and I introduced them, and the clerk looks at Boaz and says, "So Boaz, let me ask you a question. Why was Boaz so angry?" And Boaz says, "I don't know." And she says, "Because he was ruthless." She said it better than I did. Anyway, so here's the Chofetz Chaim's family background is interesting. His father, unfortunately, passed away when the Chofetz Chaim was 10. No, sorry, gotta go back to what. His father married his aunt, who unfortunately died after having several children, and so the Chofetz Chaim's father married his aunt's younger sister. So, and the Chofetz Chaim's mother was the sister of his father's first wife. So the Chofetz Chaim was actually his own uncle. And that in itself, okay, it's a little weird, but it happened. But then later, his father passed away when the Chofetz Chaim was 10, and so his mother remarried, again, a blended family, because his second father, his stepfather, had already married and had children. He was a widower, and when the Chofetz Chaim came of age, his adopted father, his stepfather, wanted him to marry the adopted father's daughter from the first marriage. In other words, his stepsister by marriage. And in fact, that his mother was opposed to it, but they worked it out, and the Chofetz Chaim married his own stepsister. So when you think about Mashiach, it's the same kind of family story. It's an illustration of Rabbi Rothschild'S teachings on family background. He came from the small shtetl of Ghetto in Belarus, and he made his fame largely in another very small shtetl called Rabbi, or in modern Lithuanian, which is an entirely unremarkable place, which ironically became really the center of Jewish scholarship for the entire world during the Chofetz Chaim's lifetime. The area surrounding it includes places that are famous places like that that have huge yeshivas. He was recognized from his youth as having two characteristics which were highly valued. One was an incomparable genius. He had a phenomenal memory and phenomenal patience in study, which is uniquely captured by the Yiddish word Sitzfleisch. I'm sure most of you have heard this term Sitzfleisch, but it captures the nutrient. It means literally sitting flesh. You know, you have to have a little bit of a cushion to be able to sit and study the Talmud for many periods, many hours a day. So he had phenomenal Sitzfleisch. He was a masmid, a perpetual student, and this is later expressed in his life. He was also known, and this is something that was perhaps one of his greatest reputations for the rest of his life. I'll focus on a little bit later as well, for his tzidkus, which is a Hebrew word, or tzidkut, meaning piety. He had an unusually well-defined sense of morality, and he applied it courageously and with humility whenever possible. Some of the famous stories about his childhood, for example, include the fact that, probably lowest on the social scale in the shtetl was the Rothschild'S, the water carrier. There's no running water in the shtetl, and somebody had to have the job of going to the river, filling up the buckets, bringing them back to the home. That's menial labor, very low pay, and so on. So it's really low on the status symbol chart of the shtetl. So the young boys in Shtetl used to like to play a trick on the Rothschild'S. In the winter, what he would do is he would bring his buckets at the end of the day, and he would leave them by the river, and then he would go home to sleep. And the next morning, he would go walk down. I could carry the buckets all the way back down. He'd fill up the buckets and start his rounds. And so what the boys used to like to do is they would go at night, fill up his buckets with water, and leave them to freeze overnight. So the Rothschild'S, the poor guy, would have to get up in the morning and laboriously chip out the ice to be able to do his job. And they got a kick out of this. But when there comes a time, young Yisrael Meir heard of this, he would go out secretly later than the other boys and pour out the water to the Rothschild'S without even knowing, until, of course, he was eventually caught, without even knowing that he was, in fact, doing him a favor without, insulting the boys who were playing this terrible trick. And in fact, there's so many of these stories of his phenomenal piety. Some of them have a kind of a humorous tone to them. It's just hard to believe. Like a famous story, again, it may be very apocryphal, but apparently a burglar once broke into his house and stole his silver candlesticks. And as the burglar was leaving, he woke up a couple of times, ran out of the house after him, saying, I forgive you, you can keep the candlesticks. He didn't want to even have any sense of an obligation for another thief. He figured if he was doing it for a reason, he must need it, and he didn't want this other person to be liable for the terrible crime of theft. Really? What was the cover time? I didn't even know that. So I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Apparently, he was once called to be some kind of extra witness, and the lawyer who presented him said, "Listen, Your Honor, the first time Israel Meir Cohen is going to present now. I want to tell you a few stories about him." And apparently the judge, as the story goes, who knows how true it is, but the judge says, those are all very nice stories, but I find them very hard to believe. And the lawyer apparently said, well, it may not entirely be true, but one thing's for sure, they don't say them about me and you. They say them about the first time. So there must be an element of credibility to it if there's so many of these kinds of stories. Hopefully I'll tell you a couple more that are more verified. At any rate, what I'd like to focus on, there are three areas in which his reputation was made. His piety, his scholarship, and his leadership. So these are the areas that I'd like to focus on for the rest of our time, basically. The piety, I've already mentioned a couple of stories from his youth, but in many ways his piety made him a great failure. He was an incredibly obtuse businessman. And in fact, his efforts in business, while well-meaning, ironically failed him on several all levels. And until he finally found his next day as a Rosh Yeshiva, with a small group of young men studying under him, he really was not succeeding in business. And this is ironically because of his piety. For example, one of the areas that he really insisted on from his youth, and he began with very meager means. He was supposed to get a dowry of 300 rubles when he married his stepsister, but things didn't work out. He only got a fraction of that. But with the small money that he got, they opened up a small food store, like a food stand, etc. But he was extremely meticulous about every possible aspect of the business to make sure that no theft whatsoever would occur. So, for example, he was famous for measuring his scales every single day. The Torah, requires that all scales, weights, and measurements be accurate, and he would check them every day. So things would happen, like, for example, it once happened that they sold some salt, and when the Chaim checked the scales, there was a little bit of salt that was kind of stuck to some moisture or something on the bottom of the can, a tiny little amount. And he felt terrible because, someone had been shortchanged. Someone did not give the proper amount of salt. And he could not figure out which person it was. So it was market day. All kinds of peasants come in from the countryside to buy in the market. So he gave out the next market day, small packets of salt to every customer, hoping that he would be able to return it to the person who would ask for washing. On another occasion, they once shortchanged a non-Jewish customer from a faraway village a herring. And so in the same kind of thing, he brought a herring to every single person in that village to try and return the herring to them. They received a small inheritance from an uncle or his wife that passed away to buy a cow, and they thought they lived off the the cow story. Their business nevertheless flourished because people respected his honesty and his diligence. I mean, the prices were really low, and he was very, very particular about honesty and so on. So he began to worry that he was driving his competitors out of business. So he started shortening the hours of his business to try to just make enough money to keep his family alive and to let the other people have some business. And then when that didn't work, because people would say word of mouth and make sure they shop by him, he would close the front entrance and you had to go in the back entrance. It was the only way that it was open. You would know it if you went around to the back alley. None of these things worked, and so finally they just closed that business when they got the milk cow. The milk cow was another type of situation. You can imagine that in a kind of a funny way, the Chaim being so fascinated because all of a sudden now he has all of the laws regarding animal husbandry to deal with. It took him a long time to buy a cow because he wanted to find one with the smallest, most blunt horns possible, just in case it should get angry and should gore someone. He wanted to make sure that it wouldn't harm them. And he was exceptionally careful about every little detail about how the cow was locked up at night so it shouldn't go out and graze in someone else's field and all kinds of things. Eventually, all of these things led to near bankruptcy until he ended up, beginning to collect students for his yeshiva. But these are the kind of stories that dawn the Chaim throughout his life, and it really speaks to the nature of his character. This in itself, however, would not grant him more than regional fame at most. What really cemented his reputation was his incomparable scholarship. And in this regard, I'd like to speak about two of his greatest works. He was quite prolific, but there are two that are absolute classics in the Jewish corpus of rabbinic literature, and they stand the kind of test of time that make them millennial in quality. These are not works that will last for a few decades or even a few centuries. These are works that tower as achievements of spirituality and thought that, in many ways, I don't think there are any comparable works in other traditions as far as I'm aware. The first one is the work by which he got his name. He wrote it in his early 30s. It's called Sefer Chafetz Chaim. This is the title page of the work, published in 1873. The title is taken from a verse in Psalms that says, who is he who desires life? Chafetz Chaim. And then after the psalmist asked that question, He answers it by saying one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, lashon hara. And so this is a highly creative, innovative work that points to an area of Jewish thought that, until he really uncovered it being central to Judaism, was simply thought as being a kind of a secondary element. But really, it is a vein that runs deep and true throughout all of Jewish morality. Specifically, it is a book on the laws of appropriate speech and the prohibition of, for lack of a better translation, gossip. Gossip is not understood in Jewish law. Well, let me just back up for a second. There, you know how they say that Eskimos have 27 words for snow because snow is such an important part of their reality? Well, we have about 8 different words for gossip in the Jewish tradition. And that says something about us. We're very big into speech. And in fact, you don't look very far. If you look, for example, at the Hebrew confession that we read on Yom Kippur about all the sins, good proportion of them, maybe half, have to do with speech, how we speak to each other, how we speak about each other, and so on. So there are 3 terms in particular that stand out. The one, which is often used as a collective term, is lashon hara, which means literally evil speech or evil tongue. Lashon is tongue, and hara is evil. And that refers to a communication of correct, derogatory information. So it's not exactly gossip, because gossip in English tends to imply that there's something false about what people are talking about. Lashon hara speaks about things which are true. If Reuben did something reprehensible, and Shimon tells Levi about it, that is lashon hara. And it is strictly prohibited in Judaism. One may not relate negative information about another person, period. Yes, of course, there are exceptions. I'll get to those in a second. But that's the basic rule. And this book, it took millennia before someone could come out and say it outright and produce a book which was totally dedicated to it. The other 2 terms which we'll just touch on right now, one is Motzi Shamra, which is literally the dissemination of a false word, and that refers to gossip, which is untrue. Well, I guess we would call that libel, perhaps, in legal terms today. That's correct. Is that correct, Jude? Libel or slander? Something like that. Okay, good. So they both qualify under that. 2 words in the English language. And then the third one is the chilut, which is it's kind of like lashon hara, but it has to do with relating information on the third hand. I won't go into the details for now. Anyway, what this essentially is, it's a guidebook for how to speak like a Jew, how a Jew should speak. And it's a phenomenal work, a towering genius. The first part of it is rather amazing. He spends the first, say, 20 pages convincing people that it really is forbidden in Judaism to gossip. And he is convincing people who are highly learned. It's a very, very erudite treatise, answering all kinds of objections that Talmudists would have. Saying, oh, it doesn't mean that, these are the exceptions, people already know it, it's public knowledge. And he goes very methodically through the whole thing, and by the time you get through, let's say, the first 20 pages, it's absolutely terrifying. Because you say, oh my gosh, I can't say anything. That's it for dinner conversation. You know, if you think of the New York Times, all the news that's fit to print, it would be like a little advertising circular, putting nothing in there, because so much of it is forbidden. Nevertheless, by the time through the next, 180 odd pages, he explains the parameters under which speech is permitted. And in fact, by the time you master this book, and I can't say I'm a master of it all, but when you master this book, every communication you have is elevated. It is spiritually meaningful. It is energizing. It is something that builds relationships rather than tears them down. It's truly a heroic work of Jewish thought. Now, one misconception about the Chavetz Chaim is if you look at this title page, his name doesn't appear anywhere in the Hebrew section. And for many researchers, including some of his prime biographers, I'm kind of surprised to say, they emphasize how the Chavetz Chaim wrote this book completely anonymously. And he was a nobody. Nobody knew of him outside of this tiny little shtetl. It's not exactly true, because one of the requirements of publication in the Russian Empire was you had to have a censor's approval, and there was like a Library of Congress kind of formality that you had to put some bibliographic information on the title page. So it may be that in the Hebrew section here, where he talks about the contents of the book, he doesn't have his name, but when you look at the bibliographic citation down here, it's in black and white. If you read Russian, it says here, Sefer Chofetzchaim, Toyas Jelushe Zhivnit, like how to speak properly, Sochenya Ni'em Kagana. It says his name in black and white. So it's not like he did it totally anonymously, and everyone in the Eastern European world could read his name there in black and white, but he certainly didn't emphasize it. Okay, let me pause and just take a sip of tea, and let me ask for a question. Yes, please. Yes, this is the stamp. This particular copy was owned by the Lubavitch Library, and so the owners of the library said, "Oh, how do you go? This is not Lubavitch. So I bring it to the USA. It came from the Friedrich Rabbi owned this first edition, and I'm sorry he stamped it because, from a librarian's perspective, it's not nice to stamp books like that. But nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the provenance of it, and it also shows how the Friedrich Rabbi valued this particular book. That's the prior Rabbi who died in 1950 or so. Yes, the
questions was interrupted by the squeak of the bus brakes. I bit my tongue when Dennis said the last words to me that he'd offer that night. The bus is here. An hour and a half later, I slid beneath the sheets of our bed.
Yeah, he had several Rebbeim who taught him Torah, but no one, like they say about geniuses like this in the Jewish tradition, at a certain age, they outgrew all the teachers. They say that of the Vilna Gaon, he outgrew all his teachers by age 7, which is amazingly difficult to believe, but they say those stories about the Vilna Gaon. The biographers do not cite anyone at the time considered his Rebbe in Zikr. We do know that he spent a lot of time, like many of these spiritual giants, in seclusion. And several people who may have come across him used to like to go into the women's section of the shul when, not during time of prayer. They would find him berating himself and being hard on himself and really giving himself musser. And they would come out afterwards always radiant and smiling and cheerful. So he perhaps was his own Rebbe in Fishwood. Could be. Okay, let me talk about Lashon Hara. You're all wondering, oh my gosh, how am I going to say anything productive if I can't say anything negative about people? So this I was wondering. So the truth is, there are 7 preconditions for relating Lashon Hara, as he explains very thoroughly in his book. The 7 preconditions can be easily remembered by an acronym, which I'm very happy to supply for you. It took me a long time to figure out how to translate this into English, so I take credit for it. It's what I call the rule of silence. He provides a similar rule in Hebrew in his time. And so these are the 7 preconditions that you must fulfill before you say anything negative. So let me give you an example. Let's say, I can show this to you on the internet. You don't take a picture of that. All right. So the rule goes like this. So let's say, Richard is going on vacation, and he has a little one of those Maltese poodles, right? And he has to say to me, before I say that, I happen, as I'm walking to shul, I see Judith walking by. I hope you don't mind if I use you for an example here, Judith. I see Judith on the street, and she's walking over here, and she sees a little tiny dog, and I see Judith across the street. Give that dog a vicious kick. I'm like, wow, where did that come from? That's like totally out of character. I don't know what to make of it. But as I come upstairs, I see Richard and says, oh, hello, I got to tell you something. It's so nice that people come to your class. I'm going on vacation for a few days. I have no idea what I was going to do with my Maltese poodle. And guess what? Judith offered to dog sit my poodle for a few days. Right? So now I'm faced with a conundrum because I know something negative about Judith, about her behavior toward the small poodle. And now I see that Richard is going to entrust his poodle to Judith. What should I do? So the Chofetz Chaim says, if I can follow these 7 rules, then I can tell Richard about Judith's dog-hating behavior. So these are 7 rules. First of all, S. Search for alternatives to Lashon Hara. The Chofetz Chaim said that rather than say anything bad about Judith, what I should say to Richard is I should say, find another person for him to have dogs with. I should say, Richard, why are you bothering Judith? She's so busy. She has so much time. Like, my daughter Elisa would gladly do it for you. Right? And if I could avoid the whole problem of saying Lashon Hara without saying anything bad about it, then that's great. But let's say I can't. Judith is the only licensed dog sitter in South Florida, so I lost that one. Second, I have to intend a positive, practical result. This is really the first one. If I had a choice, if I could think of an acronym, I would make this one the first one. It's really what's important. Is there an actual benefit to my telling Richard? Will the world be better if I tell Richard? It depends on how you like Maltese poodles. So if there is a toelet, something positive, then I am allowed to say it. But just for entertainment value, absolutely not. There has to be some real good reason why I relate this information. Thirdly, I have to look for exonerating factors. Like perhaps maybe Judith slipped. Maybe I didn't interpret what I saw properly. Maybe that dog was rabid and was about to attack her and she was just defending herself. Maybe I can find some way that maybe her behavior was acceptable. Let's say I can't do any of those things, so I'm now running out of things. When I do tell Richard, exaggeration is forbidden. I have to say exactly what I thought, no more, no less. I can't add, and then she smiled, and then she said, take that. I can't add anything. It has to be exactly what I saw, and I can't, presume to know more. And no hearsay is permitted. Also a very big one. I can only tell Richard this if I saw it myself. I cannot tell him that someone else, even someone I really trust, told me that. I can go to the person who told me that and say, listen, you better talk to Richard about Judith's behavior, but I can't say it because it's hearsay for me. Did I spell that right? I did, right? E-R. See, this is a big one, actually. Consequences should be proportionate. This is something that comes up all the time. Let's say I do tell Richard, what will be the impact on Judith? Maybe, but if she's a Parnassa and I cause her a huge loss, maybe she shouldn't be in that Parnassa. But maybe, let's say, for example, she's, after a lifetime of work, she's being nominated as the Woman of the Year by the SPCA, right? And now, one moment of temporary insanity is going to ruin all of that. What goes at tremendous shame for herself, her family, who knows, should I do it? I don't know. It has to be contemporary from it. And I'm not, by the way, stating my own opinion about this, because I don't follow news and sports very much. But to get a lifetime ban for a private conversation, that would be egregious and awful by anyone who listens to it. It calls to question this thing. Are the consequences proportional? Because people do make mistakes. There's a lifetime ban, right? Not exerting a value judgment here. One could also look to, for example, the whole Clinton, Monica Lewinsky episode, who was the, dragging the entire nation through the mud as the world over a despicable incident. Was that a consequence or proportionate? I don't know. Can you put that on pause for a second? Yeah. Sorry, we have some technical difficulties there for a second. Okay. So, consequences should be proportionate. It has to be that whatever harm she suffer of my relating to Lashon Hara, it may be that I should just tell her, and because otherwise it will be too much of a punishment for her. And finally, let's say the Chofetz Chaim says you go through all these 6 things and you can't get satisfactory answers. So then before I tell Richard, I have to engage the subject first. I have to go to Judith and I have to say to her, listen, I saw what you did to the puppy. I heard what you're doing to Richard's dog. Why is this so? And give her a chance to make amends on her own. And these are all very humane, rational, and morally heroic laws that really, if they're applied well, they regulate one's speech and transform one's character. So when this book came out, it had phenomenal tectonic shifts took place as a result of the impact of this work. Because people have been studying, there's scattered passages in the Talmud, in the Maimonides, in different places, and people say, Russian Hara, but no one really sat down and said, Russian Hara, oh my gosh, this is really the whole thing. Everything is beyond halashon. Time the Ramaskar is beyond halashon. It says the Proverbs, life and death are in the hands of the tongue, so to speak, by the tongue. And there was a time he really drew attention to this in a way that has never been done before. And within moments of the publication of this work, he became incredibly famous for this great achievement. Yes, Ms. Ava.
Carol had set in motion the events that led to Tracy and me getting married soon after Carol's death. Tracy and I had traveled to Las Vegas together to oversee some matter related to the photo business. What that matter was.
Some jobs. To repeat the question for those of you who are in Latvia, how does this affect people whose professions deal with Lashon Hara? So I would say that some professions are completely forbidden. Being a gossip reporter, there's no justification for that. In fact, there is a column in one of the Israeli newspapers that's called in Hebrew Lashon Hara. This is it. If you want to read it, this is it. Where can you do it? But, let's say, for example, in the field of psychology, which you have interest, there are modern commentaries on Lashon Hara, and actually the Public Times says it too. Like, for example, let's say you have a really hard day at work, and you just, people are tough on you at work, so when you come home, are you allowed to tell your spouse about it? So according to these strict laws, no, but the Public Times said, this one here is a positive practical result. If you're so burdened by your problems and you need an answer, you need advice, as long as you can be absolutely certain that the person you're talking to will not repeat these things, and you say in advance, I'm only telling you these things because I really have to unburden them and hear your advice, then you are allowed to say because it does have a positive practical result. So there are spaces for mental health professionals and so on to engage in this activity. But when I get home, I think I have a copy of my very first publication was on these laws and the field of history. Because history it's hard to write history without writing Russian Hara. That's why books are so short. It's funny
to think of it now. As I struggled that night in that office, filling out a paperwork and coming up with names and dates, one that shouldn't have escaped me, and in fact didn't, was Alan Rothschild'S. Alan and I lived on the same block in Westbury and went to Bowling Green Elementary School together.
He definitely has all kinds of sources. So before we live in an era that has been transformed by this book already. You can't go to any yeshiva without feeling the reverberation of this, shockwave that affected the Jewish world. But my impression of reading pre-Public Times sources is that, you have the sin of, sexual immorality, and you have theft, and you have rape, and you also have Lashon Hara. That's another one. Sure, and one of the punishments for that is to be sent outside of the camp, and you can have skin disease and things like that. But the Public Times really brought these together and said, hey, everybody pay attention. This is one of the really big ones. Just because it's not part of the Ten Commandments doesn't mean it's not central to our thoughts. Incidentally, he followed this up with another equally amazing book. In many ways, I like it. The Public Times is primarily a book of law, like how to speak properly. He followed up with a book called Shmir HaLashon, Guarding the Tongue, which is often printed as a companion volume, which is all about the sources, why these things are true. He was also a Kabbalist. What happens according to the Kabbalah, if you speak Lashon Hara, all kinds of marshaled phenomenal sources to bring these things together. And Shmir HaLashon is perhaps even more motivational than the Public Times is. Okay, I'll take more questions shortly. I've got to get through some of the other things. So, if this is his first work, and really that's cemented, if that's the only thing he did in his life, he would still be a giant among giants in Jewish history. But the truth is, he went on to write many other works, and perhaps the most significant, besides the Public Times, was the massive Mishnah Brura, which is a book that took several decades to write. You can see this is the Hebrew English edition, which takes up about 20 feet of space, or maybe not that much, but in the Hebrew English, it takes up a good, 3 or 4 feet of shelf space. We have a copy in our library. And this is a massive contemporary commentary commentary on one quarter of the Code of Jewish Law, the section of the code called Orach Chaim that deals with daily life. And his scholarship was unparalleled. He brought to bear all of the commentary that had been written over the past 400 years, scattered among many different publications and even manuscripts, and he rendered decisions that were relevant for the 20th century. And it is, without a doubt, one of the most important commentaries in the Code of Jewish Law ever to be written, and it is predominant today. Chances are, if people quote the Code of Jewish Law, they are quoting the Mishnah Berurah for his views on it. There are others who disagreed. There are many other commentaries that still take issue with his decisions, but nevertheless, it is one of the great works of rabbinic scholarship. Okay, that's primarily his scholarship. I want to touch on a very important aspect of his leadership, but before we go too far, I want to focus on one particular element, and that is he was not just a closet scholar who thought about these morality ideas like how you speak or about the laws of Shabbat or things like that. He was very, very intimately concerned with the requirements of the Jews of his day. So two populations in particular deserve our discussion. The first is the plight of the Cantonists. So we talked about in previous classes. The Cantonists were Jewish children who were kidnapped as young as 8 or 9 years old, legally 12 years old, and then sent to conscription in the Russian army for a period of approximately 36 years. Meaning that once these Jews were sent out to the army as children, they were gone from the Jewish community. And he cried over them incessantly. He worried about them tremendously. So much so that he wrote a book for them called Machane Yisrael, which was all about how to survive the army, how to retain your Jewish identity under those incredibly painful and difficult conditions. For you one quick story. There's a story that he was once in an inn. Most of the inns, the crossroads in Stedlock were run by Jews. And he was in there, and a huge man, about 6.5 feet tall, came in. For Jews, 6 feet is giant. Came in, and he was about 6 feet wide as well. He was very rude, dressed, and head uncovered, ate without blessings, of course, all those things, treated the waitresses very rudely. And the Prophet Time said, why is this person behaving so badly? I should go over there and speak to him. And the innkeeper said, no, don't. He's incorrigible. He may strike you. You have a lot of difficult time with him. So the Prophet Time said, what is the story? He says, well, he was a Cantonist. He was taken away as a young child. And he came back after his tour of duty, the millennium of Judaism, and he has, very rough, poor manners as a result of his experience. The Prophet Time went over to him against the innkeeper's wishes, and he said to him, it must have been terrible for you to be torn away when you were 7, 8 years old, to lose your brothers, your sisters, your mother, your father, your family, the people you prayed to, betrayed. He talked about the pain that he must have experienced. And as he empathized with him, the story is that this man just broke down in tears. And this horrible hard exterior of this great warrior who had, was so rough around the edges, he had this little man who was apparently less than 5 feet tall, who identified with him completely. And they cried together, and this soldier ended up becoming one of the Prophet Time's greatest disciples afterward. Completely turned over because he's had a person who related to him and the pain that he must have suffered. Now, in that context, it's very important we have an important person here today that I want to specifically honor in this context because of the military connection. Many of you know that Mr. Rodriguez is my student from Terrell College, and he's a graduate, and he recently went on completing his master's degree now in religious studies, but he has a strong commitment to our men and women in uniform, and he most recently was promoted to become Lieutenant Rodriguez, and he is a chaplain in the United States Armed Forces. So we have a small gift from Mr. Rodriguez. Come on out. Lieutenant Rodriguez. Come on up here. Thank you very much. Thank you, my assistant. Okay, here for and say hello to everybody in Latvia. Well, not over here. Okay, all right. Thank you, Lieutenant Rodriguez. So I know you're very curious what's in the box, but it is a collection of the works of the Chafetz Chaim, including a beautiful printing of this book, Machane Yisrael, which is the camp of Israel, which is all about how to be a Jew in the army. I think that as you serve people of all faiths in your profession, hopefully that will guide you spiritually and morally to make the right decisions for these people in extreme circumstances. Get the club on my time. Okay, so that was the Machane Yisrael. It's a book that really specifically how to manage the challenges of how to manage the challenges of being in uniform under these conditions, the difficulties and so on, and it's a masterful work. Another work that demonstrates his concern for Jews all around the world was a book written for the Jews of America. Because again, you have to remember this. We're talking about the late 20s, the early 30s, when the vast majority of Jews considered America to be a land of great opportunity, the golden Medina, the golden country, the country where people can make tremendous wealth. But it was also called in Yiddish the Trefer Medina, the non-kosher land, because of the dearth of traditional institutions, the Jewish learning, synagogues, Chinese restaurants, you name it. It's very difficult to make ends meet in Israel. So he wrote a book called Nidchei Yisrael, which means the dispersed of Israel. That is just a simple Yiddish language primer on how to be a Jew living far away from Jewish centers. And you think about the Jews in San Francisco, Kansas City, Des Moines, small Jewish towns, getting a copy of Nidchei Yisrael meant a lot because it was not like a massive 20-volume work on the mission of Florida. It was a short one-volume work in the Yiddish vernacular, how to observe Shabbat, how to keep kosher, and so on. Because he really cared about them. Now, the story goes, it's probably not true, but the story goes that he had a student who came from America to study with him in a little town of Rothschild'S, and he asked him what it was like in the town of Rothschild'S. He says, well, how many hours of Talmud do the Jews study a day there? And when he said, oh, not much, maybe the most learned study 3 hours a day. So he only studied 3 hours a day? Oh my gosh, we can't know very much. And that's why he sat down to write the book. I somehow doubt that story is true, but his concern for the Jews of America was marked. His leadership was exercised in so many other ways. For example, he was deeply concerned with the education of women and was an early backer of Sarah Schuler's Beis Yaakov movement to formalize Jewish education. He was deeply concerned, for example, with the need for Jews to politically mobilize. And as a result, he was one of the individuals who was behind one of the first, overarching political organizations of Jews known as the Agudat Yisrael, feeling that they needed some kind of vehicle in which to express their opinions in independent Poland. Even at the end of his, actually later in his life, he dealt with tremendous privation. This is a period of great change that, actually, let's go to the next slide because that's where I talk about it. Poland was recreated out of thin air, as it were, immediately after World War II. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, World War I, excuse me. I haven't spent too much time talking about the politics, but we should realize that this man's life that spanned almost a century began in Russia and then went through World War I when the region of Belarus was briefly independent, then under German control, then under Russian control, and then once again under Poland, not as an independent country, but nevertheless within a very dramatically new environment politically. And throughout all of this, you realize that one of the most important things that Jews must do to cope with these new realities, which includes, for example, like the exercise of the franchise, which meant that Jews actually ended up having members sitting in the Polish parliament in order to say, and he felt that Jews needed to have their place in the same along with all the other minorities, and as a result, he participated in the establishment of organizations like the Agudas Yisrael. But he was very big into campaigns of all types. He would regularly, and you'll see Mr. Lieutenant Rodriguez, I should say, you'll see in his collected writings all kinds of letters calling for, greater adherence to the laws of Shabbat, greater adherence to the laws of Hara, and so on. And he participated in many of these campaigns to try and mobilize Jews throughout the period. Towards the end of his life, there are some rather ominous moments where he would lapse at public events into moments of deep silence and reverie, almost as if he was anticipating the devastation that was just around the corner. But with his death in 1936, he did not live to see the worst days of Polish Jewry. Nevertheless, his legacy lives on in many institutions besides the general pervasive nature of his thought, particularly in the Mishnah Berurah and in the Chavetz Chaim. One yeshiva in particular models itself on his thought, and that is the yeshiva Chavetz Chaim, named after him, that was started by one of his nephews, and now has its headquarters in this building in Kew Garden Hills, New York. Actually, I was there last Shabbat, and I happened to daven in the main sanctuary there. Here in South Florida, we feel his legacy on an institutional level through the local yeshivas Torah Chaim and Torah Temes, which are largely staffed by faculty that emerged from the Chavetz Chaim yeshiva movement, which is somewhat different from most of the other yeshivas in that they are known for their remarkably long process of rabbinic ordination. Rabbinic ordination at the Chavetz Chaim takes about 14 years of post-high school study. It's a PhD and a half to get smicha from Chavetz Chaim, and they tend to be fairly reliable smicha as opposed to other rabbinic ordinations. Sometimes in some places, if a guy gets engaged, they say, oh, well, it wouldn't look right if you're not a rabbi. They get smicha just for having a dare for you to marry them. Chavetz Chaim is not like that. It's really a long haul. They also proceed studying under Talmud at a remarkably slow pace. They're criticized for that in some quarters. And one of the jokes I once heard the Rosh Yeshiva of the local yeshiva here say, in Hebrew we have this Aramaic, we have this acronym, Shas, stands for Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders of the Talmud. But they say at Chavetz Chaim, that's too much. They say Shas stands for Shtei Sidre. 2 orders. That's enough. You're not going to make it through all of it. But that's a joke. And that's the next slide. Here he is. Rabbi Goodstein, our own Rosh here at the Young Israel Balhadar, is also a Chavetz Chaim product. Heavily influenced by the teaching of those times. Those of you who are here at Shabbat, who hear him speak, you can hear the Chavetz Chaim's teaching is really embodied in his own emphasis on personal morality and on the nature of speech and on the way in which we must be very careful on how we encourage others to speak and not tear them down. You really see those ideas alive in our own lives. So that's a summary of a very brief summary of the life and achievements of Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kahan, the Chavetz Chaim. I hope you found it useful. Just a quick note about what's going to happen over the next few weeks. We have 4 weeks left in this academic year, or 3 weeks left after tonight. So we're in the 20th century, and the 3, I think I'm going to talk about rabbis. It's going to be a cavalcade of rabbis. Next week, I'd like to speak about the Piaseczna Rebbe, Rabbi Kalanis Kalman Shapira, who was the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto, who continues to minister to the needs of a wide variety of people in the middle of the Holocaust. And amazingly, we have his sermons from that period published in a book called Eish Kodesh. And they are a very unique source on the Holocaust as viewed from the inside by the Jewish community, and there's a lot to say about that. And then after that, I'd like to speak about the Rav Soloveitchik, the most important figure involved in the contemporary Yeshiva University, and his tremendous influence on American Jewry in particular. And then finally, I'd like to conclude by going to the other side of the university spectrum by looking at the life of Dr. Bernard Lander, the founder of Torah College, who I think has a lot to say about the nature of American Jewry as well. So thank you very much for your attention and your engagement, and look forward to seeing you next week.
Sitting was a Yankee fan on the field at Yankee Stadium. Not only was I allowed on the field, I got to play there. Obviously then, when they made an offer that day for me to work there, I accepted. I returned to California, gave my notice, packed my belongings, and within a month was in Los Alamos and working at Mesa. I was in for a bit of culture shock there as well. The employees there, as I said, possessed some of the most powerful scientific minds in the world. I was used to lasers, but these were human beings with a similar mind. It's very funny. Something like that.
Thank you. Well, so much for playing hard to get. I won't have to drug your drink. Good evening, everyone. So Alyssa Barrett Griffin has revealed that she's cried multiple times while being on The View. Some say it's stress, but others believe it's from the onions they slice for their daily pig roast. More than half of the beaches on the East Coast tested positive for fecal contamination. But they traced it back to a single source. Tim Walz is charging taxpayers $430,000 in legal fees that went to help him prepare to testify before Congress. Yeah, he may not be able to define a woman, but he can sure spend like one. Chicks, am I right? According to a new book, Kamala Harris went with her guts when she picked Tim Walz as her running mate. And here's what was in her guts. To promote their upcoming series Human, the BBC has released new images that show 3 early human species. Here's one from 50,000 years ago, and here's another from 100,000 years ago. Here's one from 500,000 years ago. Didn't see that one coming. Joe Biden's former doctor refused to answer a single question about the ex-president's poor health. Wow, he seems like the perfect doctor to treat my secret warts. True. When asked about Biden's decline, he simply referred them to the coroner's report. To promote inclusion, Mattel has introduced its first Barbie with type 1 diabetes. I know. And they laughed at me when I tried to pitch AIDS Ken. In a college newspaper article, Zoran Mamdani wrote that he grew a beard as a symbolic middle finger. Oh, that's why I grew mine too, said one woman. So, Joe Biden's former doctor appeared before Congress this week, but when asked if he lied about the ex-president's decline, he was quieter than a Milli Vanilli reunion.
Remember to lie about the the Atlantic Council declined to answer
Yep, he pled the fifth to all questions, claiming doctor patient privilege, which I get. It's the only thing stopping my doctor from telling the world about my birthmark that looks like Rick Hume. Now, obviously, the doctor's protecting himself. Being Biden's physician is a tough gig. Every day it's something. He shattered his kneecap, checking his reflexes. He's got wet bones and sweaty teeth. It's like being a veterinarian. One day you're popping back in his shoulder, then you're removing worms from the burrow in his leg. Finally, you're pulling a chipmunk out of his butt. It's like being the groundskeeper for a golf course. There's 18 holes you need to take care of. But the doctor wasn't alone in his defense of old liver spots who got help from a stupid person from Texas. So you have the right to confidentiality?
You have
the right to confidentiality when it comes to your health care. It's kind of astounding to hear someone say, if you invoke the Fifth Amendment, that is only because you are guilty. The country is off the rails right now. People have concerns about the current occupant in the White House and whether or not he is mentally fit to serve in this moment.
Now, this moron is not completely wrong. Normal people do have the right to medical privacy, but they also have the right not to be lied to. You know, that the person in charge of the nuclear codes doesn't have a brain more shattered than a chair on The View. And she shouldn't be talking about mental fitness when her brain hasn't hit the gym in years. Every time I hear her talk, I ask myself, hey, I wonder if Lenny from Mice and Men finds her as stupid as we do. But did you see Joe Biden every single day?
I didn't see Joe Biden every single day, but I did have an opportunity to interact with the president. I never had a concern. We know that this is someone that was born with a stutter that ultimately had to get over it.
Yeah. I remember when I had a stutter, it was so bad it caused me to wander into the rainforest. So Joe only had a stutter. Yeah, and Stephen Hawking's feet were just asleep. But to this day, Dems pretend his decline was shocking, something they're just learning about now. Which is like just finding out that John Travolta is gay, being weight. Former CNN analyst Chris Saliza is still shocked Joe could be trusted outside of a non-staged event. Is still just eternally surprised by stuff, including basic info everyone who isn't Chris Saliza already knew. Remember, in 2021, this guy claimed Republicans were trying to make Biden's mental capacity an issue. But now, with Biden gone, the truth is safe to tell. Like when the statute of limitations expires and Steve Buscemi can finally admit he's the Zodiac killer. Look, we don't want this doctor in jail. I mean, look at the poor guy. 30 minutes in Rikers and he passed around like P. Diddy's girlfriend at a freak-off. All we want is the real story. Like, how did the diagnosis of Biden's prostate cancer go unnoticed for so long? What, did Joe's butthole have its own secret service? Why did a Parkinson's expert visit the White House 8 times in 8 months? That's once a month, far more often than I floss. But maybe there's a solution. If you give the doc immunity, he can spill the beans without incriminating himself. And while you're at it, pardon the doctor for that terrible haircut. Trump would do it if I asked him. After all, that's how I got Geraldo on the no-fly list. But let's be honest, O'Connor, the doctor, was just taking orders. And not from Joe, but from people around him. And I want those scalps. I want them to be scorned like my assistants when they don't pick up the clippings after shaving my back. Let's welcome tonight's guest. God help your soul if you piss off this troll, author of Not Sick of Winning, Michael Malice. She's been on Fox News longer than Super Beats. Fox News anchor Julie Banderas. At his restaurant, the dessert menu with a picture of his ass. Chef and restaurant owner Sandra Gould. And when this libertarian leads the 3 little pigs to her son, she replaces the wolf with the IRS. Good time guys showing out their function picture of their Michael's great to see you, as always. I wish I could feel the pig. Are you surprised the doctor fled the fifth?
Maybe this is my amateur talk talking, but there's no reason to ever talk to the authorities. You can get away with it. If the cops stop you from talking about you, and that's not out of one. So if I'm just facing that firing squad, which is the actor that said it, I should keep my damn mouth shut, and why wouldn't I? And I also would remind people of Trump stuff. They wanted Jackson, because when he opened his mouth, his office got raided. Right. Trump's guys, and he got shot not long after. So he's doing a smart thing. He knows he was covering things up. But if you're the president's doctor, that's your job. So you should still those.
Supposed to keep your mouth shut and supply them with the best drugs.
And also, I don't think if Biden was coaching, his administration would be run all that differently.
That's
And
true.
that's the thing. I don't get it. That's a huge scandal. You know, he should be running it all anyway.
That is true. It's like it's like to think that a normal brain Biden would be any more effective is kind of foolish.
Right, exactly.
What about the media? You're part of the media. Let's say you. Isn't it really about? Let's we can expect the Democrats to play cover up and lie, but the media is supposed to uncover the cover up.
Right. So the media is supposed to be asking the tough questions, but the media doesn't ask tough questions. Although one of our reporters at Fox did try to talk to him and ask him a question, and of course he refused to answer the same he didn't in Congress. I think if he's going to invoke the Fifth Amendment, the questions presented to him by Congress should be like, who's your father? That would be a great way to save somebody's career. He looks like Dumb and Dumber. One bang, don't work. But I do want to say this. Regarding the Fifth Amendment, and I understand the patient-doctor confidentiality agreement, I do understand that, but the question is not, did he have a hemorrhoid, or did he have Parkinson's, or did he have cancer? The question is simply, did you lie to the president? And that is a question that his lawyers advised him not to answer. So we all know the answer. He lied. He lied to the president as well as the entire administration. That's the story.
You know, good point, Julie.
Wow.
Andrew, you know the thing is, I do feel that the media is getting away with this. This is a cover-up that makes, Watergate look like a parking ticket. I've said it before. But how do you have the media investigate the media? That's like giving your own prostate exam. You got to be really limber to do that. Yeah, trust me. Yeah, that's a good call. I sued myself once. Yeah, made out pretty good. It's the same idea. Yeah, this is a scandal wrapped in a scandal, layers and layers. It's like this production of scandals. But the funniest thing, you're right, is not just the fact that the media is trying to cover it up, but that they're also placing themselves as the heroes in this story, right? Jake Tapper is like, look at all this stuff that happened. Everyone's like, wow, you are so clear and concise on recognizing that. The entire country knew that Biden was not running the show, and the fact that we're still playing the game that he's okay and we're using the stutter, it has a butterfly effect, right? Yeah. It's like the butterfly effect. That a simple stutter can lead to record-breaking consumer price index increases, inflation, a crashing economy. My stutter's done so much for you guys probably don't hear it, but it's I'm repeating everything I'm saying. Just different words. Yeah. There's a joke in there. I just can't think of it. Would it be your worst nightmare for your doctor to appear in some kind of hearing? Yes, question.
No. I feel I'm pretty open. I don't know. I feel like the most upset person in all this should be Kamala. If she was aware of it. Because think about those huge links that the government, the media, went so far to do everything they could to cover this up, that he was severely cognitively impaired because as bad as it was, they thought that he would still be better.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
In physics in 1932 for his creation of quantum mechanics. Even today, mention Heisenberg's name, and people with only the most rudimentary understanding of the history of physics in the last 100 years will know at least about his uncertainty principle. One of the biggest problems with quantum experiments is the
So it appears the grown-ups are back. Suddenly Washington has rediscovered what an actual boss looks like. And what happens when you have a great boss? The bossness trickles down. Now we finally got cabinet members who aren't as confident, they're kicking out. Take Marco Rubio, whose transformation reminds us of when the Incredible Hulk gets angry, or when Judge Janine loses a shoe. Here's Marco taking Chris Van Allen to the short bus.
I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job. And in case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with.
and that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear, and the data to be Chairman, you went to please. Secretary Rubio has the floor. Chairman, you can't make unsubstantiated Senator like that. Secretary Rubio has the floor. Secretary Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court of the United States to hasn't done it under oath. Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge and the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy.
I haven't seen a mismatch like that since Randy Weingarten sat on a chair. And it's only possible when you got the wind of Trump at your back and no fear of the wind coming from the flatulent left-wing mob. And Rubio's not alone. The entire cast of unintimidated ass kickers is growing real fast. Just take a look at this murderous row.
If I offend anybody today, I don't give it. I don't give it what you think about me.
Well, I have to point out that Secretary, seriously, because you as Secretary, you don't care about wasting tax dollars. Senator Ricketts does. And I'll do my job because the American public and the people are all about wasting tax dollars. You want to talk about someone who was attacked by a weaponized hero? You're looking at him. And now he's the director of the FBI and he's cleaning it up. I don't really care about that. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree. No more pronouns. No more climate change obsession. No more emergency vaccine mandates. No more dudes in dresses. We're done with that.
Yeah. Tell you what, I haven't seen so many bad asses since Kudlow had his 80th birthday at a new beach. But all of them are energized because they know something changed. Trump's back, and he has your back, so they showed up to fight. Now let's contrast that with Team Biden, the island of misfit DEI hires. Last year's starting lineup, Kamala Harris, the border czar who managed to make the border work. But by losing to Trump, she proved drinking does make your problems go away. Remember Mayorkas? The guy threw his own agents under the bus, lied about having control of the border, and on top of that, looks like a ball sack after a fresh waxing. Pete Buttigieg went on a 3-month paternity leave before they even knew he was gone, let alone pregnant. This guy was as useless as crowd control at a Jesse Waters book signing. Secretary of State Blinken became a Nero in mom's jeans, playing guitar while our foreign policy burned. 13 service members died under his watch. Luckily, his boss totally forgot about it. Lloyd Austin, our defense secretary, hid that he had prostate cancer. Where have we heard that before? Do you realize that means at one point our military had no commander-in-chief and no secretary of defense? If Aruba decided to invade us, we would have been. But I guess that's how you get a mentally ill dude in charge of nuclear waste who moonlights as a luggage thief. Under Biden, staffers were taking it in the ass at a Senate conference room and filming it. I was not there. And what about Binder, right? Whose job was to sell us all the... She instilled confidence in this administration the way the View instills confidence in Weight Watchers. Didn't matter because the media played along. Hell, they carried so much water, camels tried to have sex with them. But there was no top guy, and it showed with the rest of these clock watchers. When your boss inspires naps instead of nerves, success is never an option because failure is expected. I think the Biden administration's motto was, we do less before 9 a.m. than dead people do all day. But now, it's changed. Entire departments, they're not worried about disappointing the media or the bureaucrats. They want to please Trump and by extension all of us. Trump knows leadership doesn't come from special days, hashtags, and platitudes about inclusion. It comes from expectations. It comes from pressure and a vision for what's great. Which is why we went from a president who forgot names to a White House who's kicking ass and taking that.
Absolute. AJ Laughter is the best medicine, which is why he's banned from hospitals. Laughter comedian Steve Bird. And she's our favorite Madison, Dr. James and Square Garden. Business correspondent Madison Allworth. Oh, it's kind of funny watching Rubio kind of transform from a little Marco to murderous Marco.
No, I loved it. I do disagree with one part. That was an amazing monologue. But
Thank you.
I think it looks like a ball sack, but not after the polishing. That needs a good polish. That's all where I disagree.
It is tough. He does look like, yeah, he looks like he has a few straight hair. Yeah.
So, I'm a big Rocky fan.
Yeah.
And when Holyfield was coming up, one of his biggest fights, he would lose up the cruiserweight. He was fighting this guy named Ricky Parquet. And before the fight, they asked Ricky Parquet, "You're going to do this guy is tough, He said, I didn't want to tell you my strategy. Yeah, when I do like that, that's called the slam and down. So, third round, Holyfield was whipping his ass. Next thing you know, Parquet goes down. He looks over at the camera and goes, Chris Holland did the same thing to that hearing. He looked over one time, he's like, Rubio, whooping my ass. Slam a jammer. They don't know what to do.
It was not pretty because Rubio was on the other side. Yeah, he knew what to do. And Van Hall, and I keep thinking of Van Hall, but they're much better. He didn't know what to do. What is it about? Hey, you work with me, and you know what a boss I am and how great my staff is, which is reflective of my leadership abilities. Very true. All true. Yes. Is that what's going on here? They're drawing inspiration from the guy in charge. Absolutely. And, Greg is a perfect example of that. Like, they're taking your steam away, Greg. You were the only right-wing guy out there who was slaying it, who was making jokes about the left. Now, Trump and all of his administration is getting on the game. I mean, these hearings, these stupid hearings, I'm so glad they cracked the code on this thing. They just come back at them like it's a Kill Tony podcast, and they roast them back. Yes, because the whole idea of this, they use decorum against these people. So they said, because of Robert's Rules of Order and the parliamentary procedure, they could say whatever they wanted, and the person just had to sit there and take it. So whenever we saw these hearings, the people would just be sitting there like idiots as the senators laid into them. Now they come back at them. Yeah. It's like, that crack about the margarita. Yeah. Then it made that guy look like an idiot. So Van Hall is like, I demand you take that back. It was not a margarita. It was a mojito. Did you catch the crazy stuff today with the South African president, all that stuff? Is that incredible? It is amazing how much we're seeing that we never used to see before. At these hearings, C-SPAN is that interesting.
Yeah, the curtains have just been pulled wide open. We can see everything on full display.
That's what I think of the gap. Anyway, go ahead.
But it's the incredible transparency, which I think is what makes this all so wild. Because not Van Halen, Van Hollen was upset, saying, okay, bring this in front of the judiciary. And of course, we're saying, no, just because I'm actually talking to world leaders doesn't mean that you get in on the secret sauce. It's like asking the popular kids at the table, like, hey, you got to share with all of us. No, just because former President Biden was falling asleep at G20 meetings, missing these dinners, he didn't have any information to share. Now we do. We open up the curtain as wide as possible, but some things still have to remain a secret. And I love the way that we're doing it.
Yeah, I know, it was great. Steve, it's good to see you. Are you still selling newspapers on the corner of 6th Avenue? Actually, in Tiananmen Square. No, that Rubio was inspiring. It was great. And it's like to Tom's point, it's like once it's in the ether, it's like, yeah, I take it back. It's like, it's already on Twitter. We'll keep it back. But Trump got in there. He's not joking around, right? Deported upwards of, in 3 months, over 100,000 illegal immigrants back out of this country, and if he keeps up at this rate, who's going to be left to root for the Raiders? I will say this. I supported all these people, and so what the progressives and left are demanding is due process, right courts, and back it up. Let's spend millions of dollars on courts. It's like, that's why I think Trump went in and opened Alcatraz. There's no more El Salvador in prison. It's going to go to Alcatraz, and it's going to rename Mar-a-Lago. And you know what? It's going to be a beautiful jail, Greg. It's going to be a wonderful local jail. They're gonna run my jail. Let me tell you, the inmates love my jail. The inmates, you know the inmates say to me, Greg? The inmates, when they turn it up, they say, I don't want to leave, I want to stay. I don't want you to leave. Nicely done. You know what the prison guards tell me? The prison guards can say, I want to be an inmate. That's what they said. All right, that was beautiful. Before we go, come see me on tour with special guests. Absolutely. Yeah. We will be in not good, but Grand Rapids, Michigan. And we're going to head out to Rockford, Illinois the next month. Then Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Arizona, and Texas later in the year. Go to juicegutdog.com for tickets. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
And put his hand on a glass plate. He splayed out his fingers, and some kind of optical scanner or reader lit up from above. Next, he typed in a few pieces of information on a small keypad. A moment later, his identification badge dropped into a slot at the machine's base. He repeated his actions. The eye badge popped out. Easy was. You don't need to have it on your person at all times. It's both your identification card or your key card. He turned toward the door. All of a sudden, a small stainless steel plate popped up. His
Okay, you can go now. All right. Let's get into the jokes. Four former Biden aides have agreed to testify at the investigation of a cover-up of his mental decline. Upon hearing this, Biden said, "First you tell me I have dementia, and now I have AIDS?" Sounded like a good AIDS joke to lead off the show. Republicans beat the Democrats in the congressional baseball game by a score of 13-2. And for once, the Dems didn't even shoot anybody. The game was almost canceled when Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib suggested they play shirts against skins. But the game ended up being delayed when someone mistook Nancy Pelosi's face for a catcher's mitt. The game had to be stopped in the second inning when Jerry Nadler started grazing on the outfield grass. Tensions were high when halfway through the game, Chrissy Nome shot the mascot. Yet all in all, everybody was in good spirits since all the players scored with Lauren Boebert. Oh, she would have laughed. All right, keep the line. LA Mayor Karen Bass is blaming the LA riots as unquote bad actor, prompting an angry call from John Cusack's agent. Daughter of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar applauded the riots, saying death to the colonial empire. Many people blame her outrage on radical politics, and not because she may be inbred. I'm not saying she would.
Yeah, I'm saying she ain't.
Yeah, neither am I.
We don't know.
And finally, soap made out of actress Sydney Sweeney's bathwater is being resold online for as much as $1,600. Meanwhile, Joy Behar's bathwater is replacing tear gas to disperse angry riots. That was a good one. All right. So award season may be over, but it's never too late to give out one more. Yep, it's time for the DJ with a bunch of ways. Surprise, he's dead behind the iPhone man. Oh, let's go to the
of trash. Yeah, it's a white dude with a man bun laughing at a black woman who works for a living to feed her kids. Did the DNC create this guy in a lab? I mean, for a bigger pair of douches, you'd have to visit the feminine care aisle at Costco. See, this is why the media won't interview the protesters and instead prefer to deliver the message themselves. Because when you actually hear their words, you realize you don't want a mediator, you want a terminator. Not a dictator, just someone who can sign his own name and doesn't need his ass wiped after each press conference. It's true. There's this new study out showing that when people feel that society is collapsing, they want a strong leader. Because experiencing a social breakdown causes you to feel powerless. It's like if you're in Larry Kudlow's basement and the techno music drowns out your safe word. But that powerlessness creates uncertainty, and in that uncertainty, what do people crave? No, not my abs workout video. Although it is still available at the new store gift shop, right next to Sweat with Brick Unit. People crave decisive action. They don't want Grandpa Simpson telling them about the time cannibals almost ate Al Jolson. They want someone who talks like a bouncer and negotiates like a mafia don. In other words, Donald Trump. So while you think it was MAGA who elected Trump, it was the Dems. After all, they created a world where people can see their society falling apart, where their leaders look clueless, their laws go unenforced, and the criminals get more sympathy than the victims. And when the country feels like a burning clown car, you don't vote for another clown. You vote for the guy who drives a big, scary garbage truck. Can you blame him? You got protesters blocking bridges, snarling traffic, and mocking moms begging to get to work. These aren't activists, they're hostage takers. They're extortionists, like the mafia, but without the chicken parmesan. So right now, the Dems are handing the GOP an amazing re-election video. You don't need Kid Rock or fireworks or Nancy Mace in a bikini. No, now that you have seniors and on top of a burning Waymo, Trump didn't just appear in a vacuum, he appeared in a moral and civic one, led by a party more interested in pronouns than public safety. He didn't force his way into office. He was summoned like a bouncer to a bar fight. The streets have been calm, but the schools worked and cities were safe. And Dems didn't treat every criminal as a misunderstood poet. We might have gotten another useless Democrat. But these times didn't call for cardigan sweaters, call for brass knuckles. That's the irony. The Dems feared Trump and did everything they could to elect him. So now the left operates in the world of what if. What would have happened if Trump hadn't said the truth? Well, we do have proof. The George Floyd riots proved that lawlessness unchecked leads to worse lawlessness. The Dems operate on the luxury of saying what would happen because we stopped them from making it worse. So we'll never know. But that's the point of a strong leader, stopping chaos before it spreads. Trump is the certainty in uncertain times. After Democrat rule, you don't want a TED talk, you want someone with brass balls. So now, what does the media do? Well, Newsweek published a map that listed all the anti-Trump rallies to be held across this country Saturday. And boy, is it organized from the top on down. What's the goal? Well, without principles, you go for the photo op. They're praying for that one George Floyd moment. They incite and hope you'll bite. Me. maybe it'll work. But know this, we will no longer be held hostage by a party that denies our safety and then organizes mobs when we say we've had enough. They say hindsight is 2020. Well, it's 2020 that gave us 2024. Comedy, ratings, ratings, and two thumbs in their ears. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. Sees our favorite McDonald's, not counting that old pervert who had a farm. Host of the evening edit on Fox Business, Liz McDonald. She's more popular with old men than naps. So outnumbered co-host Emily Capano. And old ladies pass him around like a tube of polygraph. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former NWA World Champion. Joe, welcome to the show. That Ron, in case you didn't notice, isn't it weird how the Dems actually elected Trump by their reaction to Trump? Yeah, well, if you look at that guy that they had there, he was more fun than man. Yes. Wait a minute. Why have we not found out who he is? I don't know. I don't think he's like he's busy at his work. Yeah. You know? There's a reason why people never say, let's ask this man about his opinion. You ask a man about a question like, why did you yoga now? Like that. Horrible people. Yeah, I mean, look at this. The nerve of him to be saying, hey, chill out, black women. I'm going to show you how to fight white supremacy and the patriarchy. It's just the nerve. Oh, it's unbearable to look at. Yeah, by the way, this is hostage taking. If you are keeping people from getting where they're going, that is actually taking hostages. I don't know why they're not arrested and charged. And you can tell he doesn't care about her. It's just like, the people on Martha's Vineyard, they have the signs up front that says, he has no home here, and it turns out migrants have no home there either because they chased them out fast with a knife with them. Yeah, so, I think it shows how these people like him, they don't care about the people they're talking about. They don't. And I think a funny example is, now here in California, it's supposedly Mexican territory. Yeah. All the time, what about all these land acknowledgments that were supposed to be Native American territory where people go up and they would say, oh, well, this is former territory of the proud. Yeah. So, and now it's like, so, yeah, they don't care. Red Water doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's not going to get hit in the head with a ball with a riot. Her wig would throw it back. Yeah. So, I think what you learn from this is that normal people, they don't like riots. They don't like any of this stuff, and they see it. And this idea of America's a nation of immigrants, no, it's a nation of citizens. And the citizens are looking and saying, who's looking out for us? And it's not the Democrats, it's Donald Trump. What do you make of that man bun guy? Huh? Yeah, I mean, he's needing to suppress the face of white supremacy. Yeah. I mean, and the Democrat Party is spending $20 million to understand why male voters are running away from the Democrat Party for the guys like that. And when you watch him, he was totally not looking at her, he was looking at the camera. Yeah. He too is looking for his own viral moment. And you're right, how do you track the guy? Nobody knows where he works, nobody knows what he does. And your point is well taken. When are they going to sit down and talk to the people doing this? Yeah. Doing this to America? Because it's so unfair to that minority woman who's trying to feed her family, going to work, and he's not working, blocking her. Americans, they see through this, they see right through it, and they don't like the riots, they like law and order, they like safety. This guy is making everybody feel less safe. Yeah, I hope he does get a viral moment, but it's viral hepatitis. You know who he looks like, Emily, when they put him up there? He reminds me of the killer in Silence of the Lambs. You know, when they close the door. He looks like he's breaking it out. Yes, your favorite guy. That's your hall pass.
Hey, everyone. Thing one and thing two right up there on the board. But it's column one, column two. They're great. Here's the thing about the Dems. They are always speaking towards you. And they are always trying to replace the group that they are always knowing better to speak for. So, ironically, this week, right, there's a big article out. Here are the groups that Trump wants to erase. Right. And they list every single minority. But funny how the white man, Gavin Newsom, always knows how to speak better than every person of color in his state and every community in this state, right? Maxine Waters knows how to speak better than the
communities that are actually being disturbed in these rights. And that's the thing too. Like, I need these protesters to be interviewed because I went to high school. I know what it is like to talk to someone on active. It's more like I want to hear from the people whose communities are being displaced, whose child was raped by a recidivist rapist who's taken a sanctuary city so they're okay even though they're legal immigrants. Like, talk to those people. Interview that woman who got constructively connected. Here's the thing. This is what I was thinking about, though. The reason that I don't think they're going to charge them with that is because she would technically walk away. Right? Like, but you're right. That if you are prevented from exiting a room, that is charged as kidnapping. But I think
all I want, Emily, besides your thinking that is Cyrus. I wanted to have the huge. I would like all of you to use him as a Q-tip.
yeah.
Or, I mean, if it was me, I would go to jail for murder because I would run him over. But you would find a very clever and creative way of torturing him without ever seeing felonies.
They never make me good. I like people standing in front of my truck. I could be cool. No, we would have had action. And, but we all want the country, right? Everyone's seeing that. You know, there's old ladies going, I'm all over, but I got one in me. You know? But we should do it.
Yeah.
Because if you're the state and you take the dumbest, ugliest, moronic group and put him on camera, because patriots see that, and they see, and we don't, when they look at that, no one's like, oh, he's messing with a black woman. The average man's going, he is intimidating a woman, right, period. And the alpha males and the males in this country are like, oh no, that's not going to happen on my watch. This is the new move, is to get far side to react. To get someone like me walk over, snatch him by his man bun, drag him around a little bit, and then put him somewhere. Yeah. And everyone will cheer after this weekend. But then it will be civil war. MAGAs are attacking us. So no matter how much we want to react, and yeah, she can play. The good news is this is on film, so her manager, she can show it to him. This is why I was late. So she's going to be okay. But it's important that we do not engage. All this weekend is about getting one video of a dude like me or someone with a MAGA hat or even someone of great stature with maybe 2 baseball bats and a whatever, a horse, a pony, charging in, you know, leave those women alone, you know, and all it takes is, next thing you know, all we would see would be MAGA agitators with a reason why. So it's very important, no matter how much you want to put hands on him, that we don't, and we allow police to do their job, because the police are back, they are inspired, and they have support.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
De-emphasize the dismantling efforts and focus instead on other kinds of analyses to determine how it functioned. What those types of analyses were to be wasn't specified, but one other thing was made clear as a priority. It was a bit presumptuous of me to include my not yet fully cleared self in this.
A sofa brand is looking for a professional napper and will pay $10,000 to rest and digest for the summer. Finally, a job that I'm qualified for, said one man. Trey's qualifications include previously being laid to rest. Alright, it was unnecessary. Earlier today, a jury was sworn in for the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Apparently, they took an oath while placing their right hand on the ass of an unconscious male escort. I like that one. I can't figure you people out. Finally, federal judges say unsolicited pizza deliveries to their homes are meant to intimidate them. In a related story, guess who wants to be a federal judge? Does that make sense? Okay. All right, not a lot of time. So right now, the Dems are the Charlie Sheen of politics. The junkie who realizes everyone was right. I got a serious problem and I need help. Take the Dems' resident twerp DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who actually said something true on Bill Maher. Younger men, they would rather vote for somebody who feels, even if they don't completely agree with, they don't feel judged by, than somebody who they do agree with, that they feel like they have to walk on eggshells around constantly because they're going to be judged or ostracized or excommunicated. Ultimately, what we have to do here is figure out how to bring people back in and work towards the bigger goal of the things for this country. I don't think we should be able to focus on what young people should be focused on, which is how to get laid and how to go and have fun. Yeah. I like how he said get laid and have fun. It's like the two are mutually exclusive. Although a lover who votes Democrat must be kind of a bummer. She won't let you sleep with her until you admit women should vote. Not gonna happen. But even the loudest, most annoying voices in the party are chiming in. Here's Jasmine Crockett auditioning for a job at Frontier Air. I bet there's a lot of people who are like, oh, let's go find the safest white boy we can find.
There's a lot of people that are like, you know what? Like, let's go find the safest white boy we find. I mean, I'm just saying, no, for real. No, for real. And to be clear, when we talk about them, I can tell you that there is one specific candidate. I had a donor on the phone with me telling me that all the donors are lining up behind that candidate. So I can tell, and I tell you, it's not a black person or a woman.
Thanks, darling. The money's on the dresser. So now, I don't know what that means either. So now the left knows they must change. Some already are. You remember this lady? That's Stephanie Buell before Trump. Shoot, this is her now. Who does she remind you of? I know. If I were Rachel, I'd be kind of worried. It reminds me of that stalker movie, Single White Female, except it's Single White Male. So what does it tell you? With Trump ruling the road of common sense, the Dems can only move more left. Buell wasn't always a left-wing scold. She spent 15 years in finance. Now she's mostly worried about the price of cats. But she's My guess is Jen Psaki's next. By the second episode of her new show, ratings in the key demo, people 24 to 54 plunged, with 65,000 in the entire country tuning in. I could get that many reading Kilmeade's book on my OnlyFans. So how long before Jen Psaki goes from this to this? But the Dems, they can't return to normal. On Friday, 3 Democrats stormed an ICE facility in Newark. Even the city's lefty mayor was arrested. I guess he knows that jail is safer than the streets of Newark. But these are the responses to Trump. Theater, outrage, screaming. No wonder Dems have decided they need ideas. But first they need ideas on coming up with ideas. And then you're going to need ideas for that too. You know, ideas that would lead them to ideas, that would help them figure out ideas, to create ideas. It's an infinite regress, with each move depending on a precursor. There's no bottom to their problem, because the bottom needs a floor, a foundational set of first principles. That would mean you have to say there's a culture with norms and traditions, rights and wrongs. But the Dems are that elevator shack with no elevator in it. Whatever idea they have immediately falls 60 stories into the abyss. Now, we have a bottom that's easy to express. Law and order, safety and security, free markets based on a fair share of transfer of commodities. It's simple. I did that in 30 seconds. I didn't even have to look up from my online kangaroo porn. But if you lack foundational principles, you're screwed. Sadly, the Dems embrace the mind virus that deems such principles oppressive. And now, without the foundation, they're trying to build a house on quicksand. And any crackpot idea can take hold. How did trans hysteria find its root in their party? How did squatting and mass theft become acceptable? Why did the Dems circle their wagons around a gangbang? How did Hamas become sympathetic? How did minor attractive persons stop meaning we wanted to bang coal miners? Look at how climate change just disappeared, like the ice caps were supposed to 30 years ago. I guess when you see the planet's going to expire in 5 years, where do you go next? Blocking traffic? Destroying paintings? Calling the patron saint of electric cars Hitler? How do you go further left? On no cash bail, open borders, men and women's bathrooms. It's like Howard Stern's shock comedy. Eventually you run out and turn gay. They've gone so far in the wrong direction, they've lost America. Of course, they could claw their way back to the middle, but it also means sharing the road that Trump owns. Common sense. But first, the Thames must find their bottom. It's too bad their heads are stuck inside it. He's used to people walking out of his ass and his marriage. Actor, writer, comedian Jamie Lizzo. He solves problems the old-fashioned way with physical violence. MMA star Colby Covington. She sometimes stops at mid-sentence to let her feelings cool. Our co-host Emily Capardo. And he used the whole book of stamps sending out Mother's Day cards. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former actor, April 23rd. Jamie, you've hit rock bottom, I'd say many times.
Yeah, I remember once I thought it was rock bottom, and I was like, nope, go lower.
Yes, it feels like the Dems are at their rock bottom. And they get, what would you tell them to do at this point?
I would say just quit. We're behind.
Yes.
Can I just stop for a second? During the monologue, did you say kangaroo porn?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. It makes sense. I remember a while ago, I go, what type of porn do you like? And you go, whatever jumps out of it. Did I ever tell you?
Oh, you had that whole setup there.
Yeah.
Where's he going with it?
Yeah. My ex-wife wanted to film a porn when she goes, you can be a pizza guy. And I go, that's cool. So I deliver the pizza and we get brisket. She goes, no, after I have sex with that guy on camera, we're going to be hungry. That ice video is one to see. They've lost their mind. And I honestly kind of believe, I don't know what could possibly bring them out of this rut. That ice video, in the video, I don't know if what I read said, it was like a dude, I don't know if he was a congressman or something, he body slammed a female ice age. Like, what are they doing? I haven't seen a man abuse a woman like that since the Paris Olympics.
That's what you call a callback. Colby, welcome to the show. We asked this question. We ask this question almost every night. Why are the Dems losing men? You're in the MMA. I'm sure you have an opinion on this.
Mostly expressed in the
They
same
just a bunch of beta, you know, they don't like alpha males, they don't like toxic masculinity, or they emasculate men. It's not right, that's why, you know, a lot of the alpha males are at least done harder.
Yeah, Chuck's is the alpha, so most men are. Jamie left. He's not an alpha male. He's more you're more like Zeta.
Yeah, Gamma.
Maybe Gamma.
He's an assistant to the assistant alpha male.
Like, is there any way could you see, like, guys returning to the
seems like a minor question.
Yeah, they've gone so far, running to the left. Yeah, there's no return. The GDI circuit stuff that they're parading around and trying to rally behind. It's unacceptable and it's anti-American. That's why no alpha male will ever change that beta party.
The beta party. The master beta party. Emily, there's something for ideas, but to have ideas, you got to have some basic principles. And I'm trying to think, what is the basic principle of the modern Democrat Party? And I can only think of power. That they see everything through the prism of power, like that's what identity politics was. If you are of this intersectionality, you have more power than this person. Is there any other principle? I don't know what other principle there is.
I agree because the application, I would say yes, control, and then the application of that, their strategy is resist. I was on the West Coast this weekend, and someone had a huge chalkboard as their garage door, so people walking by could make hard. And of course, there was someone that wrote huge resist. that body slam. Like, I know there's confused, but yeah, exactly. Like,
What do they identify as?
I mean,
She's fat, so I
who
assume
cares?
it's they.
Totally. But the whole point is that they're provoking, right? They provoke to get arrested, so they have that knock on their belt. But then they cry that it's a dictatorship because who else would actually arrest lawmakers? And the irony that I find hilarious is that they actually have oversight. And I have said, if you guys had just requested a tour,
Yes.
like, tours are open for you anytime. But when you break in and you body slam ICE agents, then yeah, you're actually going to get arrested. They just mess around and find out. And it reminded me of when we covered the 3-man protest. The shock of the protesters who were sleeping on the freeway and being like, well, you're touching me.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think is going to happen? The consequences are real. So right now, all they're doing is having a tantrum to try to claw back that control that we talked about.
Tyrus. They could have had a tour, but they wouldn't have got the press.
They didn't come for no damn tour. They came for exactly that. They're going to do some dumb people who could lose their jobs. They're not going to risk their jobs. So they can be the toughest guy in the room because they know security's not going to hurt them. So it's just more. Listen, this whole, even that stupid interview with the metrosexual DNC guy that talks or whatever. No, it's not funny. And I'm like, I couldn't believe it. Joe, they need to tell me if you would like that, so where the only thing that young people are thinking about is do late and have fun. Well, that goes against everything that America's about. You work your ass off, you get to a point. Fellas, once you get the whip in a little pocket in your ATM, you can lay it off.
Yes. You're absolutely right.
So, it just goes back.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. He makes the whole point. I guess what he's trying to say is I'm tired of these women telling us, he said, well, you know why you be a man?
Be man up. But that's not the only way this works. And this is a lot like someone trying to give dating tips to a cat lady.
Yes.
Okay? It took a long time for her to get there.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not one thing that's going to get her out. You know where I'm going here? It's not right working. The only way it works is mass resignation.
Yes.
You have to get rid of all of them, her, him included.
Yes.
They're not, because they're fake. They are part of the problem. They all benefited during these 4 years of shadow government. They're the shadow government posing as Democrats. The only way is for all of them, one, confess their crimes and leave and never come back to government again. They won't do that, so they come out with stupid ass, like on Bill Maher's dumbass show going, all we have to do is convince guys that we're not successful. It's not going to happen. It doesn't matter how you do it, how you change it. They're corrupt. America sees it. There's only one way, a massive clean out. And they're not willing to let those cops.
All right. Trump notches or wins. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Sitting about 15 feet from his high stool was a cylinder about the size and shape of a household garbage can. It was pewter in color, and both from a distance and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have no seams, no welds, no fasteners, no sharp edges. I saw nothing that hinted at how it had been manufactured. It didn't appear to have been cast, machined, or joined. This is one of the emitters, Barry said. What does it mean? I asked, setting aside again dozens and dozens of other questions about what I just read. I'll show you in a second.
Thank you. Hey,
Barry said,
I needed that.
sounding very much like an
After not
excited
being
teen
named Pope.
wanting to show off all the components of a stereo
I know.
system
Good
before
morning.
letting their
Happy
music
Thursday, everyone.
the surface of Barry's workstation.
Former President Joe Biden is on the
Of the same color and material. It was
Yes,
roughly
the
the size of a
closest Joy
basketball
Behar has
and
ever
sat
been
on
to
a
a
1-inch
festival
plate.
in years.
Again in the same composition as the other two pieces, or so I surmised.
Thanks to it before the interview when the Secret Service patted down Rookie, imagine their surprise when they found Peter
Barry
Dinklage.
lifted the half sphere and exposed a small tower-shaped object inside. It was approximately 6
Joe, of
inches
course,
tall.
was accompanied by his wife, Jill.
This was true of
You said they were
everything
looking
Barry
forward to
showed me.
interviewing the
Seemed
ex-president,
to have been
as well as Joe Biden.
formed through no process that I'd ever seen or read about. Sitting atop the tower was a cat.
So I got tomorrow
that later. On a recent podcast, Simon Cowell said he once turned down a couple's offer of $150,000 to watch them have sex. Wow. These two are getting more and more desperate for viewers. According to a new poll, Colombia was voted the country with the most beautiful women in the world. But come on, any woman looks beautiful when there might be cocaine up her butt. I apologize. Tensions between India and Pakistan are still on the rise. As a result, the rest of the world fears they will have nowhere to turn for tech support.
I stood in front of the reactor and did as Barry when my hand got within approximately 8 or 9 inches of the devices.
According to a new study, only 39% of Americans would donate an organ to a loved one. But one American actually volunteered to show you his organs.
So that 2 of the poles are placed near one another to produce a
The Trump administration plans to release the audio of President Biden's interview with special counsel Rothschild'S, which Hurd said revealed a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Vegas odds makers are already taking bets on how many times Biden was.
I skimmed over that portion, figuring it was part of some joke or something
And
else.
finally, Ellen DeGeneres has shared videos of her new life in the English countryside of
Anybody who was
England.
interested in science,
Not that surprising, considering she's been mowing lawns for years.
anti-gravity was a concept.
She loves her
Science
landscape!
fiction shows on television.
She loves the Johnny Jones here for years.
Yes!
That was where the notion
People
of
go right to the
existence
lesbianism. Alright.
Every school
The Times Square just unveiled a 12-foot-tall plus-size statue of a black woman in a mansion who looks like she's about to confront her baby daddy, Jerry Springer. This inspiring monument was erected as a quote stark contrast to the 2 white men who have statues there already. Father Francis Duffy, a highly decorated World War I hero, and George Cohen, who helped to further Broadway and the music industry. The artist claims that the statue's posture is a nod to Michelangelo's David. Yeah.
The key word there is, of course,
I know. I can barely tell them apart.
actually existed.
So the other guy mistakenly called Steve Buscemi Charles Wayne.
Gravity was not considered to be a force, but a result
Now, we're told the
of
statue should
geometry of
instigate
space-time.
meaningful connection,
Simply put,
but it's just steps away from an actual meaningful connection, where a gang attacked 2 NYPD cops who interrupted a robbery. Trying to make a statue of that to warn tourists.
these are
Now,
massless
Tom Allman is out to support those Tren de Aragua wannabes, but incredibly, ICE was turned away because, shocker, New York's a sanctuary city.
We tend to think in
Meanwhile,
terms
in
of
Colombia,
opposing
pro-Hamas
body
agitators continue to wreak havoc, taking over the school libraries.
and so on.
After all, it's full of
So
their
it seems
greatest
logical
enemies.
to us
Well,
that if gravity exists, its
it
opposite
pays
must
to
as
know
well.
that the 80
That's
arrested,
why going
61
back
was
as far as
female,
H.G.
and
Wells
some of them
and his
even had
book, The First
vaginas.
Man in the Moon, published in 1901, we humans imagined a substance or a
So how did we
process
get here?
by which
Well,
gravity
the
would be
lefties
blocked or
traded
controlled.
law enforcement for
Wells called it
performance art,
cavalry.
and the results are
He
written in
linked the
blood.
idea to
Remember
propulsion
the
as well.
defund the police
He
movement?
wasn't
A
alone.
new study confirms
Prior
what
to
any
his
sane
writing,
person already
scientists
knew:
like
less
Nikola Tesla,
policing
Thomas
equals more
Townsend
murder.
Brown,
Following the 2020 Summer of Love, police stopped and arrests dropped by 40% across 15 major American cities, leading to a massive rise in murder. By 2021, national homicides increased by 7,000 over 2019.
He wagged his
It says
eyebrows
this
at me
CNN's entire
and stood
audience
several
has
yards from the bench on which the devices sat.
They tried to lie about crime dropping, but like tickets to see Snow White, people weren't buying it.
Into the anti-gravity
But from
field
2021 to
being
2024, as cities reinstated proactive policing, murders dropped by almost 40%.
shot
Wow.
violently upward
Now
into the
I
ceiling.
understand why we have cops. They aren't just to show up and strip at Cudlow's hot tub party.
Two kids walking around while their parents were away.
Those were good times.
The suspended ceiling
It's just the time a poll shows that most Americans, especially blacks, feel that George Floyd's death didn't lead to any meaningful reform. They probably weren't happy with a bunch of white co-eds telling them they don't need cops in their neighborhood, and then those co-eds leave.
Mary said,
So what about all those slogans, all those
I was
street
still
heroes?
having trouble
Turned out to be worth as much as Kamala for president
and
feature.
seen demonstrated.
we learned that BLM actually stood for Black Leaders Mansions. So we're not safer, we're not more equal, we're just poorer, angrier, and scared to take the subway. So what about the communities that defund what's supposed to help? Anti-police policies hurt them the most, Black and highest crime areas. Here in New York, $1 billion cut from the NYPD budget, cop retirements up and recruitment down, and crime soared. Stores closed and loved ones never came home as their subway rides turned into mobile asylums, like the Ferguson effect. A rise in violent crime that reduced the police force. And like J.B. Pritzker in the desert, I saw it coming from a mile away. The Ferguson effect is a real thing. The George Floyd effect is a real thing. We saw this coming. We saw that the Ferguson effect take hold. That led to destructions of cities, decimation of the police forces, and morale. And now they made it. So the first is what you're seeing is the Ferguson effect is now the law of the land. I know what you're thinking. And clairvoyant. That's why I know what you're thinking. In a way, that statue represents America's blue city. The big hollow gesture that threatens to crush everyday people. Chicago, Oakland, SF, Portland, Seattle, Memphis, you get the idea. So when you hear all the lefty BS about criminal justice reform, think of this statue. Because like everything, it's all for show. The Dems aren't looking to make it safer. They're stuck on political theater, singing horribly, filibustering nonsense, flying away to brown-nosed gangbangers, demanding due process for billions of unvetted illegals. So if cops get jumped, we get a 12-foot gargoyle. The people who suffer, not the elite, shopkeepers, subway riders, working women, the same communities the clueless libs claim to help. Hell, if they really want to get people talking, why not scope the murder victims? Let's go! Yes! His act is the reason you don't have him on more often. Comedian Joe Mackey. He was once voted best dressed at a new beach. Owns the cover on Fox Business Larry Kudlow. MTV gave this woman her stars, and a loaf of bread will make her fart. Okay, Kennedy saves the world. Podcast Kennedy. And he called his world old ladies the faint that open private funerals. You guys will tell you all their comedians for So in the green room, you told me that the woman in the statue was not fast enough for you. Here to find out.
Right, that is true. I do love women in general. There's nothing wrong with that. More of the woman to love. That's what I say. But I will say this: if you wanted to make a statue of random black women having to complicate things, you could have made one of Michelle Obama. I will say this: I think this is a very decent art because art is supposed to reflect the times, and we're in a large part of society. It doesn't care about actions and results and consequences. All they care about is group identity to make their judgments. If they think does something good, they think outcomes does something bad. And that's, when you understand that way, you can understand the left very well. That's how Disney can protest for the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, and then go to state like an Abu Dhabi for being gay, will that you can have it because it's huge doing it. It's a non-Western country, so it's very ignorant. And it's okay for me to say that because a lot of people on the internet think that I'm trans.
No, that is true. Well, what?
This was the kid.
But I thought you were. No. So? It doesn't count. Yeah, I don't know, a little bit. If you get shot up at Dummy, I won't be heading there. Are you surprised that funding police resulted in more killings? But you know, that whole, think about it, that whole story.
It could push the craft or it would also produce some bizarre side effects as it
What changed? What changed exactly? I never understood this. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think this is a racist country.
A desert mirage is an even better example. You could see something that is not even there.
We have bad
Or the
apples.
inverse of that.
Yes, okay.
Not see something that was there.
We were not a racist country.
Once you mess
And
with
I
the
don't
nature
think
of
that
light and
people
darkness,
just forget
all
all
kinds
the
of
great
odd
civil
things
rights
could happen to
legislation
our perceptions.
in the last
It's
how
the
many
missing
decades,
piece. Very
particularly
sad.
in 1960s.
If you can produce a
And it was
gravitational field like that,
I do
then
think the
anything's
left
possible.
has a fixation
Force
on
fields,
everyone's racist.
anti-gravity,
Everybody, if I don't like it, it's racist. If I don't like you, it's racist. If I don't like you, it's racist. And I think that's utter
the thing is
nonsense.
so simple.
Last thought I
No
had was
moving pieces.
the left wanted
How the hell did
DEI
they
before
do
Trump
this?
came in and said
Harry shook his head
DEI.
appreciatively.
DEI and its ultra-affirmative
I
action
just,
is probably the
I
most
really
racist
don't
thing
know what
we've
to say.
seen in decades.
I just have
And
so
helps
many
to spawn
questions.
all of
Do
this
these devices
anti-Semitism
focus the
that is
field?
occurring
Do they
on college
produce their own
campuses
artificial
and other
gravity field?
places as well.
Are they
So I would
amplified
say
somehow?
it
Can that field
backfired,
be
it
directed
was
or
stupid,
controlled?
and it's just the
That's
projection
what
of
we've
the
been
left,
trying to figure
and
out.
the country is
He said,
completely
I
rejecting
mean,
what
I
the
get
left
it
is
that the
thinking
reactor
about.
produces the fields.
Well, yeah. All right, Kennedy. I saw much in that monologue that just shine.
They're really interested in
Larry's are yours.
61 out of 80 people arrested in Colombia were chicks. Babes.
Yeah, that
Makes
was
sense in a way. So I got the
Why?
source.
God.
We'll get a linear fashion from there.
why would you, if you were a guy, why would you want to go to
Thinking
college?
linear.
And if you were going to go to college, why would you want to go to Columbia?
Very
You
sad.
know, it's like, if
But as
it's
much
not,
as I hate to
and it's not
approach
just
things this way,
students who are screaming in
we've
your
got to
face,
do what
it's
they ask.
PAs, it's faculty members, it's the people who actually lord the power over you. You know, it's like you go to a big school like that, the professors aren't the ones who give you grades, it's your PAs who are only a couple years older than you. And if you don't fall in line with their group thing and their lockstep, and in this case their group step, then they're going to fail you. You know, it's like, and it used to be, I was away from Columbia, I just lived somewhere. Now it actually might be better to fail out of the school, you can go somewhere else, to a rational school, and go you and life.
It would be better to go to Colombia, where the hot chicks are, than Columbia.
They have big booties, and that girl they call Booger Sugar that everyone loves.
Oh, but I won't be heading to the college. Oh, real decapitation just there, Tyrus. Okay. Oh, shit. So, did we need this study to tell us about the predictive effects? Nobody cares. Well,
For it to produce a gravitational field as we understand it, it would have to produce terawatts.
It's all connected. You know, if it
A
wasn't
tremendous
for
amount of energy has
the
to be
Black
produced.
Lives Matter scam
All the
hustle,
power output possible
I
on this
think it would
planet
inspired a lot of,
focused into a small area.
not just black people, but people of color
Unimaginable,
across the
really.
country.
And the size of that
Of
reactor,
who I am makes no sense. I don't want any
I
part of it. And I
scratched
think
the
it made
back of
people
my
more
neck
comfortable
and
saying, I'm going to stand up for
how can I be standing here in front of this
And
thing
the thing
while
about
it's
having a
functioning?
statue is you want to
If
honor
it's
life
producing enough
achievement.
energy to
People
create
who
a
have become
gravitational field,
great, and they show
where's the
greatness
waste
and they
energy
have
going?
courage in a time of
The basic laws of
tragedy or whatever. And
thermodynamics
that's why
are
you
being
have,
violated
they
here.
talk about, the two
We
white
should be
guys.
burned to
They
a
weren't
crisp.
Earl and Bob
No
having a
reaction is
Subway
more complex.
sandwich. It was two men of character who just happened to get something that needed to be
It's
remembered
not
and
giving
stories
off any
told.
heat.
And the other side is, we just will take any obese,
I know.
pissed off, hands on their hip,
These things
confrontational,
are a
because
huge
that's
role in my
most of them
understanding
are.
of science.
So they'll identify with that statue. Nobody would want that statue made of them. Even if it looked like that, Bill would not want that statue made like that.
That's true.
No one would want that. You
Yeah,
know,
so the actual the saluting of it is like saying, you're fine the way it is.
I mean, look at the body language alone. Whoever wants, any man wants to come home from a hard day's work and she's at the door like this?
Yeah.
You just gotta back the truck up and you're like, nope, not dealing with it tonight. And that's the problem with the left. Is they on the racism. They also benefit that most of us look like that and have that attitude. And so no one's gonna get behind it. No other person. There's no little girl going, Mommy, I want to be like that statue when I grow up. And if promoting black women. There is thousands of black women in this country who have done amazing things. There's women of color put up there. Well, even I guess Whoopi Goldberg for her acting role in Color Purple, you could have made a statue of her. And if you made it exactly like her, I guarantee you when they pulled the robots up, I don't like it, I don't like that.
All right. Up next, Joe and Jill get up with you. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
If you've ever driven down a long stretch of highway and seen thermal heat waves rising from the heated pavement, then you've seen something similar to what I saw when an object was placed between the emitter and the reactor. The visual distortion I witnessed was milder than that, but still very much like it. In the end, as much as I was always interested in powerful reactions, I was consumed by thoughts of how in the world could someone release an energy in the reactor able to produce
Just leave your room keys at the door. Happy Thursday, everyone. So on a recent podcast, former First Lady Michelle Obama complained about the time Ellen DeGeneres challenged her to a push-up contest. Michelle found it oddly uncomfortable because Ellen insisted on laying underneath her. But she's a lesbian. Speaking of, Michelle also admitted on the podcast that she fights with her husband over the thermostat. She wants it at 70 degrees, while he wants it up in 5. According to a new book, Joe Biden brought in fame to director Steven Spielberg to help with his campaign. They called the operation Saving Diane Biden. According to the same book, Kamala Harris's campaign team held a state cocktail party without alcohol, so she could work on her social skills without a face in her home. But she showed that and brought her trusty beer helmet. Don't let him change you, Kamala. While arguing about a purported illegal criminal, Eric Swalwell warned Christy Noem that he had a but he obviously hadn't heard it until after he banged that Chinese spy. Speaking of, according to a new report, Chinese spies have infiltrated Stanford University. This became very apparent when all the graduation gowns showed up deeply folded in press.
That's just not possible. Nuclear reactions, chemical reactions, no kind of reaction.
Oscar-winning actress Halle Berry says she doesn't know if a woman should ever play James Bond. After all, women already have a license to kill. It's called a driver's license.
That's essentially being forced in that room. I was still standing within a few feet of it, and being completely unarmed. The nuclear bombs being dropped on Hiroshima and
The first great white shark in the season was spotted off Montauk in New York. Officials warned swimmers to beware of the shark, and warned sharks to beware of scorpion mask. And finally, did you see President Trump's visit to the Middle East? I know, holy cow, I haven't seen that many men in dresses since the WNBA draft. That was a good little run there. Did you hear egg prices have dropped big time? And not just eggs, the groceries overall is the biggest drop in 5 years. If you don't count Joe Biden's egg. You want to see how CNN reports it? Here's their headline. Quote, Trump's egg price fiction has suddenly become reality. Yeah, Trump's fiction is now reality. Meaning when Trump turns out to be right, it's only because reality caught up to his lies. In CNN-E, that headline translates as, you may be right, but he's still evil. Next they'll say egg prices have dropped, but that's bad for trans chickens. You know they're trans because they touch them together. Remember the I word? Inflation? Yeah, maybe there's the media. They no longer work for them. What about the stock market? The media had investors stepping out on the ledge, and not just to drop a water balloon on the homeless guy below. Tariffs were supposed to cause such an economic collapse that it convinced me to stop paying my rights. And what of the assertion that Trump would be a laughing stock on the global stage? Have you seen what's going on in the Middle East? They're giving us jets as a housewarming gift. Biden wasn't even worth a park bag and an extra bag of sun chips. You know, it's weird how we're always right and the media is always wrong. So just for a marriage, they do the husband. But Americans are sick of it. The recent poll found that 49% of voters think media bias is getting worse, compared to just 11% think it's getting better. Meanwhile, 44% of voters agree with this statement. No matter how much you hate the media, it's not enough. You know, I have that same feeling, but it's for sharing an elevator with Rick Hume after he's had his exciting meeting. Go to the prostate. You gotta get really good for the prostate. Put it down the throat, comes out. But that's not just losing trust, that's burning down the entire industry and being on the asshole. This hatred is bipartisan. Not just truck roads and monster trucks playing Kid Rock and Max Molly. We're talking independent, Senator Stephen Ford Liz, who keeps getting let down because of being led down the path of defeat. So it raises a new question. If we're tired of being made lies, why aren't they tired of it? I mean, I can understand a liar continuing to lie if it pays off. That's how I talk my way past the hype restriction of those roller coasters. But what if the filter you use keeps predicting the wrong outcome? When you get tired of that, when you go back to the drawing board, when you see that it doesn't work anymore, it's like when I realized I can't keep firing my secretary when they won't hate me. Again, it's one thing to make millions selling swampland in Florida, but it's another thing to try to sell swampland and if you end up in the mud and the mud. The grip isn't just not working out on us, it's not working for them either. And surely by now the media exams have heard enough of the criticism. They're out of ideas, they're too woke, too disconnected from voters. But it's clear they still ignore it, that they haven't changed. But what they can't ignore is that the filter they're using to perceive reality is nothing except a feeding vision. Think of the mindset that led them to embrace the Maryland death, that led them to think men could play with sports, that led them to think this sport was conscious, or this clown could win. Their mindset led them to think parents would accept tampons and boys' bathrooms and drag queens through libraries. I could go on, but then I would be late for my pole dancing class. Thank you. Reducing stress. I mean, imagine if you were a gambler and you had this system that picked horses, but every single time you lost. Wouldn't you dump your betting strategy, or at the very least pick up a healthier habit like chess? When your frame of reference leads to defeat at every turn, shouldn't you lose that frame of reference? You think they will, but so far they won't. When it comes to self-reflection, the media is less curious than Elton John around a stack of Playboys. Get off the stage right when you go to meet her. She's got talking points and hollow points, but she may be cheerful, but she'll give you an earful. Outnumbers don't have the mango. And the Statue of Liberty looks up to him. New York Times bestselling author, comedian, and former WWE World Champion. So now that egg prices are dropping, will you finally afford your food? Yeah, well, I'm so glad I had eggs frozen a couple years ago.
I'm tempted to get Jake Tapper's book just so I can read Acting Like It's a Revelation for them to admit to the things we've been saying for 4 years. Yeah, the things they can best with daily journalism to know that Joe Biden think that they have squandered this. It's the news media's job is to tell the truth. And when they stop doing that, they've got nothing left. You know, and they talked about some of the videos you mentioned. Did Steven Spielberg help with his 30-second promo that he did for something that had 45 edits in it? Yeah, where he was like, Nick, I'll choose the he was so clearly a competition. I just think, I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do because how do you come back from saying, I know we're supposed to tell the truth, but we lied this time, we lied this time. George Scarborough said, I wouldn't lie to you first with you. And I looked at him and say, is he an idiot? Is he a liar? I say, why choose? Why put limits on the man?
Yes, he can be both. You know, Katie, the thing that gets me, like, we give all this destructive criticism to the media. They're not going to take it. So why don't we just look at the outcomes from their filters? If you wake up every morning expecting like a Chuck failure and it's not there, there's something wrong with your filter. Maybe you just change the filters.
Well, first, Greg, I'm glad to see that you have any coffee. I'm very concerned that you have enough to do. One touch go down to your That's a great question. And it's because they are insulated still. They're not willing to actually get out and learn and take some responsibility. And they're so narcissistic that they're not willing to, you know, say that they were wrong. Because now there's money to be made by the same people who were yelling at Donald Trump in the 2020 election that Joe Biden was just kind of stutter. There wasn't a competence issue there. And then now you fast forward 5 years, now there's money to be made on that shameless book. And it's because they all do it for each other. You know, they scratch each other's back, and they're in this isolated bubble where they really can't come to terms of just admitting they were wrong. And so this has a diminishing return, right? At some point, the circle becomes smaller, because some people will leave, and they'll have to find something else to do. But they're just not willing to admit it, and they're around all the same people with no different ideology all the time. So that's why I'm thinking.
Yeah, you know what, Emily? You're a very happy person. You're very bubbly. You light up the room like an artist. I'm stuck on this the way they do things and how it's always wrong. That has to correlate with the fact that all of these Democrats look so miserable. Imagine getting up and your arch nemesis is always winning, and you have to wake up like that. They're competing cheerleaders. It's like always betting you, and you're like, I hate this person. Every day that person wins. Isn't it time for you to say, okay, I gotta let this go?
Well, the political person would, the after school special in character in me would say, okay, I'm yeah, Katie's absolutely right. It's the insular nature, and I think what you're describing is it's so baked in. It's literally impossible for them to extricate themselves from it. It's like learning that someone's, you know, behavior to depression, oh, it's a chemical imbalance.
Yeah.
But there was nothing they could do to actually get over it, to come out of the emperor's new clothes. And the fact that in this machine of media, that this person goes to the producer and says, I'm going to phrase the headline this way, and then they say, oh yeah, sure, it's signed off on by a million people. There is zero common sense, there's no auditing happening that's from an outside source. 49%, as you said, of people thinking that the media is dying, right, that they did it. It reminds me of the Wicked Witch dying slowly, that we're watching it. We're watching it in real time, but what happens next? Right, we see the rise of the independent journalists, people who actually ask questions and podcasts, and the life that there is still this industry. And so I don't know where it all goes, but I think it's up to the advertising dollars, and it's up to the network heads to step back.
All right. I think this Biden stuff is big, and it's going to get bigger. And the media, I think, is looking at it and going like, where are we going to end up? They're terrified.
No, the media is like a husband who's been caught cheating and has a girlfriend and a wife on the side.
And a wife.
And he got caught.
And a wife.
Don't say it. He got a girlfriend and a wife on the side. They both found out.
Right.
Okay? But in his mind, one of them will progress. So he doesn't have to change. So he can be so the media isn't going to change because they still have somebody
shrinking that reactor to the size of a small box, and putting it into a room with you and saying,
they're trying to get it for what they're trying to do. And you point it back to anybody there, so I'll give you credit for this. They try to point out physical.
As a result, I knew that it was unlikely these guys had done something previously.
Yeah,
If they had,
stand-up job
I
and
felt
stuff.
bad for them. But essentially, they got what they deserved. Instead, they got something far less stupid, possibly something extremely intelligent or insightful, and still they lost their minds.
But the point
That
is,
scenario was
the
far
point is that
more
they
frightening to me.
still are the
I was
criminal
going to
in the
engage in
corner,
work with something
find
unknown,
a way to
and it
wiggle
might
out.
even
They're
involve being the
trapped. They're
most
in the corner,
scrupulous
but the
and
American
cautious
people
as I
aren't
could
putting
be,
enough pressure on
and
them,
still
and
end
they're
up
still
doing great harm to myself
the
and
blessings of the
possibly
people
others.
at their check.
Even when I got home,
If
I
this
lay in
was
bed next to
a
Tracy.
moment of
I
awakening, if
contemplated
they
that
were
moment,
like, hey,
and as the
this
sun
cover
rose the
up,
next
we're going to
morning,
clean up, the
I
first thing
began
they
to
could do
wonder
is
just how
fire
many
every
more of those
person
beginnings
on
of a new
TV
day
who
I
put
might
that
end up seeing.
the American people at. That would be the
From
first thing.
seemingly
And
out
if
of
Jake
nowhere,
Paxton had
what
any
occurred to me?
credibility, they would
What if
resign
the guys
because
we
they
had to
were away
replace
from
had
the
completely
lying to American
misunderstood
people,
the
trying
nature
to
of the
influence
object?
elections. They're still
What if
doing
they
it.
couldn't
Even
get
when
their
Trump had to
minds
win,
wrapped
and I
around the
was reading
idea
a
that
horrible
something so
CNN article,
small
it was
could
like,
be
for
producing that
when
kind
it
of
said
energy?
April coming down,
Maybe
Billboard
they
County,
thought
I
that it
told
was
you why, and
retransmitting energy
his
being
wife
produced
turned the
elsewhere.
truth 48 hours later.
Yeah.
So
It made
he's still
sense
a
then,
liar.
and since
They're
there were
still
no
doing that.
outward
They're still the
signs,
one that goes back to the cheating thing.
noise,
He catch your wife cheating.
that
She's
was
like,
producing
oh, ready
power,
to break into my
it
phone.
made sense to them to
But
dig
what kind of a
beneath that
person goes to my
surface to
phone?
see how
They're
it
speaking
functioned.
to my brother. It's not
The
about
same
that.
with
It's
the
about trust.
emitter.
You were in my
It was
phone.
essentially empty
What
space,
gives you the right to
a
be in
blank
my phone?
shell without any
You ain't doing
obvious
so
other
much.
components
I
as
told you
we
that story
understood
in
them
confidence.
to its surface. The housing seemed inert because it was only when the
Hey, it's
fuel,
Will Kane.
the
Click
triangular
here.
bit that
Subscribe to
Barry
the Fox
introduced
News
to the
channel
tower
on
was in
YouTube.
place,
It's the best way
the
to get our
system
latest
functioned.
interviews and
Maybe those guys
highlights.
weren't
And
doing
click to
something
subscribe to
stupid.
the Will Kane podcast
In
for full
hindsight, we see
episodes
the
right
error
now.
on their way. Before I could go on any further, I felt Tracy stirring beside me. "Good morning," I said. When she didn't respond, I repeated my greeting slightly louder. Still getting nothing in return, I slid out of bed and went to my desk. I had more pickups and deliveries to make, and despite only what seemed to be a few minutes of sleep, I knew that I had to get the day going. If I got the call, I was going to have to be ready. By noon, bleary-eyed and better able to identify the cause of the ringing in my ears as sleeplessness, I decided that even after just a couple of trips out to Groom Lake, this schedule was unsustainable. I thought it was going to be just a question of a short period of time before I was on staff full-time at the lab. I'd been living there, and I wouldn't be able to keep the photo business operation on my own. Tracy was familiar with the routine and could handle the workload on days I was called in or the mornings after. I'd have to show her how to use the machine. I knew she had the aptitude for it since she'd shown some interest in the rocket car and other things mechanical. Besides, she was taking flying lessons, and the pre-flight checks and other routines associated with that were more complex than a photo processor. The one difficulty was that she was working in a local airport doing administrative duties for the airport manager. She liked the work and had a great relationship with everyone there. I hoped that we could leverage that last fact to our advantage. I wasn't asking her to take on the whole photo business. She'd just have to fill in on an as-needed basis. The problem with that is that we never got enough advance warning for her to ask ahead of time if she could be out for a few hours or a whole day. Maybe I was naive, but it seemed to me that her job wasn't so essential that some accommodation couldn't be made. And with that open mind, I returned home and we began the transition to a different way of life. Since I'd worked at Los Alamos before, and because Tracy's father had, I assumed that the secretive nature of the enterprise I was engaged in wasn't going to present any problems. Tracy knew that I couldn't talk about the exact nature of the work I was doing, and so I didn't really broach that part of the subject with her. I did address the fact that my schedule would be, for a while at least, irregular at best. I told her that I didn't like it, but if I wanted to do the kind of meaningful work that made me happy and provided a better living for us, then that was the price to pay. She agreed. As she put it, I'm not jumping for joy about it, but I get it. You have to do what you have to do. So, with that assurance in mind, I brought her up to speed as best I could on what her new role would be. Her employers proved to be flexible, and so on those occasions when I wasn't able to be working in the photo processing lab or needed a few hours of extra sleep, Tracy would cover for me. As it turned out, things didn't prove to run as smoothly as I hoped, and I was still being run ragged most days, adding to what would eventually be a heap of stress. It was far easier for me to do that than it had been for Barry to do so for me, and I have to admit that I was frequently distracted while at home. I love problems and puzzles, and the one that I encountered while working for EG&G was so engrossing that my mind would frequently take me back to the lab. I loved Tracy and the life we had together, but I did find myself hoping that every time the phone rang, it would be the voice of the receptionist. At least, that was the job that belonged to the pleasant but disappointing voice on the line, letting me know it was time to head to the cabin. I could never predict when the call would come, but when it did, I bid Tracy a quick goodbye and gotta go. A few times, dinner plans with friends had to be postponed, but Tracy and I were pretty much homebodies, so the disruption felt, to me at least, to be minimal. My relationship with Barry was about as no-nonsense as a work relationship could be. I understood that I couldn't act out like I had in my Los Alamos days, but Barry kept himself on an incredibly tight leash. That first night we worked together was really the extent of him sharing any information that wasn't directly related to the work we were planning on doing that night or in the hours ahead. I suppose that part of that might have been that I was still considered, though no one referred to me this way, as a temp. A larger factor in Barry's tight-lipped approach was the presence of armed security personnel. Whether some member of the security detail was in the room with us the entire time, or dropped in unannounced and exited unannounced, they shadowed our existence within the confines of the lab, the building the lab was housed in, and the entire facility. Whether the security team members had pistols or rifles varied at times, but it was clear that they meant business. Whether they were there to protect us or to keep us in line was never something I could decide firmly, but came to believe that it was likely both. Whenever we left the lab to go to the restroom or the cafeteria, we were always escorted, not just to those rooms, but inside them. The second night I worked there, I received a reminder of just how tightly monitored I was going to be. As was true the first time, and as it turned out, every time I was on the ground in Groom Lake, Dennis picked me up in the airfield. Unlike the first time, though, when we entered through a side door into the administration and laboratory section of the facility, we pulled around to the front of the building. This time, the door to one of the hangars was open. Dennis indicated that I should go inside through the large open door and into the bay. Inside sat a cylindrical craft, typical of the flying saucers that I'd seen depicted in blurry photos and in TV shows and the movies. As I got nearer, I saw an American flag emblazoned on one of its flanks. The flag was printed in reverse, so that if you were looking in a mirror, the image would be correct. I thought that I understood better at this point. This was an experimental terrestrial aircraft. The story I'd been told in those reports was a kind of cover designed to keep me somewhat in the dark about the operational nature of the facility, etc. As we walked past the craft, I did what I think anyone would do when walking past this type of vehicle. I ran my hand along.
Especially important because it was one of the major destinations
not Sephardic in origin, actually came from Egypt. They were all concentrated in Sfat, living in this very short period of time, creating an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity on a literary ground, but also coincided with the availability of much cheaper printing, with the invention of the printing press, that suddenly Sfat just kind of like this flash on the horizon of great creativity that still continues to reverberate throughout the centuries. It ended with some disasters. There were plagues that affected the region. There were earthquakes that affected Sfat, and it went into a significant decline at the end of the 1600s. But nevertheless, really important transformative moment in Jewish intellectual history as a result largely of the Spanish time. And I think one of the things that drove their thinking and made it such a powerful time is that they really have this tremendously apocalyptic vision as to what the exile from Spain meant. That it was nigh on the Messianic era, and that how Jews reacted to it would be crucial and so on. If you look, I mentioned Chabad earlier, Chabad is also very useful in this context because they follow the Urianic system of Kabbalah, which also has very strong inherence in human behavior and its relationship to the impact on the cosmos as a whole. Very, very dramatic, very motivational, very inspirational, and so on. Much of this really stems from that really first century Renaissance. We also see in Constantinople here what coincides with the various material of the atheist Sophia, first built the church that later converted to a mosque by the Muslim invaders in the first place in the 19th century, I believe. And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number of Jews settling there, primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "Why are you expelling the Jews? They're incredibly useful. They are literate, numerate, they're well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora." And he invited the Jews to the Ottoman Empire, to places like Sfat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there was a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. You also see Jews in some of the most important centers, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans. Here's a fascinating picture from 1846, very early, from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers of Greece. And it represents Greek women in traditional costume. On the left, a Muslim woman, in the center, a Jewish woman who is wearing absolutely amazing shirtwaist. And a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although I'm pretty sure to see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough, so it's a very cool concept, but it's really fascinating. So the Jews of Thessaloniki were really getting huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impacts on the Ottoman Empire that we've got, modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time, a deeply mystical approach to the Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe, Italy was one of the most important destinations
Rabbi.
for Sephardic exiles, and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on that.
Rabbi.
Right here you see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, into the Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara city in Italy, where there were significant settlements of these exiles, and many of them brought significant wealth with them. And they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see a Portuguese document, the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Fascinating work by one Samuel refugee from Portugal, who wrote brilliant kind of dialogue, sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in Zion, and it's out of the roughly the 16th century, and holds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. Fascinating work and scholarship and history that is presented right. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact
Ja co, jak on naprawdę na Syberce mieszka całe życie i kurwa, to jest taki secret, że porząd tam ukrył. Chyba z Izraela albo z Iranu.
Another source of salad. Kona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona. Even though it was a Catholic country, they basically, they had a fairly light supervision from Pope Paul III. And these Portuguese Jews essentially went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been explicitly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, converted, forcibly converted to Christianity, return to their Jewish identity, that he ordered them arrested by the Inquisition and tried for Judaism, and ultimately burned 25 Jews at the stake in the 1500s. This was such a reactionary kind of hypnotic and draconian imposition of Catholic doctrine, but is not so surprising with Paul IV. He also wrote very early on in his career something called the papal work that essentially said it is so absurd, that's what the title really means, in form this document that encyclical sent out to Catholic churches. It is so ridiculous that the Jews should be allowed to essentially try their religion within Christian territories, especially those Jews who have already become baptized, forcibly or otherwise. And so he had a very negative approach to the Jews. He closed the ghetto in Rome. He attacked the Talmud of Son, and of course, in Ancona, he killed 25 of these baptized Jews for returning to ancestral faith. This provoked a dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential when we're speaking about powerful women in the context of the Semitic diaspora. Let us recall that when the Jews were exiled from the Iberian Peninsula, this was like a huge inversion of everything. All of the traditional power structures were gone, all of the traditional authority figures were scattered, and it took some very strong individuals to assume leadership. Two of those very strong leaders happened to be women. One of them was Doña Gracia Mendes Nassi. Doña Nassi is the leader, and he was a family name, but it was also applied to her as an honorific. She was a brilliant woman who actually came from the Portuguese extraction, and she did come from a Portuguese background, and she, of course, was a defense that the opium imposes on the Jews of Ancona and actually killed 25 Jews in Saturday. And so she, rather unusually for a woman, used her significant wealth. She was a very important supporter, for example, of the Bible translation we saw earlier, and also the consolation studies, right? She called for an international Jewish boycott of the Pope of Ancona. And she did this from Constantinople, where she had made her home. And this was like earth-shattering that Jews, for the very first time since they lost their homeland 1,500 years earlier, she was saying they should internationally organize to exert their collective pressure on the church to abandon these anti-Semitic policies. Amazing observations, outstanding. And by the way, this is a very dramatic portrait of her that we don't exactly know what she looks like. This is a modern portrait. I like the way she does it sometimes. We do have a portrait that is made from a medallion that does not represent Doña Gracia herself, but rather her niece who has the same name. So perhaps it does look a little bit like her. Unfortunately, for this movement, which did gather significance within the Ottoman Empire, she was opposed by Another very powerful name, Benvenuto Abruzano, from the famous Abruzano family that's from Spain. And the fact that Antonio Gracias was from Portuguese extraction and Benvenuto Abruzano was from the Spartan, the Spanish extraction was not consequential. This is also not a picture, actually, of Benvenuto Abruzano. It is that in Portugal, very brilliant, the role in Portugal. Her student, Eleanor of Toledo, non-Jewish woman, but I think it's still worthwhile including here, not only because it's so beautiful, but also because Benvenida was chosen because of her superior social skills and etiquette to be the tutor to young Eleanor of Toledo, who believed that this Jewish woman knew more about how to behave in polite society than many Christian tutors, so she was so chosen. At any rate, Benvenida, also a very wealthy woman, also very well connected, and very
On
much
the
supportive
surface,
of Jewish scholarship.
immediately, one of the guards walking along with us snapped at me, hands off. His menacing voice was so loud, I was startled. The sound of it echoed in the space, and I wondered if it was my imagination, or did I really hear the sound of a weapon being cocked? In either case, the message was clear. They had a very stringent set of protocols, and I was being kept on a very tight leash. Not for the first time would I have to rein in some of my impulses if I wanted to get along with an employer. With the institutional gray walls, the fluorescent lights, the armed guard, and no hint of collegiality, much less joviality, even after the first week or so of working there, I very much began to feel like I was imprisoned in the confines of the facility that I would eventually hear being referred to as S4. I don't recall exactly the circumstances surrounding the discovery of that name. We didn't exist in complete monastic silence, though most conversations in the cafeteria were somewhat hushed, and we were forced to eat at a table solely with our work partners. The tables we sat at were spread at a distance, so that all I could generally hear were murmurs. Regardless, S4 was where I was now spending a few days a week at irregular intervals and for irregular spans of hours. Now, Barry and I had somewhat different temperaments. For example, I seldom wore protective clothing while working with dangerous chemicals and was more willing to take chances with my personal safety than he was. And approaches to problem solving, I tended to trust my gut, while Barry was more methodical and programmatic, that is, by the book. We agreed on one point. The powers that be wanted to understand how this ground's propulsion system worked, so that meant we needed to concentrate our efforts on working with the reactor. As I saw in the first demonstrations Barry made, the reactor was comprised of three parts: the housing, the tower, and the fuel. All three of those parts were relatively simple in design, seemingly manufactured from the same material based on appearance, yet they worked in concert to produce that astounding amount of power with 100% efficiency. To put that into context, the most highly refined electric motors we have on Earth operate at about 85% efficiency. Some energy is lost through the production of heat. An internal combustion engine operates at about 35% efficiency. We lose some power again through the production of heat and gaseous exhaust. Electric motors have fewer moving parts than your car's motor does, so it made sense in one way that the fewer the parts, the better. In the case of the alien technology, the parts within the reactor didn't seem to move at all, thus making for a highly efficient means of producing power with no waste. Imagine having a fireplace that burned hot enough to heat your entire home, but the chimney or stovepipe remained completely cool to the touch. That's efficient. All the energy being produced is used to serve our purposes. If you've ever driven your car past electric power lines and had the radio reception interfered with, you've experienced the inefficiency of our systems. Some of the electricity being carried in those lines has leaked out and mixed itself up with the radio waves, resulting in the production of static. We wondered whether or not there was any leakage in the propulsion system, so we measured all around the room to detect for stray energy waves and discovered none. radio playing in the lab, and its reception was as clear with the reactor and amplifier on as with it off. Even back then, I realized that I was focusing probably too much on the concept of the system's efficiency, that it had allowed the craft to travel millions of light years, and that it had to be efficient, that its propulsion and other systems, life support, guidance, or whatever, had to remain operational over a long period and vast distances. As far as I could tell, based on the brief glimpse I had of the craft itself, it had no external fuel tanks or other obvious means of carrying enormous quantities of some substance to power the craft. That led me to think that maybe the entire craft itself was producing energy. Maybe what we thought of as the reactor was just a small part of a larger system that produced the energy needed for flight and guidance. Or maybe what we consider the housing, the outer shell that contained the power and the fuel disk, was more than just housing. It was integrally involved in the production of the gravity wave we witnessed.
Let's talk
One of
about
the first things we did was to consider how the device itself, its very structure, might contribute to the production of this enormous amount of energy. We decided to see if we could determine what kind of reaction was being produced inside the device that held the fuel cell, even when that copper-colored triangle wasn't present. Did the housing itself produce some kind of measurable effect, electromagnetic, chemical, radioactive? Would the reactor's material composition contribute to the production of the gravitational field? Did it absorb some of the waste heat? And if so, did it then convert that energy captured into a different kind of energy that produced the field? To determine this, we used a measurement device, a kind of miniature Geiger counter, to detect the presence of radioactive emissions made of particles or gamma rays. Instead of utilizing a Geiger tube, this much smaller device used a small chip transistor that was sensitive to radiation. We placed that on the power in place of a small fuel disk. Almost instantaneously, the readout indicated that the space inside the reactor, even without the fuel being present, was being bombarded with particles, producing a relatively intense field of radiation within it. Oh, be damned. Very much. That's something.
There is a small
Have you
migration
ever measured this before?
really to
Harry shook his head.
first
Thought
century
about doing this for a while,
perhaps even
but
a little
since
bit
we were
before
told,
the common era.
well, I was told there was no radioactivity, I
And
assumed
make their
there
way
he
to the
sighed
Khazarian
and then stopped speaking.
The
I
extent
didn't take
of
the bait
Khazarian
and talk about the dangers of
is very, very
assumption.
difficult to quantify.
Instead, I took what I saw as the next logical step in my thinking.
There are occasional
So,
references
those particles are being accelerated somehow, and it can't be linear. I held up my hands like a fisherman indicating the size of the one that got away. My palms spanning nothing greater than the width of my shoulders. Way too small to get them up to any kind of speed over that straight line distance.
And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Bulgaria, they left behind very, very little
It's
trace
like a
of their
mini
presence
cyclotron,
in
I offered.
cultural
Curtis
aspects, literary
Lawrence in
aspects,
1932 created the first
how
cyclotron,
extensive
a
this
type of
penetration
particle
was,
accelerator
and how much
in
the
which
fact that
charged
the
particles accelerate outward from the center along a spiral
the
path.
really
The
big
particles are held to a spiral trajectory by a static magnetic field that accelerated by a rapidly varying radio frequency electric field.
they're coming primarily from
Maybe we
Germany,
can detect those frequencies being produced by the electric field.
Austria, Hungary, places like
Harry
that.
frowned
But that's
and
really where
shrugged.
you have the
I don't know if that would tell us anything.
populations of Jews.
It might.
There you see lots of
I wasn't
traces
sure
of
what that might tell us,
lots of
but I was excited about the possibility that we might be headed down the right path at least.
for example, the
I didn't want to lose the momentum from having at least determined that a nuclear reaction of some kind, one that maybe didn't fit into what our current understanding of particle physics might allow for, was essential to how the spacecraft's propulsion system functioned. Even if our understanding was rudimentary, at least we had taken a first step forward. That didn't mean that a lot of our questions didn't remain unanswered. I was used to the idea of answers, any definitive ones, led to more questions. If the reactor's core, the structure that contained the size of the circling, squiggling particles, was set to have the whole system function so efficiently, it made sense to us to try to determine how it enabled this nuclear reaction to take place. Harry and I spent the first few weeks of our partnership stuck on the idea of how this incredibly simple system could do the job. It frustrated the hell out of us that the device seemed to so effortlessly overcome the kinds of issues that would have plagued any kind of propulsion system we used on Earth. Equipment placement and power laws over distance, for example, and how it was that the signal being sent from the reactor to the emitter and the wire traveled only to those components that didn't disperse or were widely.
It's fascinating.
Our minds were
Why
blown,
would
and the only thing we could think to do that would be productive was to take a few steps back and ask a more fundamental question about the source of the energy.
widespread
We looked at
illiteracy
the other parts as well.
to the region?
What materials was or were these things made of? Here's where the idea of efficiency also played a role in guiding how I approached the problem of reverse engineering this system. The system under which we operated, intelligence, or whatever agency truly guided these efforts, insisted upon compartmentalization and secrecy, cut in the way of all of us doing our jobs easily and productively.
When we look
Given
at
that there was a
why
metallurgy group functioning somewhere on the base where Harry and I had worked, you'd think it would be an easy matter to get a company directory, dial that line, base work 3 days, so no email, and request the answer to our question.
and there are factors
Because all our efforts were so segregated and knowledge not shared, that was impossible for us to do. I can cite a half dozen or more examples of how this inefficient system worked against our efforts to be productive, but that much should suffice. We were in a classic catch-22 situation. Get this job done quickly, despite all the obstacles being placed in our way, with anything approaching the kind of speed desired. If I hadn't worked in a government facility before and wasn't accustomed to this kind of quicksand-like environment, I would have either panicked or grown so frustrated I might have taken some action that was self-sabotaging in the long run. Barry and I had to work within the confines of what we were given, and we did. I couldn't help but think that on some days, when we both sat there independent of one another, silently pondering the problem that faced us, we were like shade tree mechanics staring at an inert engine, troubleshooting, hoping that somehow the device would speak to us to reveal what was ailing. In some ways, that comparison to amateur mechanics is admirable, given that this wasn't a terrestrially sourced propulsion system. We had limited knowledge about how it worked.
and they
When
rely
a car's
on
engine
the
failed to
legitimate
start,
authorities
you could
to
rely on
maintain
some
our
basic
ethics.
fundamentals. It would be
Society
silly to try to
governed by
figure out
law.
what part or parts had failed that were causing the engine to not start. You
Typically,
couldn't do that,
very
of course,
happy to
and
live
start replacing parts until it finally
environments
did
where
start, if
there
it
is
did at
some
all.
minor
But that would be
discrimination against them,
expensive and
degree
time-consuming.
of democratic
Instead,
temptation. But
our
only if
approach
the rule
would be
of
to
law
think of
is
the car's
protected.
basic operating
Perhaps there
principles
will be a
and the
numerous
systems built
scholarships
to
that
enable the three
popularize
things needed for
university, or
operation
perhaps there
to
will be
function together:
certain
air, fuel, and
tax
spark.
breaks that not allowed
Those
to
three
take advantage
elements
of
had to be
whatever it
working
is,
together
as
in
long
proper
as
proportion and
they know
timing
that if
in order
someone
for the
goes
engine to
along
start.
through their
Looking at the
storefront
problem of a
window,
non-starting
they'll
engine or propulsion system, you had a series of checks you could make to determine why the engine wasn't functioning. Was it getting air? Was it receiving
like
fuel?
any minority.
Was there a
You
spark
had
present to ignite the air-fuel mixture?
that accompanies these
In
travel
one of our
plans
early
of
sessions
staters
together, when Barry and I were in that hands in pockets, staring at a thing familiar to anyone who has been stranded on the roadside,
church could
I
not
looked at
put a
him and
stop to
said,
it. That's when
I
there's
wonder if there were any shade trees on
the
Zeta Reticulum.
in the
Barry
13th
looked at me with
century,
a startled expression,
terrible blood
and then
libel
shook his
and
head
all
like a dog trying to shed water from its coat.
resulted in a series of
What are you
expulsions
talking about?
in France in particular.
Nothing really,
Expulsions
I
in the
said,
14th century.
realizing
So
that my
there's
alluding to
more and
amateur
more
mechanics had eluded him.
not to live
Just that there has to be some
this is
kind of
kind of like
fundamentals
the
to how
push
this operates
aspect
that
of
we
it,
can
and
focus in
people
on.
find in Western Europe
What
far
does that have to
more
do with
less
trees?
physical than they ever had before.
I went on to give
Now
him a
there's
quick
also
version of the
coal
air, fuel, spark
the
relationship
Polish
of
economy
internal
was
combustion
actually having a
engines.
very difficult time,
It wasn't
particularly
exactly
in the
an
13th century,
Archimedes-like
after
eureka moment,
the
and no Apple smell from any trees here on Earth, or on Zeta Reticuli.
Rothschild'S there was very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy.
We don't know how the reaction takes
Western
place,
Europe and the Jews have
but we do
no
know that something
understanding
has to be
of
fueling it.
how to produce
So,
things like this.
we're
And
back
so
to
the
basic
local
chemistry and
Polish
talking
leaders were
about
actually
endothermic
fighting
and
Jews
exothermic
and saying,
reactions.
please come to our area.
Very
You
sad,
are
particularly
rigorous,
cool.
you are numerous,
That's
you
not the
will
point,
live
I
in
said,
concentrated
straining to keep
areas,
my frustration with this
take
attitude
advantage
at a
of
minimum.
your
I know it
skills
seems
in
like it's
Poland.
too much starting over,
They also,
but if we begin at the beginning,
practice
maybe we'll see some
they
things in a
created
new light.
something called, or they adopted
Harry
something
smiled at my
used in
little
the West
bluff
called
regarding
Magdeburg
exothermic
gas.
and production.
Magdeburg is the name of the city
fuels
and
the
that
thing.
means
I agree.
and this is basically
Now let's
like a
figure out
medieval
just
charter
exactly what kind of
that
fuel we're
lists
dealing
the
with.
specific privileges
Harry walked over
that
to the
a
reactor.
community may
Was it
enjoy.
out of phase with the other part of the
Although
system
some of
and
these
wasn't
charters
functioning?
were actually written much
He took the
later
top off
and
the
designed
reactor,
to look
removed
like
the
they
cap,
were written
and lifted
earlier,
up the
it
top.
nevertheless it
He found
reflects
the
the
triangular
long-standing
shaped
agreement
copper-colored
for what
fuel
were the
piece in his hand
privileges and
and squinted
sometimes
at it.
disabilities of the Jews in
I
particular
still can't get over how small it is.
right of
I
settlement,
said,
for example,
glad
the
also
right
that it
to
had been
control
determined early
their
on
own
that it
goods,
emitted
the
no
right to
dangerous radiation.
syndicate
It was clear that it was
when
part of a
foreign
nuclear
Jews
reaction,
move in and set up
but it wouldn't be
businesses.
until years
And
later
what
that scientists
monopolies
here
would
would be able
happen
to conceive and create devices that produced what would be called
but
energy
these were
nuclear
often granted
reactions.
specific
That
monopolies.
meant that you
For
could produce a
example,
nuclear reaction without nuclear and radioactive materials. We weren't there yet in our understanding of the capability to produce these kinds of reactions then. Harry had taken the fuel disc and set it on a small piece of filter paper. With a very fine file, he scraped its surface, correcting a minute amount of the filings on the paper. He added them to a liquid solvent and prepared to inject them into a gas chromatograph, where it would be vaporized and analyzed. I joined at the machine and watched as he inserted the material into the sample port using a micro syringe to get it through a rubber septum and into the vacuum chamber. Helium, nitrogen is also often used, began to flow as the carrier gas. I checked the pressure regulator to be sure it was within parameters. It was, and that gas joined the vaporized material we had injected in passing through a glass column packed with silica coated with a liquid. Since the material we placed in the solvent was insoluble, in other words, it didn't dissolve into the liquid but was suspended within it, the whole process took a matter of seconds. We were using a thermal conductivity device, TCD, and helium provided a shorter analysis time due to its higher flow rates than low molecular weight. The detection system in the device converted the property changes of the substances heated and vaporized into electrical impulses that a computer could analyze. Basically, it took an analog reading of the reactions taking place within the glass column and converted that reading to a digital one. The digital was less susceptible to interference and has a better signal-to-noise ratio. When we looked at the display the device provided, the chromatograph itself, literally a graph of the results, we noticed that there were no spikes, which would have indicated the presence of various elements. The X, horizontal axis, reflected the amount of time. On the y-axis, measured the abundance or absorbance of the chemicals present. For example, if you put a drop of water in the device, you'd find a spike indicating the presence of hydrogen and oxygen. What we saw was nothing at all, except at the very far right of the graph, indicating that something was in there, but it wasn't composed of any other known component elements. The obvious conclusion was that the material we were working with was an element itself. It wasn't a combination of other chemical substances, but was one of the basic building blocks we call elements. Harry and I stood looking at one another, shocked to realize that the fuel wasn't a compound, that it wasn't composed of multiple elements, but was a single element itself. I didn't expect that, Harry said. I was pretty certain it had to be some kind of alloy. I thought that same thing. After all, elements on Earth, then most everything else is composed of combinations or variations on those elements. Carbon is an element, but when those molecules get rearranged in a certain way, you end up with a diamond.
But also
There's almost no
self-regulating
resemblance whatsoever to carbon.
Newton's law.
We figured this fuel had to be like that.
Basically structured
Something
very
relatively
similarly.
common that was
What happened
combined
is
with
that
other materials
they
and working together in
and
some
they
kind
united
of process, fission,
across the
oxidation,
entire
or whatever,
scope of the
produced
person
that enormous energy.
getting one as a
I
real
also knew
national
that terrestrial spacecraft used
twice
liquid
a year,
oxygen,
and
either liquid hydrogen or kerosene in
and
their
they would make
rockets
the
as a
mission. So
propulsion
the
system.
fact that all
Solid
these
rocket fuel was
within
made
that
up of a
massive
combination of
the
liquid
largest
aluminum
country in the
and an
world at the
oxidized.
time. They're
Of
rather
course,
amazing.
we were dealing with an exotic fuel not of terrestrial origin,
A couple of
but the
pages
kinds of
in
systems and processes we used on Earth
lab.
were only real frame of
They
reference.
didn't have, like, for
We could
example, their
try
own
other
police
kinds of
authorities.
spectrography,
They
but I'm
worked
pretty
very
sure,
closely with
given
the
what this
state,
reveals
the
and
state,
what we know of its origins, that it isn't going to be made up of anything we typically find here, carbon, for example, or any of the metals.
social functions that
That's
they wanted
probably the
for
case,
themselves to have.
but we can't
But once
prove
they
anything out.
realized that it was
Barry
more
said,
efficient for them to
stating
collect
what I
taxes
knew to be
directly from
obvious.
the Jews rather than
On the
have
one
the
hand, as a
taxes
scientist,
involved, that
I wasn't supposed to jump
led
to
to
any
the
conclusions,
liberation of the
but
council
this was a
in
special
particular.
case.
We'll talk about that as
And
well.
just because I made that statement
But the
hypothesizing a
kinds of
result,
things that they dealt with
that
were
didn't
really
mean
quite
that I was not
significant,
going to do the work
and
needed to confirm
made
what I
a huge
suspected.
impact on
The frustrating
way
part
in
of all of
which
this
we
chemical
live
analysis
consider
was that we were
themselves
both working outside our
really one of
fields
the
of
high
expertise.
of the Jewish diaspora.
Eventually, we subjected the material to fast spectral interpretation using a process called electron ionization mass spectrometry, and produced the same result, that same spike off the scale, more or less confirming what we suspected about the fuel being an element. We also conducted something called a neutron activation analysis. Essentially, we bombarded the fuel element sample with neutrons. As a result of that bombarding, we produced a radioactive isotope. Since we know the radioactive emissions and radioactive decay paths for each element currently on the periodic table, the spectra of the emissions will reveal what elements make up the sample. In this case, there was only one element that made up the sample, but it wasn't one that we could identify. Every day that I was on site and Barry and I worked together, I could count on one thing. Dennis would show up and ask what we'd done that day, what progress we had made. We had to resist the temptation to oversell him on anything we'd done. We knew that they wanted us to get this job done, and we felt the enormous pressure of those expectations. But as I pointed out, we knew about the materials posed. I also knew from my work in the scientific community that Edward Teller's rise and fall within that circle was a clear example of this. If you hype something too strongly that is based on your speculation and highly reasoned and formulated opinions, you run the risk of being too optimistic. You had to produce results, verifiable and measurable results that could withstand intense scrutiny and analysis. We also knew that Dennis was a layman, essentially. He didn't understand science to any great degree, so until we had something that we could demonstrate to him as an unequivocal explanation of at least some part of the process that we could demonstrate, we had to be cautious about what we told him. It was a delicate balancing act, trying to meet their expectations and ease their disappointment with our efforts. I was in a constant state of anxiety, worrying about my job safety, my personal safety, and the progress of my security clearance. All became like a second job I had undertaken. The problems we were faced with solving occupied me day and night. Though I wasn't working every day at S4, nor was I physically on site there, my mind was definitely occupied by the work 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. I was vaguely aware of Tracy and our life together. I wasn't checked out of the relationship completely, but I was preoccupied. She seemed to be in relatively good spirits. She was enjoying the flying lessons she was taking. The photo business had proven to be something she could handle with minimal stress. And even though it meant us being apart, I was looking forward to being hired full-time. I wanted to be engaged in weekend work, and Tracy and I were both adaptable
very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but, basically, much so many potential familiarities with social innovations, technological innovations that are big, more of a last material that might not concentrate on available to earlier generations. I didn't spend any real time thinking about how my name might one day be associated with an incredible advance in our understanding of the nature of the universe. I did wonder what kind of bonus might await those of us working on the forefront of an exciting scientific endeavor, what it might mean for our future. That 500 years ago, most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing on manuscripts. And so,
in February, if the end of the previous year's rains are plentiful enough,
the notion
the
that
Nevada desert blooms with wildflowers,
many of the
various types of nightshades, geraniums, and roses, miners, lettuce, and others put on a brief show.
So
In
we have, for
1989,
example, the
when I made my way out to
Sinai,
Golden
which
Lake
is
and
called
Area 51, I couldn't tell you whether or not a full bloom or bust was taking place out there.
with the knowledge of
From my
God,
seat aboard the aircraft,
despite the
or in the bus that took us to the S4 site,
then you
I
have
had on figurative blinders,
major
thinking only of the task at
level.
hand. My world was reduced to the colorless and sterile environment of the lab and its facilities. Funny that the word facilities is related to the word facile, which has as one of its definitions easily achieved, effortless. Another of its meanings is appearing neat and comprehensive, or ignoring the true complexities of mission, superficial. There was little about the job that was easy and effortless, and we seemed to be expected to ignore the complexities of the bigger picture question of how the craft operated. We were to focus solely on the one piece of the puzzle we were assigned to, and even the environment in which we worked reflected that single-mindedness of purpose. I never worked someplace that was so devoid of signs of human life. I never saw the house plants or flowers. I never saw a photo of a loved one, a favorite vacation spot, a beloved pet on anyone's desk. No one had inspirational posters hanging on the walls of their workspace. No cats dangling from a branch urging us to hang in there. Oddly, or maybe I should say ironically, there was a poster hanging in one of the rooms depicting a saucer-shaped UFO with the caption, "They're here." We were so segregated from others that even when we were in one another's presence, we were not allowed to speak. If, for example, we needed to borrow a song from another table, we had to ask one of the security team's members to retrieve it for us. I would have thought that Barry and I would develop some kind of us against them mentality as fellow prisoners serving time together, but we didn't. I knew nothing of his personal life, and he knew nothing of mine. I don't know if those who lived on site during the week were more social, but given how oppressive the environment was while I worked, I highly doubted if there was a more lenient and relaxed and collegial atmosphere elsewhere in that part of the desert. In the world of animals and flora and fauna, some species manage to survive and even thrive in relative isolation. I didn't count myself among them. I was not then, nor am I now, a highly social animal, needing to experience the gregarious pleasures of others to be happy. But given all that was going on in that world, I was greatly uncomfortable most of the time I was in it. My irregular work hours also meant that I was sleeping irregularly, and that contributed to my sense that I was living in a kind of fog. I've always appreciated an intellectual challenge, and I've always been able to dig into a deep reserve of energy to follow my brain. When I was on site, I was fine, functioning well mentally. That wasn't exactly the case. I was managing, but preoccupied. So when Tracy expressed some concern she had about seeing men parked in a car just a few hundred feet down the block from our house, I was a little confused at first. I don't know, I told her initially. People do all kinds of things. They don't look like they belong here, she said. What does that mean? I told her traded an annoyance greater than what I felt. I immediately picked up on it and apologized, and rephrase the question.
code.
What have you noticed that leads you to believe that?
The
This is Las Vegas. You don't wear a dress shirt and have your suit coat hanging in the rear window. And it's two guys. Always two guys. They just sit there. And they don't even seem to talk to one another or even look around. It's like they're in a drive-in movie or something. Tracy shrugged her shoulders. I'm not paranoid, but something is up with those two. They probably don't know me.
Whereas
They're most likely watching us for the security clearance.
straightforward, less cryptic,
Tracy said
prolix, they tend to be much
at the
more
time,
longer,
a lot more muted
words
response
to
was.
say, but
How I have a dozen states of mind or emotion would have circled around that tiny dance of sound.
in general,
It's all part of it, I said, needlessly, as it turned out, since Tracy had already went through.
theoretical
I went into the kitchen and let the
but
water
those
run for a
theoretical
long
questions
time
are not
before
pure
filling the
theory.
glass.
They tend to be
When I
linked
put
to
it to my
an
lips,
actual
I
situation.
realized that I had turned the handle to the
The
right
question
and
that
not
was
to the left.
raised about a
I drank
real
the
life
warm
case,
water
and
anyway, as if
they were
punishing
doing
myself
all this other
for some
body
indiscretion I wasn't even aware that I had committed.
there on that particular
One night when I was on call,
three characteristics.
Dennis came into the lab.
Define how the
Harry and I had been working on an experiment to test how the location of the parts of a propulsion device affected its operation.
author who is
We
widely
moved the
considered
emitter a few degrees from center,
sort of the
closer or
initiator
farther
of
to
this
it.
era, a
This,
liminal
along
character
with seeing how focused we get the
writing
gravity field to
to
be,
straddle
had been taking up much more time.
and the three rational. This
Gentlemen,
is, of course, none
Dennis
other
said,
than Laurent
I'd like to
Rabbi,
speak to you both.
Caro, the author of the
Harry and I eyed one another warily. It's about the fuel.
Who was this
We
individual?
each sat on the stool,
Fantastic
and
scholar.
Dennis produced from his pocket one of the fuel pieces.
Scholar
It
also
seemed to be an exact duplicate of the one we had been using.
and he is
Dennis
an
went on
author
to
of
explain that manufacturing an additional fuel element was necessary. He wanted our assistance with the process. I knew
However,
better
why
than to
would you
ask,
call him
but I was
Laurent,
immediately
with
wondering
incredible respect?
why the two of us.
Our rabbi.
Yes, the
Why don't we
fuel
call him
element was an
Laurent?
important component of the propulsion system, but we didn't have a clear sense of how it was made or what it was made of. Dennis mentioned that the metallurgy group had made some advances, and there was some certainty. I was used to Dennis as being references and passive voice constructions that never clearly identified who did what or
Much
who
less
prepared
emphasis
requested
on
what
the importance
of its component materials.
The latest work of
He
scholarship
didn't tell us
is
exactly what those components
incredible
were,
work called
only that the fuel pieces needed to be machined.
reshot
That's the kind of
style
stuff that the guys at
commentary
Los Alamos do a lot
earlier
of the time.
called
I said as much to myself
what
as to
he does
Dennis.
with his work
They
is
do. I knew a number of guys in the machine shop.
analysis,
Well, one of the machine shops,
deeply
and
into
they
the
were helpful.
Once
I
again,
know that from conversations I had with them that they were working on a lot of cutting-edge materials,
tools
high-precision
draw
materials,
out the
incredibly
theoretical
small tolerances,
of the
weapon
decision
systems, I
laid
assume,
down in
highly classified work.
Now, amazingly, he went and
Dennis
he wrote
nodded.
commentaries on
He
other great
produced another of the
such as
fuel
Rabbi
triangles.
and Torah.
He
And
said it on
once he
top of the
finished
first
all
one.
of these, only
Each
then
was
did
about
he
the
go
size
on
of
to
a
write the
half dollar
Shulchan
and no
which
more
he
than a
clearly
quarter-inch thick.
intended, actually,
I had
not
one
as
before,
the
obviously,
primary
but seeing the two of
study.
them
He
stacked
hoped that
like
he would
that
study
made
his
me
faith
understand something I hadn't
in
before.
other words like that.
Truth be told,
Great
I
commentary.
didn't give that
The
much thought
Shulchan
to
Aruch
how
was
they were
intended to
made,
be kind of like a
but at that
short
moment,
form
I
of
got a
all of
better
the
sense of how they were
decisions that
likely
were
to have
made.
been machined.
After having
They were a
discussed
stamp
all
or
of
cut
these
out of a single flat
and
sheet of their material.
for people to review
Instead, it seemed to me
days.
that a larger plot of it would have to be shaped into a cone.
Every month.
From that
But that's
cone,
really what he
whatever
was
cutting tool was needed could be guided to cut through that cone at various angles to produce the triangular-shaped pieces.
In terms of thinking.
For a few minutes, Dennis, Harry, and I
So
discussed
the
how we
big
thought the objective might be met.
widely the
I offered my
last
cone-cutting theory,
Rishon
and
era.
Harry asserted that he was in complete agreement that my suggestion was the likeliest scenario. Los Alamos can do this, Dennis said while nodding. He pushed himself away from the lab's countertop and walked out of the room. He came back in a few minutes with what appeared to be a cylindrical ingot of the material. I had no idea where he got it from, whether it was a part of one of the crafts or came from somewhere else, but he hefted it in his hand, according to no more regard than a deli counter clerk handling a bologna sauce. This will go on ahead of you. as they're concerned, this material is known as LA-1000. As far as they're concerned, and as you're concerned, along with them, this is a new alloy used for armoring. Understood, I said, wondering how soon I would be going, and if this little field trip was a good sign or a bad sign for my still pending clearance. Could the whole thing be a setup to test me? Ultimately, I decided it didn't matter. I was told to go to Los Alamos, and that was what I was going to do. The next time I got the call from EG&G, I was told to report to McCarran, but that I'd be taking a commercial flight out of Las Vegas to Albuquerque. From there, I transferred to a different regional flight to the Los Alamos airport. I was only going to spend a few hours on site, delivering the instructions for the manufacture of the fuel disc and armor. It was sent by a courier to Los Alamos, and as met me at the airport, they gave me a sealed 9x12-inch envelope that I assumed contained what I needed to deliver to the machinists at the New Mexico laboratory. Based on my experience working at LA&L, I figured the ink got sent down on what we refer to as a dash flight. They took off daily from Mercury, Nevada, near the old AEC base camp at the nuclear test flight. Back in my days in New Mexico, we often received materials from Area 51. Looking at the airport in the city where I'd spent so much time felt both familiar and surreal simultaneously. I wasn't able to tell Tracy where I was going, only that I'd be gone for longer than I usually was. I had no idea how many hours that would be, but I told her not to worry. I don't worry, she had told me. I just don't understand. I don't like that. I had no way to reply. And just as I landed in Los Alamos with no sense of how I was going to get to the location on the sites of thousands and thousands of acres, I had no way to reassure or make Tracy understand that if I could tell her what I was doing, I would. The trouble was, more often than not, I really didn't understand what I was doing.
Just a couple of years ago, this remarkable
I wasn't withholding anything from her. I was the one from whom things were being withheld.
so-called saber
I was being a good soldier and had to trust that Dennis and those in charge had my best interests at heart.
the
I
subtitle
knew that was never really going to be the case.
is all
I
about
was simply a moving part in a large and complicated
on the
machine,
holiday of Hanukkah.
easily replaceable in some ways, and high value in others.
All about
The answer to my wondering about how I was to proceed was answered by someone asking me a question. Are you Bob? I turned to face a young blonde man in his mid-twenties. A wedge of hair angled across his forehead and over one bespectacled eye, like a curtain across a picture window. I nodded, and the young man said cheerily, "Let's go." A few minutes later, we were in a white passenger van passing through a security checkpoint on the property of the LA&L. I had never worked in that area before. Even the entrance was unfamiliar to me. My driver hadn't engaged me in any kind of conversation, and I wasn't feeling particularly chatty myself. I was very tired, and may even have dozed off for a second or two on the drive over, just as I had, though for much longer, while on the flight in. The van stopped in front of an administrative building, what looked like a typical office building. There, I gave my name to a man behind a reception desk and picked up my visitor badge. He made a quick call, and then a woman came into the waiting area, and without introducing herself, asked me for the envelope I'd been carrying. She left immediately, and I stood there wondering what I was supposed to do next. After a few moments of me standing there, the woman returned, went out the folder, and said that I was to follow her. I went into an office and was introduced to the man who supervised this particular machine shop. We went over the specs and how we wanted the cylinder to be sliced into discs, then stack those discs, fuse them, then machine that into a cone, and then into the triangle-shaped bits we'd been using to help power the reactor. None of what I asked registered on the face of the man I was speaking with. He spent most of his time looking at the specifications sheet and the schematic. In some ways, I envied him. He looked at the task as a kind of simple mechanical engineering fabrication problem. I knew that people like him worked with plutonium as part of the nuclear weapons making, so given that none of what I was describing to him involved missile materials, at least as far as I knew. This was, a relatively run-of-the-mill operation for him and his people. Of course, we also need all of the material back, I said. There'd be a minute amount of residue or leavings produced in fabricating the fuel triangles, but we still needed even the tiniest fragment to be returned to us. Any idea what kind of phase changes or thermal expansion we might be dealing with? He asked, ignoring my statement entirely. I don't believe there will be an issue, but with the kind of tolerances we're talking about, I shrugged, but didn't go on. I was tempted to try to ingratiate myself to him and his people by letting him know that I understood about the work they did, how creating an alloy with plutonium and gallium and other things was part of what they were responsible for, materials that presumably were far more volatile than what had been shipped to them. Instead, I let him, the expert, work out for himself how they'd get the job done. I wasn't worried about that at all. And shortly before I left the office, the supervisor sat staring off into the upper corner of the room for a few seconds, and then a satisfied smile spread across her face. I think I've got a better idea of how to get this done. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small notebook and began scratching out a few notes. I didn't want to disturb him, so I simply said, I'll let myself out. Receiving no response, I walked out of the office and back into the waiting room. In what seemed like no time, I was driving back home from McCarran. I arrived home in the late evening, just around dinner time, and noticed that the car that Tracy had talked about wasn't there. Tracy wasn't home either. She left no note, so I put a frozen meal in the microwave and sat there eating the overly crisp outside of a macaroni and cheese dish, and it's still only partly thawed either. Fatigue overtook me while I sat in an easy chair, and before I knew it, the sunlight on my face had awakened me. Stiff and sore from my cramped sleep, I stood in the hot shower, hoping to ease the tension from my muscles. As soon as I had toweled myself off, the phone rang, and less than 20 minutes later I was out the door and heading back to McCarran and on my way to S4. A cup of coffee and a fast food egg sandwich of some kind jousting in my belly as I followed Dennis into an unmarked office. Take a seat, Dennis said. Tired of Dennis's no-nonsense approach to things, I sat down in the chair and made no effort to engage him in any conversation at all. A new directive has been issued. Dennis rummaged through a desk drawer and withdrew some papers. I thought that he'd tell me about the new emphasis we were to take in our research. Instead, he pulled out a small caliber revolver, what looked to be a 22 cal Smith & Wesson, and placed it on the desk. You're to carry this at all times when you're off-site. Whether it was exhaustion and discomfort, or I'd bought into too much of the Iron Curtain propaganda that had permeated life in the U.S. for a while, I immediately thought of the 4 Russian scientists who had once been seen regularly around the facility. They hadn't been seen for a few weeks, and even Barry, loath as he was to engage in anything even approximating office gossip, had commented on their absence. I also speculated about what had transpired and was now putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 22. I didn't respond to Dennis at first, but smiled ruefully to myself, thinking that 2 plus 2 equals .44, the caliber of the long-barreled Magnum I owned. I wasn't exactly a good aficionado, but given how much I liked explosives, I enjoyed owning a weapon and appreciated what one could do for me. I also owned an Uzi submachine gun that I appreciated for its design. I didn't let Dennis know about the Uzi, but I told him that I didn't need or want the 22 he was about to issue to me. I admired both the weapons I owned, but also understood that, on a certain level of practicality, they were ridiculous to own. I had purchased a holster so that I could carry the 44 on my person, and that meant that I would have to wear a long coat to cover it. Not ideal in the heat of Las Vegas, and only a little more so when I lived in New Mexico. looking plates on the sides of the emitter. In appearance, they seemed to be the same material as the fuel triangles, but proved to be, based on this analysis, made of common elements. Not exotic at all, I said, handing the sheet back to Barry. Not the most typical of alloys, but I let the sentence trail off. Barry nodded distractedly. Have you given any thought to what I suggested about building that measurement device? With the right instrument, we'd be able to produce more verifiable results. It makes sense. Time is the one concern I have. I agree. From advanced tests we've been doing, we don't have any way to quantify the effect of the reactor, I said, thinking of the various demonstrations we've been doing in the last few sessions. They were variations on the helpful demonstration that Barry had done for me. We could see the results of the gravity wave, but we hadn't done a very good job of measuring the effect on an object placed in its path. I've got a pretty good idea of how to fabricate an instrument that will work. My first job out of college was with an electronics firm. I used to repair and refurbish pressure regulators. If they can measure minute pressure differentials, they should be able to measure the effects of the gravity wave. They'd also give us a sense of how the wave disperses. We'd have to build something fairly large to do that. What diameter would you estimate? 60 inches. We'll have to get quite a few of those sensors, and then we can get started. I'll talk to Dennis. On the flight back to Las Vegas, I was thinking more about the conversation I had with Dennis than the one that Barry was going to have with him. I speculated about the presence of the men outside our house. I'd been fairly well convinced that they were part of the security firm who was investigating me so that I could receive the top-level clearance I needed. After hearing Dennis imply that I needed to be more concerned about my personal safety, I wondered if those guys had been assigned because of some imminent threat to Tracy or me. Worst case scenario, one of those men hadn't been working for our side and instead were working against us. It seemed unlikely, but the whole what happened to the Russians and why had we been cooperating with our sworn enemy scenario was generating its own bit of paranoia. I wondered if there was some device that I could make to measure the influence of paranoia on me. Even without that device, I began to carry my 44 Magnum and the Uzi in my boat. We got the approval to build the device, and over the course of the next few weeks, I worked at wiring the sensors in sequence. We had to use dozens and dozens of them. The work was tedious, but at least I could leave after each work session and see some progress. We also got some great news during that period of building the measurement instrument. The fuel triangles came back from LANL, and they worked just as the ones that we'd first been supplied with. Everyone was very pleased, and even Dennis showed some enthusiasm with a good word compliment. I hoped my involvement in the Los Alamos venture might offset a slight blunder that could have spoiled any chance I had of getting the job full-time. Before I began to carry my weapons with me, I decided that I'd better register them. The registration process was going to be easy, but I tripped up when I told a friend of mine that I could only spend a few minutes with him having lunch because I had an errand to do. What's that? Jane asked, a perfectly normal conversational tactic. I have to register my guns, I told him, and then added, regretting the slip of the tongue as soon as it was out of my mouth. I need to use them for work. By this point in 1989, I had known Gene Huff for almost 5 years. He worked as a real estate appraiser, and taking photos was part and parcel of his job. We met because of my photo processing company, and since Gene worked very regularly and needed frequent photo service, we spoke on a number of occasions and eventually became friends. Actually, Gene dealt with Tracy originally when she was doing some of the drop-offs for me while I ran the equipment. She'd stop by his office, chat a bit, and they talked a few times about living in Los Alamos. Gene assumed that I worked in photo processing there, and it was only later when we became friends and we talked about a wide variety of things that he finally said to me, you know, you speak so knowledgeably about so many things. You got your rocket car and everything else. You sound like a this and why I might need a gun was not on the list of topics to be discussed. To his credit, Gene saw how I had blanched when I made the mistake of mentioning the gun and word that he didn't press me for details. Still, that I had let my guard down that way bothered me a lot. I trusted Gene. After all, he trusted me enough to sit at my kitchen table with me while I mixed up a batch of nitroglycerin and went off into the desert with me to witness its explosive force. Gene shared an interest in explosives and pyrotechnics, and 2 years earlier, in 1987, we had initiated a gathering in the desert of fellow enthusiasts for what eventually became known as Desert Blast. Through that and other shared interests, I also met John, the second son of the founder of the aircraft manufacturing firm Bill Lear, Learjet fame. John was an accomplished pilot himself, and later gained some notoriety due to his claims about extraterrestrial life. John and Gene were both very interesting men with active and inquiring minds, and the kind of curiosity that I possessed as well. I met John through Gene. Gene had watched a local TV show that George Knapp, a journalist at the local ABC television affiliate, was doing called On the Record. John Lear was George's guest. He was an active believer in what was termed ufology. He believed in the existence of alien life, that extraterrestrial craft had come from other planets and solar systems. He appeared at panels on the subject, and he mentioned to me on several occasions that he believed that alien craft were being flown in the desert outside Las Vegas. Gene had some interest in the subject, as did a lot of people in the Las Vegas area, due to the frequent sightings and the light show out in the desert. He wasn't a proselytizer like John was, just, as I mentioned earlier, a really curious guy. John's views intrigued him, and he thought he'd call John up to talk more about the subject. That's just the kind of guy Gene was. When reached, John was a bit guarded at first. Well, unguarded probably characterizes it better. For whatever reason, Gene mentioned a couple of times that he worked as a real estate appraiser. The Lear family was wealthy and held several properties in the area. John lived in what I would eventually come to think of as a kind of compound, an enormous house and grounds. John seemed more interested in talking about having Gene come out to do an appraisal than he was in talking about UFOs. Gene thought it might be interesting to see the place where the pseudo-legendary, at this time, John Lear lived. They made arrangements. On payment, John would share some copies of UFO videos and other material related to the subject. Gene called to ask me if I was interested in going. He said that I could pose as his assistant. Of course, I'd heard of John and his exploits as a pilot, so I agreed to go. He sounded like an interesting guy, and I was curious to see how the other half, the wealthier half of Las Vegas, lived. As part of the appraisal process, Gene would have to take quite a few photos, so I became his second shooter and gear tone. After a brief introduction, Gene and I went about our business. Gene always claimed that because I was just the assistant, John ignored me. Gene dropped names a few times, mentioning that I had once worked at LA&L. The Los Alamos reference didn't sink in until that third mention. When John realized belatedly that I wasn't just a photo guy, but had worked as a scientist, we started to talk about his experiences and mine. The two of us hit it off. We had some similar interests in aviation, propulsion, pyrotechnics, and other wide-ranging topics that caught our imaginations and intellects. This made us, if not kindred spirits, then at least individuals who could carry on a stimulating conversation with one another. I also knew this about John. He had some interesting connections in the government and the military. He'd done some work with the Central Intelligence Agency, and he could tell a great story. I never once for a second believed what he told me and others about alien spacecraft.
Hello and welcome
I
to
tolerated that
another
part of him,
episode of
mostly because the rest
History
of
of
his
That.
life
Today
and
I'd like
accomplishments were on the
to
record.
begin with a discussion of the 17th
He was a
century, in
kind
particular
and
the world of
fascinating guy.
Magnitsky
I
uprising.
also eventually came to understand this about John.
Magnitsky,
He
an
had no
Ukrainian leader,
bullshit
I'll show you
detector.
a picture of him
He'd
shortly,
never seen
and
any of these
sometimes
objects
spelled
himself, and several
Roman
times
characters
expressed
with
to
the
me
Polish
his
spelling.
disappointment
and it shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place on the Dnipro River where the Ukrainian Cossacks gather. Cossack, the term is actually used in many different contexts, particularly when it gets to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in very different ways. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozakke, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all-male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in some kind of, not sure what the right word for this, sort of like nationalistic piracy where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like the incarnation. This was before the national awakening in the 19th century, but definitely there was ethnic groups that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. Get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationships with them. The relationship between the groups is very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they will follow Russiana, or little Russians, meaning the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all, not to make it the other way around, but that's outside the scope of our discussion. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of Jews and others within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising was birthed. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, specifically how it was used. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular, and beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating into the 16th and 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration plans. And in particular, they are concentrated in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not decimated country on the time, as I mentioned, there was a kind of common nationalistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish Commonwealth, which was also discussed about. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows to the sea of Kiev and then sort of has a curving line towards the Crimea of Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhzhia where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, very fertile region because of its general and black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe. And these Polish landowners were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland north of the Gap. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be is essentially a type of tax farm. We've seen that before with medieval period. The nobility would actually own not only the land, but own the town, and own the red mill, and the bridges, and own the orchards and the forest, and all kinds of things. They would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment from the Jews doing well, they're collecting 1,000 wealthy from my territory this year. That's up into 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let's not recall that the Jews have to collect lower than that tax. And the difference in what they have to pay to Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get for keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more, the Jews have to go back and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developing a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce, it could be a work tax, such as today, which is called Rothschild'S at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or fencing in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if the Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed. This is kind of inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this didn't happen sometimes. At any rate, it was the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demand on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish Rothschild was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing the Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the Latin was the fact that Jews were particularly involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Rabbi. The so-called restaurant, which was typically manned by Jewish families. It's not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, installation, and sale of alcohol, which is something called Kokonatsia. And so the Jews could control the entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profit to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society, because providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if it offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can show you resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly when it's gas. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something we certainly want to do. We want to encourage it. And so you can see why this does succeeded in convincing the powers that be, because of their role in the entire economic structure. But also in particular, as at least acknowledge the importance of that was especially associated with Europe, we were subjected to as being the faintest of nods towards your needs seems like a monumental gesture. Small villages and towns as opposed to the countryside that have more likely to advance and to develop professions such as music at the time. At any rate, the environment that was right for and therefore compensation in this happened in 1648. And this man shown here in the book capitalized on the dissent that was right among the Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their certain owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them to massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents. Now, let us recall that this is not only a method of economic repression of the Ukrainians, they also perceive it not incorrectly as a moment of religious repression as well, because the full conflict, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but they were technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Magnitsky and his Cossacks deeply exalted their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of 2 years, particularly in 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, to so-called the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived for their lives, migrants and so on. Even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were so quiet in these spells. So the Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for 2 years, is called a decree on top of the top. The beginning on top of the top, the term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, something evil decree on top of the top. And it lives on in the liturgy as a period of phenomenal dominance and influence. It's difficult for Rome to Eastern Europe for their horrific attacks on Greek populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is the Hebrew Yerebesula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as "Make this a available in English translation." And it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably most illustrated in Hanover's account, rather than those way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers of 250,000 Jews killed in the research by modern scholars like Charles Thompson in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after violence was subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. It was a horrific attack, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many accounts from the Book of Hammond, who put commentators were shocked at all writing about those days at the time. But the numbers that are commonly tweeted about are probably in the tens of thousands of horrific numbers from certain hundreds of thousands. Anyway, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Magnitsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to Russia, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians, who were generated in the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude toward Ukrainians. This Ukrainians tend to call it Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Magnitsky rebellion. So it's really the 100-year build for the height of that rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the rebellion of 1919 and the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbreaks, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a violent community as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in
as high nor some other kind of engineering or diagnosis and repair problem. I like to sit with that problem
of that.
often
This
and
is
looking
actually
away from the task at hand.
famous
Just thinking
monument
about the
that
issues or
stands
distracting
behind
myself
the
with
list
other work,
created
hoping that
today
on some
among the
subconscious
students
level,
on this
I'd
week,
be able to
and
come up with a
it was
solution.
elected
Other
the
times,
early
sitting with it
20th
took on a more
century.
literal sense.
It shows some
I would
things
sit near the
famously
device,
pointing
or in
to
the
the
case of
north,
hijacked
to
cars
Russia,
and
which
other
this
vehicles,
is
like the
erected
ones
by
I
the
converted
forest
to run on
authorities, which,
hydrogen.
they
I sit
really like
in
to
the
play up the
problem
fact that
and,
Zelensky
fully
decided to
immersed in
ally
that
with the
environment,
Russians.
experience a kind
In
of
the
osmotic
original
absorption
version of
of the
this
solution to the problem.
statue, the
As
original
cramped
draft,
as the interior of
actually
that
had a
craft
much more
was,
chauvinistic
I imagined
attitude.
that the life forms
This
who
is
could
the
move
only picture I
comfortably
could find
about in
of
that
that,
space had to be
but
about
in
the
the
size of
original
a 6
draft,
or
which is
7-year-old human.
casting of it,
I wanted to linger inside for as long as possible.
the
That
roof
possible
on
wasn't
this
too
report,
long,
there's
since
a
cramped
falling
conditions
pole and a
literally
Jew
can
who are
produce
knocked
cramps.
down by
But I did
his
take a
passage
few
of
extra
conduct,
moments to marvel at
which
the
is
intelligence
explicitly
behind the
stated in this
execution
draft,
and
which is
implementation of
accepted
the
for the
propulsion
final
system,
version,
with
that
no larger
Zelensky
context than the
succeeded
craft
by
itself.
beating the Poles and the
I was
Jews,
blown
which
away
is
by
a
what I'd seen.
metaphor that many
I'd been
Ukrainian
convinced
nationalists
for a
might
while
wish to
that what we were
observe
working with in
today.
this war
At any rate,
was not of terrestrial origin.
this sort
But
of
seeing this entire
moment
craft
in
really
time
solidified what I
encapsulated
come
the
to
both
believe.
Jews and Ukrainians'
I knew with
vision
as
of each
high a
other.
degree of
That
certainty
was not
that
conducive
one can
to
know
a rational
anything,
response. In fact,
that we didn't have the capability, the Russians didn't have the capability, the U.S. and the Russians working in concert didn't have the
idea
capability.
of a
All the world's
major
greatest minds
disruption
working together
that could
couldn't produce a
challenge
working
100
artifact
years
like the one I
of
was in.
peaceful existence
As I
in
eased
heaven
myself
Europe
along to
had
exit the
a
craft,
remarkably
I kept
stabilizing
shaking my head in
influence on
wonder.
Jews across
My
Europe,
face had
and
that half
many
flushed,
historians
half
draw
swollen
a
feeling
direct
of
line
having smiled
from the
and laughed for
diplomacy
too
uprising
long.
to
I briefly
the
wished that I could share
debacle
this
of
experience with
which we
others.
discussed in the
At the
last
same
video.
time, my
Okay, I
attitude
hope
had
you found
evolved
this
in the
useful.
time I'd been working
If
in
it
this
was
war.
something that you'd like to see
Initially,
again,
though I
please do
understood the
subscribe.
government's and
It makes me
military's
happy to
position
see
about
this number
secrecy,
increasing,
I
and
resented
to note
it.
there are a lot of people
Now
out there
that I was
who
literally
appreciate
and figuratively on the
studying
inside of
history
the
as much as I do.
operation, a
Thank you
kind
very
of
much for watching.
elitism set in. I didn't think that many members of the American public could truly appreciate the magnitude of the achievement this craft represented purely on a technical, scientific, and production standpoint. I was completely blown away, and I'd already been privy to a lot of information about the craft and its origins. Whether this craft came from Zeta Reticuli or was a product of the drunken or febrile imaginings of the collective membership of the Theta Tau engineering fraternity, it represented such an enormous advance in moving a life form from place to place that I struggled to come up with an analogy that would make sense to explain what it meant and felt like to be in its presence. Once outside the craft, I disengaged the fawning fanboy in my brain and resumed scientific inquiry mode. I wondered about the craft's structural integrity, given that the skin of the craft seemed so thin. I wondered how heavy the vehicle was, but I couldn't really imagine myself putting my hands on it and trying to lift even a quarter of that pedestal off the ground. I looked around the hangar and saw that a small crane stood in a far corner. I walked over to it and saw that its load limit listed on a safety sticker indicated a maximum capacity of 2 tons. That at least gave me a ballpark sense of the craft's mass. I thought of the fuel discs again and wondered for how many hours or light years they lasted, and if the ship's interior was mostly used as a cargo hold for them, how long had the work we had been using in our lab been discharging? Mary and I stood again on the apron in front of the open hangar door, and I wondered if our mouths were hanging open. We didn't speak until we were back in the lab. Did you ever think you'd see anything like that? Mary said, did anything in your life before this prepare you for that? I've been trying to come up with a way to explain what this whole scenario is like, how to make sense of it for myself. The only thing I could come up with was this. Imagine that we were with the settlers on the Oregon Trail, riding along in our wagons back in the 1830s. We go to bed one night, and in the morning, we see this machine that has 2 wheels, a seat, handlebars, and able to figure out how to get that motorcycle started, and even to ride it a bit. They wouldn't understand how the engine worked, and even if they did, once the thing ran out of gas, it was probably only good to them as a plow they could drag behind draft animals. Barry nodded. Something like that. More to the point, I said, realizing that maybe Barry didn't feel the need for that kind of explanation. I didn't see any signs of crash damage. Listen, Barry said, I was never a believer in the whole Rothschild incident. I don't follow those kinds of stories. It seems strange to me that an intelligence that is advanced enough to produce what we just saw wouldn't be able to negotiate the Earth's atmosphere, or have a landing system figured out, or not be able to cope with our weather systems and phenomena. I agree, I said. Doesn't seem like a plausible explanation. Barry and I debriefed for a while longer, and we both postulated about how the propulsion system worked. We weren't any closer to figuring out how we could reproduce the devices to produce the kind of gravitational field we surmised was at work. But we had a better sense of how the reactor, the amplifier, and the emitters worked to produce a kind of anti-gravity effect that would allow it to render our usual concepts of space and distance immaterial. Without realizing it, we were on the verge of doing something that I had only presumed was possible, witnessing the craft in actual operation. The next time I was called in to report, I still kind of chuckled at the insistent regularity of the message. Hello, Mr. Lazar. It is now insert time. We expect you to be at the installation at insert time. Barry and I got busy working with the modified pressure sensor instruments we devised. We were about to use them to measure the intensity of the gravitational field when Dennis stepped into the lab. Follow me, he said. We went outside, and sitting in front of the open first hangar was the craft we'd recently examined. This time, and it struck me as odd, each of the interior doors connecting the individual bays was open. In addition to the craft that we'd been allowed to inspect, I could see 8 more saucer shapes through the procession of openings. I wondered briefly if we were going to be allowed to see all of them. Each of them looked to be of similar shape, and it wasn't just because of the distance I was from each of them, but they appeared to be of slightly different size. The one we'd inspected was smaller and sleeker than the others, as if it was the sports car at the lineup. In fact, from that point onward, I always thought of and referred to the craft I was able to enter as the sport model. A low-performance test is going to be conducted. We thought the two of you should see this, Dennis said. I looked over at him, trying to see if he was pleased by his having made arrangements for this, but his face was impassive. I remembered the look of irritation on his face when I remarked that the military was still doing things then the way that they had nearly 50 years earlier around Los Alamos and in Chicago and in other locations trying to create the atomic bomb. All that compartmentalization and secrecy had slowed progress. If they wanted us to be effective, they needed to let us share information. That was how most advances in science and technology, despite the belief in the romantic notion of a whole working in isolation model, were made. Here we were getting some access, greater access to information than before, but still in a far more limited manner than I would have preferred. I knew it was time to keep my mouth shut and just observe, and that's what I did. What frustrated me was that with the exception of Dennis, Barry, and I, there were few other escort personnel around. The omnipresent security guys were there on the periphery, but there was one technician sitting there with a pair of headphones on while seated in front of what must have been a radio, and one other man who stood at a distance from us and kept his back to us the entire time. I stood there with my arms folded, rocking back slightly on my heels, and then the craft did something similar. At first, I heard rather than saw any activity coming from the craft. A loud hiss, nothing painful, but the kind of buzzing sound that an electric substation might produce reached my ears. Then, the craft lifted off the ground slightly. The central axis
levitate, all kinds
I
of
could see the blue glow
and
of
you
the
alternate
corona
that with
discharge
periods
coming from
of
the bottom of the ground.
depression, solitude.
That led me to believe that the air around the bottom of the
Back
ground,
and forth
where we suspected the emitter was being broken down,
was a
and
little bit more
photons were
stable
being
for an
emitted.
extended period of time.
The light was visible, just as lightning in the sky is, due to that
For the
incredible
most part,
high energy output.
eccentric behaviors
As the
were
ground
sort of written
froze,
off and
the slight oscillations lessened, and the hiss diminished. By the time it was 30 to 40 feet in the air, lifting nearly perfectly straight up, the sound was completely gone. In all my years of working with jet engines and pyrotechnics, I was accustomed to hearing loud noises as if objects were being propelled upward or forward. The silence was eerily exciting, and I felt a broad grin spreading across my face. I could hear the faint sound of an appreciative expulsion of air coming from Barry as I stood there wide-eyed and mind-boggled. I could see that the craft had 3 emitters. Only one was creating the corona display, and it was the one that was facing straight down at the ground. As the craft rose in the air, the display expanded. It began as a tight beam that became more diffused with each foot the craft rose. It was like watching someone twisting the lens of a flashlight, increasing the size of the circle of the light from its narrowest to its widest focal range. As that gravitational wave spread out, it helped to stabilize the craft. It hung there, completely still, as if it were suspended there by an invisible steel rod firmly anchored to the ground at some point above it.
Various titles,
With it hanging there above
Europe,
us,
things like
we
that.
could see more clearly the bottom of the craft
Would
and
demand
its triatom emitters.
various
They were arranged in a pattern, with the one that was functioning at the point of the equilateral triangle. The other 2 emitters pointed at a right angle to the downward pointing one.
Characteristic elements
Given
of
this
the
orientation,
activity
because we were looking up at the larger spherical shape of the craft, I decided to think of the area to the left of the downward pointing emitter as the rear, and the area in front of the 2 other emitters as the front or forward section.
And he would like
That was because the opening of the 2 forward emitters pointed in that direction. And from what we believed of how the gravitational wave was produced, the energy coming out of the open end of the emitter would allow the craft to move in the same direction as the opening. I knew this was a low performance test, but still, I was hoping to see the craft maneuver in the air. It didn't. I looked over at the technician with the radio. He was far enough away that I couldn't hear him speaking into a headset, but I could see that he was talking, presumably to whoever was piloting the craft.
And
I thought again of the cramped space inside, the childlike proportions. I also wondered how in hell a radio wave, an electromagnetic wave, would be able to work in the presence of that gravitational wave. No kind of phase-locked loop should have been able to survive in that environment. The electronics guy and me engaged in a brief battle with the physicist in me, over which phenomenal phenomenon to focus my attention on.
because it will
I didn't have long to contemplate them. After a few minutes of hovering in place, the craft descended and settled, reversing the process of moving from a stable orientation to a wobbling one before coming to rest. That's it, Dennis said, always the master of understatement.
Perhaps the
Time
most
for you guys to get back to work.
tempting, certainly
Harry and I did as instructed.
of
Both of us
behavior
lost in
was
thought for the next 15 or so minutes.
traditional
We each sat on a stool in front of a lab bench. Harry scrawled a few lines in a notebook while I fiddled with a micrometer, measuring the thickness of the lead points of a few pencils and comparing them to the lead rods I used in a mechanical pencil.
As I mentioned, he actually
It didn't seem
married a
odd
woman,
for us to be so
Sarah,
alike.
who was
We're engaged in work.
questionable
We both needed to go
reputation.
inward.
Apparently,
We both witnessed something on the order of a miracle.
massacre
If one accepted the definition that a
and
miracle
she had
was
quite
the
a
result
broad
of
kind
an
of
agency from outside our terrestrial realm,
in
then we
Sarah
both
his
needed time
opportunity
to process
so
what
to
we'd
get
seen.
another type of
I
messianic
suppose in some
prophecy,
Hollywood
just like
version of these incidents,
the prophet
the two of us
Joshua
would have charged into the lab flushed with excitement and gone to the blackboard
she
and
actually
started
would
furiously writing and erasing words of a complex equation we left there while exclaiming loudly, "I got it! I can't believe I didn't see this before."
challenge to
The
traditional
was
norms were
that
something
since
that
we'd started
was very
working,
controversial.
we had a sense of what was going on with the reactor
Those
and the
panics,
fire
we
engine.
actually would
The flight demonstration
they're
simply
not
confirmed that our theory was, for the most part, correct.
going to break
We
down the
hadn't seen the
locked
craft
door
move laterally,
synagogue
and it covered a great distance in a short amount of time. But the fact that the device created a focused beam, for lack of a better term,
not
of
only
highly concentrated
Torah
energy
from
and a
a
gravitational field,
rather than
and it could also disperse more
he actually
widely,
invited his
would
friends
allow it
to
to
come up
cover vast distances.
and
I had suspected that the gravitational field was doing something that scientists and science fiction writers had been speculating about for many years. It was producing a kind of negative gravity, or anti-gravity, that, in a sense, removed the gravitational force ahead of the direction in which the three emitters were pointing. In time, Harry and I came up with the name Omicron to describe the action of the single downward emitter functioning to lift the craft above the ground. That Omicron action allowed it to initially escape the gravitational pull of the very large body it was near. The Earth, although all three emitters worked, the same anti-gravitational force was produced, allowing the craft to move in multiple directions. This omnidirectional state of operation we termed delta. We chose Omicron, the 15th letter of the Greek alphabet, because it means small. In the Omicron state, the craft and the propulsion system configured in this single emitter operation could only make relatively small moves. Delta, the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet, has its symbol used in science to indicate change. We believe that when the three emitters were arranged in a kind of delta shape as they were, it allowed the craft to essentially move freely and change direction with stupendous rapidity that made our current capability pale in comparison. How the emitters worked was still in question, but orienting them in various directions was similar to how our spacecraft worked. It wasn't so much that the system defied our understanding of the laws of physics. Its ability to move as quickly and as efficiently as it did was astounding. Essentially, when the propulsion system created that gravity wave or anti-gravity state, everything we knew about how objects could orient themselves in space, about the nature of flight, was altered. It was easy to get hung up on language and whether a gravity wave was being produced or if it was anti-gravity. But essentially, on a fundamental level, what the makers of this craft had done was create a device that could achieve something astounding. Gravity control. It reduced or canceled the gravitational field. No one other had been able to do that to that point. It had been speculated about and hypothesized about, but it had not been achieved as we sat there in 1989. Words failed me now, as they did then, to explain how great a paradigm shift in thinking was necessary to truly appreciate what we just witnessed. That said, as had been true for most of my adult life, I was able to come up with an analogy to explain in layman's terms how this process worked, or at least to create a visual metaphor to illustrate it. Imagine placing a folding ball on a level mattress. It would sink into the cushion for a bit before settling and becoming still. If left undisturbed, the bowling ball would not move.
He received a high
Push that
title as
bowling
a
ball and get it to
guardian
roll.
of the gates and a stipend.
In a sense, man's early efforts in
On
flight
making
were like
it
that.
harder and
We used a propeller to push air behind the plane to get it moving, used the angle of the wings and their surface area to create lift, and the airplane would leave the ground. With a jet engine or rocket, we expel hot gases out of the rear of the engine to push the plane forward and create lift. What this alien craft did was like placing your hand on the mattress in any direction around the bowling ball and compressing the cushion material. The ball would roll in the direction of where the resistance had been removed. A somewhat crude analogy, but sufficient to understand the basics. What the emitters were able to do was to remove the force of gravity, not just in a tight beam enabling it to move forward, but widening the beam. And having the emitters pivot in various directions was akin to having a group of people standing around that mattress, each of them pressing down on the cushion at various points,
what happened to
to move in multiple directions. Imagine
appears that his mental
great
illness
speed
did
and
not
force,
fade.
superhuman speed and force, and the visual becomes even better.
With the Turkish authorities,
I didn't share this analogy with Barry.
away.
He
Eventually,
showed little interest in my previous motorcycle drop in among the settlers scenario.
followers.
What was far less difficult to imagine was how this craft was able to cover vast distances. In a sense, you couldn't cover any ground, as we so frequently describe an object moving from one point to another by going over ground from point A to point B. Instead, using that gravity control, this craft pulled distance objects toward it. Imagine a ball resting on a towel with a frisbee at the opposite end of the towel. When the emitters of the frisbee doing their thing, the fabric of the towel was pulled toward the ball that was anchored to it. It was as if the universe was being folded in an accordion-like fashion. As I noted when I first saw the propulsion system functioning, time and gravity were inextricably linked. If you controlled gravity, you also controlled time. That's the dilemma we currently have with long-distance space travel. How could you possibly supply humans with enough oxygen and food? But even more so, how could you expect them to outlive our usual lifespan in order to travel to distant galaxies? What this propulsion system did was render moot all those kinds of questions. Normally, Barry would quickly shut down any kind of speculative questions about the origins of the device we were working on. He was far more disciplined in his thinking and with his emotions than I was. Following that demonstration, though, even Barry's mind was spinning. I'm not sure if what they told us is true, but after seeing this, it opens up a whole universe of other possible explanations. I mean, I was sitting here thinking that this thing could have come from another dimension. It could have come from some point in the future. We just don't know. The whole zeta reticuli story could be a cover-up. I just don't think we've got the advanced technology to produce this ourselves in this time. Not even with the assistance of the Russians or teams of scientists from everywhere. I agree. But you know, Barry, like you always say, if we keep thinking about that part of it, we'll go crazy. Barry laughed. You're right. Kind of fun to think about. But we aren't here to have fun. Frustratingly, as Barry and I talked about this gravity control device, we kept coming back to the same question over and over again. How was it able to produce such an enormous amount of power for such a simple system without the production of any kind of heat and sound and other indicators of the prodigious amount of energy being used to overcome what we on Earth consider to be one of, if not the most fundamental forces in the universe. How could something seemingly so simple, fueled by such a simple and small object as the discs, do that kind of work?
Allow you to interact with the
I
visuals
wondered
that
if
are already
perhaps it
available online,
functioned on the
but also
principles of
with
some martial arts, using your
self-guided
opponent's energy
quizzes that are
against them
automatically
in
created
opposition
to
to
get a
them.
sense of how well you absorb
Ultimately,
material.
as our discussion wound
Some more
down, the
interactive
frustration of feeling as if we'd returned to square one and were no closer than ever to being able to reverse engineer the system. It felt pointless to construct ways in which to describe what was going on. I heard it said that language allows us to master and take control of our world,
Give me a chance
to give it shape
so we
and
can finally
meaning.
go to print.
All I could
Be
think of
something
as
that
the
is
hours
literally
went by, the
crowdsourced
lights
with
above us
your
glowed
input
nearly as loudly as the craft had.
I'm very
Was that
excited
a
with the
mechanical
prospect
pencil
of learning
produced a point far less sharp than a pencil sharpened mechanically.
more details.
At that point,
What
I
areas
wondered if maybe I was losing my sanity as exploring
very
more
well
divergent and unproductive thoughts passed through my mind.
the presentation
After all,
material.
Einstein
I
said,
think it's
the definition of insanity
course
is doing the
material
same
for this
thing
first
over
course,
and
we're going to
over
cover the
again,
first volume.
expecting a different
Biblical
result.
Jewish history.
I
We're
was
going to
more
go
than a
from
little relieved to go home
the
that night.
Abrahamite era
I was tenacious
for
when
the
faced with a
arrival
problem that needed to be
Jews.
solved.
We're going to go
But
through the
now,
discussion
I
of
was
how we
frustrated and
approach
intrigued,
the Bible
and
and
the
the
push and
historical
pull of
text.
those two
The
competing
archaeological records.
forces
We're going to look at the
ultimately being
Syrian
won by
exile
another
and
force,
lost tribes.
one that was
Roman
far
exile
beyond
and
my
return.
control.
We're going to try to understand something of the world
Chapter
of the
7.
sages from that ancient period. The
headed into the mix of all the questions I had regarding my situation came another and more frustrating question. Why was it that after granting me access to the ground and allowing me to view a test flight, the voice of the EKG representative was suddenly false silent? I'd experienced one fallow period in my time with EKG and been rewarded with those two opportunities. Maybe I tried to console myself that week one of no calls turned into week two. I'd be similarly rewarded again. What form that reward might take occupied some of my time when I wasn't working, but not nearly enough. Tracy seemed very occupied with the business, her flying lessons, and her social life. She sensed that something was not right in my world, but when she asked me what was wrong, I told her that I was fine, that nothing was in any way out of sorts with me. The devil's bargain that I signed in agreeing to
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of
potential state secret or a
Now,
simmering
we're all familiar with the
dissatisfaction
famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that of course coincided with the
frustrations with
expulsion
having to
of the
respond on a
Jews
moment's
from
notice.
Spain. One of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own
Subjected to what I thought was a kind of tantalizing treatment.
And as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of very secluded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was a Jewish origin. He liked to use phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury sections of things in writing that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of August and at the 9th of August. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and Americans. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on this great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Luis de Santander and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his group, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed in Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something that was very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and smoke them. Ironically, it was this Jewish individual who played a role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. Anyway, he ended up settling in Cuba as a result of the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Simon, and he points out in one of his works that the seeds of Judaism sown in the 17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades, and the Portuguese hold demonstrations rolling around inside that craft. It's important to note that one other place, especially significant for the eventual settlement of the Americas, that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the East because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedom associated with the expansion of Dutch West Indian corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese was very what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in the 1630s, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews, and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christians living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activity in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife. About 12 and so either a view at Skyhawk or a Chevy Nova sitting across the street from us. Of the European population living in that script, bland kinds of cars that I seldom saw in our neighborhood. Remarkable. And they actually established quite a settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had two schools. I wonder why they had two schools. One was Hasidic, one was a little more modern. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish one school and two synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as your joke goes, one synagogue to pray in, and one synagogue you would be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment was very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1864, the Portuguese captured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved. Harry was going on other places to live throughout colonial leading. Some of them were trying back to Britain. Now, this reconquest of the East in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall that Jews were expelled from England in 1290 was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish money lenders, and found it was more expedient to expel them forever than to pay back their debt. So the Jews have been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam Jews, Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to very significant. Of course, to have investigated the situation and so on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of the city. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1689. Also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews maybe from the Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were isolated individuals that came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauss, who was a metallurgist and engineer, living in Roanoke in 1588. or perhaps there was
relieve some of the stress
faith-based or
put things in a better
fashion
perspective.
statements. But speaking to myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Sargazan was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to his new college, which only had 750 people living there. This was not out of character for Sargazan. It was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from the seabed, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, "Listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are," to quote from the letters, "deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers," and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Sargazan lost the marketplace. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in the seabed. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Sargazan received the reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own Jews. And that's actually a fascinating point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a particularly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution along that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlements in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Sargazan was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Sargazan was ultimately outdoors to grant similar concessions to Quakers and allow the native Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when his territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became India. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migration to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for that.
If you don't mind, I said, I'd like your help. With what? We're going to have to start the car. That's your job. I'm going inside. We both laughed. They'd sent a clear message, a sign of the kind of power and control they held over me. They didn't like being messed with. I didn't like being messed with either. I decided the best course of action was to try
Hello,
to
and welcome to another
de-escalate the
episode of
situation.
Jewish
I
History
needed to get
Lab.
better
In the
control of my
previous
state of
video,
mind as
we
well.
looked at the arrival of the
I had no confirmation yet
Americas,
that I was no longer
and the
going to be
story
working as
of
or
the
anything like that.
refugees who
I had
landed in
Dennis's phone
Amsterdam,
number,
later New
so I
York.
decided
What I'd
the
like
right
to
course
do
of
in
action was to go
this
to the
short video
source
is
and
to
not let my
take a
mind
broader
run away with
approach
me.
and look at the
I also told
most
myself
significant waves
nothing had
of
gone missing
migration
from
in
the
the
car.
New World, with
I got someone
emphasis
in Dennis's
on the
office
United
and
States
explained
and
that I
to a
wanted to
certain
speak
degree
with him.
Canada,
After being
because
told that wasn't
the
possible at the
waves
moment,
of migration had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world in the coming centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living we all so
still went unanswered. I started to worry even
most of
more.
the Jews living in
And not
North
just
America
whether
at this
or
point
not I
are
would
observing
continue to
the
work for
Sephardic
EG&G
rite,
and S4.
a
What about my
tradition
own
that was
safety
continued
and
for
Tracy's
much of the
and other
18th
people I
century,
knew?
even as the
I didn't
migrant
believe
population
then and don't believe
derived
now
more from
that my
Ashkenazi
fears
lands,
were the
kind of
product
like
of an
the
irrational response to stress.
tradition-minded
Was I
approach
stressed?
that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in
Was it
terms of
plausible to believe that because of what I
forces
do
to
and what I can see
acculturate or
that some harm
assimilate
could come
to
to me?
a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of
For as much as I
remaining
tried
within
to
the
focus
tradition,
just on the
even if
task
it
at hand,
was not
the
necessarily one
implications of
tradition
what I'd
from Europe, but
experienced
nevertheless
and
it was
knew
the established
had tremendous
tradition. There were a lot of
consequences.
kind
They
of
wouldn't have been going to the lengths they
centrifugal
were to do
forces and
background
centripetal
checks on me,
forces.
and they wouldn't
There
have
was
required me
a
to
strong
consent to my
desire
phones
to
being
kind of
tapped,
retain
and they
that
wouldn't
kind
have
of
asked me to
tradition
sign a
over
document that
generations. Here's
essentially
another way
stated
to
that I
look
agreed
at
to
that
waive every
migration
one of my
from these
constitutional
Ashkenazi
rights,
historical
which I did
pamphlets.
sign,
You can see that
if
there
there
are
wasn't a
populations
serious need
moving
for them to
from
keep this
the
information
Southern
in-house by
American
whatever means
communities, in
necessary.
particular after the
That may
Portuguese
seem like a
take
large leap in
formerly
logic,
Dutch
given
territories
all that
on
I've
the
described
coast,
about the
but
need
there's
for me to
also
carry a
Jewish
weapon,
populations
the heightened
moving from
drama with the
Amsterdam,
surveillance teams.
and
I figured
from
that I had to do
Spain and
something to
Portugal.
protect my best
Here's another
interests.
view of
No
the
one else
coast,
was
and
going to
you
do
see
that,
as we
so it
go
was
into
incumbent
the
on me
18th
to
century,
think ahead.
there's
I
quite a
considered
few
wisely
small
what I should do to
establishments
protect
of
my
all the
professional
way as
reputation,
far west as
my
St.
chances of
Louis and
gaining
New
gainful
Orleans.
employment
That's
elsewhere,
after
and the
1802.
physical
But for the
safety
most
of
part,
me
the
and
major
others.
populations are along
Only
the
later,
coast.
after I made the
The second
decision to
major
share what I
wave
knew with a
of
select few
migration
friends,
was in
and
the
later more
19th
widely,
century.
did
And
I
this
think
came
more about the
primarily
public's
from
right to
Central
know
Europe,
this kind of
Germany in
information.
particular. A
I
lot of
never
reasons
set out
why
to be a
Jewish
crusader,
men in
and
particular
though some
find
called me
it
a whistleblower,
expedient to
I
actually
blew the
leave
whistle
their homeland
initially
and make
almost
their way to
exclusively
the
as
New
an
World.
act of
There are
self-preservation,
anti-Semitic
whistling
forces
to call
in
attention to
Central
me
Europe
to
that
make it less
force
likely
Jews
that
to
harm would
reconsider their
come to
place of
me if
residence.
I made clear what
There's
I knew, than it was to draw
restrictions
attention
placed
to
on
the
things
program
like
in S4
Jewish marriage,
and
like
reveal the
the
nation's
only
deepest
the
and
oldest
darkest
son in a
secrets.
family may marry. There
All
are
of those thoughts
revolutions
got
going on in
generated in my
48,
head,
for example.
were
So a lot of
amplified,
Jewish
or
men
only
in
admitted
particular
when
who
I
seek
felt
out
pressed into a corner
remain
and
fortunate
had to do so.
Americans.
I
One
knew
of the
that
things
Gene
that
was the
really
first person that I
noteworthy
should
about
tell.
the
He
arrival
was my
of these
closest
often
friend at the
penniless
time,
young men
and he was
on
about as
American shores
level-headed a
is
person
that
that I knew.
the prior
I felt
generation
that he
of
believed
migrants,
that
many
because
of
he
whom
didn't
have
have as
established
much at
themselves
stake
very well in
personally as
America, like
Tracy did,
Rebecca
he'd
Gratz,
be
for
better
example,
equipped
here.
to give me
This
some
is
guidance
Rebecca
about
Gratz,
how I
of the
should
Gratz
proceed.
College fame.
I had a few vague
Take it
thoughts in
upon
mind.
themselves to make sure
I was
that
confident
these
that
Jews,
everyone who
who
knew
in
me
many ways
would
are
believe
very
me.
different
But
from
still
the
thinking about the
Native
possibility
American
that I
Jews at
might
this
wind
point.
up
They
somewhere in the Nevada
have a
desert
different
with a
language,
bullet
they
in
have
my
different
hand
customs and
and
so
a
on, but nevertheless
fabricated
the prior
suicide
generation
note left at home.
really make it a
I
point
was
to
leaning
protect them.
towards
And there's
showing
a
them evidence to
significant
prove the
rise in
existence of
Jewish
those rights.
population as a result of this
Sitting in
migration.
Gene's
Have a
car
look
as
at
we
these
drove
numbers.
along Alta
In
Avenue was both
1826, it was
comfortably
estimated that
familiar
about
and
60,000
surreal.
Jews in America.
I
By
prefaced my story with
1840,
the kind
that
of
had increased
disclaimer
to
you might
50,000,
expect.
and by
This is going to
1860
sound
to
really strange,
150,000.
but
Really
when I was
dramatic
done,
increase, largely
Gene
as a
said that
result of
coming from
German
anyone else
migration,
but me,
but it would
he'd
be
be
dwarfed
incredibly
by
suspicious.
Jewish migration at the
Then
end
he
of
added,
the century.
I knew that
The
something was
economic
up
patterns
when you
of
told me about the
these
gun
Jewish migrants are
registration and
essentially
mentioned
kind of
something about
literally
work.
a rags
I
to
couldn't
riches
even
story,
imagine that it
because
was something like
many
this.
of them,
Now,
when they arrive
what
on these
kinds of
shores,
things
they
go
look for
on
some
out
kind
there?
of occupation
I figured
that's really
UFO stuff
available
was
to
just
them,
that bunch of
especially if they
wackos
want to
with
maintain any
better
kind
to
of
do with their
contact
time.
with other Jews, is
I
to
didn't
live in
mention
an
to
urban
Gene
center
anything that I
and to
read in the
engage in
briefings.
peddling.
But his
This
first
is
time
like
speaking
right
with
at the
someone
bottom
openly
of
about
the
what I was doing,
commercial
I
ladder of
wanted to
success,
stick
where
to what I
essentially
could definitively
they've got
validate
a push
what I'd
cart
seen,
and they're
what
moving
I'd done,
from house to house was seeking donations for making small purchases of clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that, and it's like the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening storefronts where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sale, or as often happens when they move out west, and this is also the case in my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and sell everything that anybody in town wants. It'll be the beginning of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department stores, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, much more relaxed attitude towards strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath, and those things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. One of their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like major synagogues in New York, These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the Western region of the United States. Here's a great picture of the merchant Julius Meyer together with the Indian chiefs in Omaha in the 19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know if you can get here, but this is kind of like the picture of the Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized countries to the north, 111,000 to South America, about a 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism, indicating that it was really just, and then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from our series really maybe happened on to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly divided North Africa. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population overall is created and manufactured updated version of. But once again, Europe dominates the designation. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and Asia, which is basically on an empire, but also in Asia at this point. The Americas is equal to about 10,000 very different things. And that's all the Americas, just America. Asiana, very small number still. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase. And much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population of our countries as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of Jews living in Canada. There's over 1 million for now, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I really enjoyed when you subscribe because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So, please subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day.
Just in time to land the craft manually. I also trusted him with Tracy's life, and he gave her the first few flying lessons she had. He even allowed her at one point to take the controls of a commercial flight he was piloting. To say John was a loose cannon is an understatement, and in looking back on it now, I can see to what degree how stressed and anxious I was to believe that John was someone who could help me put events into their proper
Hello and
perspective.
welcome to another
By
episode.
that I mean how I should approach the situation vis-a-vis my employment prospects. In terms of having someone who can assess the capabilities of the craft and determine whether they were anything in line with what terrestrial technology could produce, I knew no one more qualified than he was. There was some risk inherent in sharing this information with John, but I also knew how much he believed in the existence of alien spacecraft and beings. My focus remained purely on the technology, and if John could offer any insight into that, it was worth the price of having him possibly go off on tangents regarding the beings who produced that craft. I'd be able to tune that out. That's not to say that he wasn't an interesting guy to be around, that he demonstrated his generosity toward me on multiple occasions. Still, John had his own theories about extraterrestrial life and government conspiracies that I can see now in hindsight predisposed him to believe what I was telling him. I also want to make it explicitly clear that he never urged me to do anything. He simply accepted an invitation to participate in acts that I instigated. I was grateful that, for a few days at least, things seemed to settle down. No strange incidents occurred, and though the guys on Overwatch were still around the house, I wasn't being followed, at least as far as I could tell. I suppose that, in retrospect, I inadvisably let my guard down a bit. One afternoon, 2 days after letting Gene in on my secret, we were at his house. For lunch, he told me that he'd been searching the internet for information about UFOs. This was still early in the life of the internet, and information was relatively scarce compared to how it has proliferated. He told me a number of things, none of which really jived with what I had witnessed. But even back then, we realized that you can't believe much of what you read on the internet. We continued chatting, and I asked him about the source of the information he shared with me. There's 2 places in particular that seem to be gathering points. One is called the Mutual UFO Network. The other is QFO, the Canadian UFO Network. That's not very Canadian of them, I said. You recall the kindly Canadians would want to be part of the Mutual Network. We got to laughing and joking a bit more, and it felt great to breathe easy for a bit. Eventually, Jim decided that since I had the real deal in terms of UFO information, I should be referred to as the large chunk of UFO Network. I countered with him transforming himself into for obvious reasons. For the rest of the time we spent that afternoon, we continued to call each other by our new nose to UFO. Gene's wife had given birth to a son on March 15th, and Gene was giddy with delight and sleeplessness. It was good to be around someone who was in such good spirits. He was grateful for the break from the routines of a young one and visitors. Somehow, all of this made me think that maybe my world had somehow been right. That feeling didn't last. I woke up before sunrise to see that the car was stationed in the same place it had been before. I wasn't physically detailed, but it was exhausting to feel as if my every move was being watched over. When I got home later in the day, Tracy was out. I felt like I needed to go visit her with someone. Deciding to not let on how down I was, I called Gene. When the answering machine responded, I said, "Go on, this is Paul. I have the baby pictures for you. I know you need them as soon as possible." Gene hadn't given me any photos, and I hoped that he'd pick up on that right away. I sat there hoping he'd call back. In the interim, about 45 minutes later, the car came into our driveway and braked hard. I heard a
seconds.
I answered it,
Terrible
and some
repression.
very official and distressed-looking men in
Nicholas
suits escorted me to the kitchen
the
table.
extra paid
There,
Jewish
they began
presence
their
by
interrogation.
forcibly assimilating them
Basically, they
either
wanted to know who the
scriptures
Buffon character was or what it was going for. And the
or
same with
by
Buffon.
destroying
Then,
their
they
internal
produced a
structures
printed
and
copy
give
of
out
the message that I left for Gene not quite an hour earlier.
leaving it
I
in
couldn't
small
believe how
functions,
quickly they'd
especially
gotten it
to
and
serve
they'd
the
gotten
Russian
to the
state by
house.
collecting vast
I was tempted to ask them about how they managed that task,
At any rate,
but I could
period
see
where
they were
there
in no
is
mood for lightheartedness.
pressure on
I told them that they were just goofy names we made
one
up
of
a
the
few
ways
weeks
in
ago.
which
We
they
were in a silly
react
mood at the
by
time, and that
developing
was it.
this
Nothing sinister at all.
So what
That
exactly
seemed to
is
appease them,
integration?
but they produced a document that they made me fill out.
Is actually
I had to identify Gene by name, provide them with his mailing address, phone number, and other information that I was sure they already had. I also had to refer to Gene by his last name,
someone who
and
goes
then add
beyond
Gene
what
Love,
is
aka
naturally required. Someone who
to
does
this day,
extra.
and even
And
back
you see
then,
that in
Gene
all
and I
kinds of
still
public
laugh about
activities,
that
not
incident.
only in the
Gene
externalities
will
like
still on occasion sign his name
beers
and
and
then
sales
append
and
it
things
with
like that.
aka
But
Goofon.
those are kind of like,
Even though I was amused by that incident, I still felt like lines had been crossed. I'd agreed to the wiretap, but that was to determine my suitability for security clearance. It no longer seemed certain to me that they would conclude that I was a good candidate to work at Escort. So I thought the investigation should cease. I'd also essentially signed away my rights to due process under the law. I'd been trying not to think of that while all of this nonsense was going on, and had never mentioned that fact to Tracy. When I told Gene about that, he said, "I'm not surprised you signed that document, but I sure would be more dumb about it. You don't respond to things like that the way the rest of us do." Hearing him say that made me realize even more that I needed to bring this thing to some kind of conclusion. If I wasn't able to keep my wits about me in the way that Gene had indicated I had in the past, it was time to make some changes. In the initial interviews, I've been asked a lot of questions about how I managed stress, and I'm sure that my phone calls to Dennis's office, I made a few more with no success. Calling the police and now playing name games all contributed to my sense that my days in this war were over. I can see now that I did those things for another reason. I wanted the wait to end. I just wanted to be told yes or no and move on. I knew that security clearances could take time, but it was the frustrating stop and start of the work, being pressured to figure out the answer, but not being given the proper time needed to solve it, that made me get to the point that I wanted something definitive to be said or done. It made me hard to believe, but coexisted with those feelings was a desire to see the job through. I can't say it was as strong as it had been before, but I still wanted to do the work, and not being able to do the work for no reason anyone could really offer ratcheted up my anger at being caught in that situation. I decided to take action. As I pointed out, I wanted my wife and friends to provide witness certainty about the claims that I had made. That meant one thing, getting them out to the area to see and testify. For years, people in the area had reported strange lights and other activity in the sky. Because of my time in the lab at S4, I knew when one of those displays was going to occur. Wednesdays at 8 in the evening was the usual time on high performance test flight was going to be conducted. I informed the rest of the others that I thought we should all drive out to the desert to witness one of those tests. John Lear owned a Winnebago motorhome, and he volunteered to drive us all out to the perimeter of the base. In some ways, I thought that maybe including John wasn't the best idea. There was also somewhat of tension between Gene and him. I knew that John's expertise and his 8-inch diameter Celestron telescope would be valuable in assessing what we saw during a high-performance test. As a bonus, we could travel in style in his motorhome. It was a 150-mile or so trip through some of the most boring desert landscape you can imagine. We'd be sitting here in the late afternoon, be getting there after dark, when there'd be even less to see. The assembled group, Gene and John, worked as the two ends of the poles between skepticism and belief. Gene was avidly anti-UFO belief, but given some of the strangeness between the pair,
some research on people like Hillel Balshem, who were like, these early prototypes of emerged conservative local population and creating amulets for where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And the issue of that is that soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being miracle workers, but also Tracy and me. Tracy liked her John since he was the one who really introduced her to the new love of her life, flying. They headed to Jane's house. When Jane came out of the motor, I heard John snort. The other Balshem,
How did you get that shirt? He asked.
The fact that we only have sources about
Much attention to
that
what
we
Jane was
later later, does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my colleague, senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan. He wrote an amazing book,
It wasn't exactly a
early biography of the Balshem based on secular sources, Polish sources he found in these tax records that specifically refer to the Balshem
was in favor of taking the interstate
a lot
until we
more
got to Highway 93 to head north.
his teacher, who among
Had to
other
be
things,
contrarian.
so
So after making
well,
a few veiled references to President Eisenhower and his real reason for establishing the interstate system in this
get
country,
this idea
the interstate,
from
he took
the writings
Power Line
of
Road
his followers
until it intersected with the Green Basin Highway.
biographic picture we get
I hate to
from
be
the
in the
tax
middle of
record
nowhere.
that
If
he
you
was
know
a person who lived in
Gene asked
southern
as we bounced
Poland,
along the
western
irregular
Ukraine,
pavement.
catered
That's
to
not
the
greater minds
spiritual
than yours to
request
determine.
of his followers
John said,
and actually
I know this
began
though.
this
I've
really
flown
important
over a
movement
few
that we
different
discussed
nowheres,
further.
and I can tell you that the film looks a lot
Thank you
like
very
the
much
rest
for
of it.
watching. If you are so
Tracy
moved,
intervened
please
and asked
subscribe.
about Gene's new
I
baby
love
and how he
seeing the
managed to get
numbers
the night
of
off.
students of Jewish history.
His in-laws were still in
And
town, and they looked at him askance when he told them he was going out with friends. I heard someone say once that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission. John chimed in. We all laughed at that. The conversation was on anything and everything but what we were all about to do and to see. I suspected that the worst thing that could possibly happen was the test flight to be canceled for some reason. The weather wouldn't be an issue, but I knew that there was nothing I could do to control what the powers that be decided. At one point, the RV began to stagger a bit on a climb. Damn it! John said, and pulled over to the shoulder. Eventually, the problem was diagnosed. The transmission was low on fluid. Call yourself a pilot? Have you ever heard of a plane check? And to think I'd let you take my wife up in a plane. More good-natured insulting comments were hurled at John. Gene volunteered to hitchhike back to a gas station to get some fluid, and then hitch a ride back. When he came back, he had a six-pack of beer in one hand and two automatic transmission fluid in the other. This, Gene said, hefting the beer, goes in on a study and Jewish culture that the other containers. These go in the transmission. Got it, John? Mind if I use that shirt to wipe off the dipstick? John looked very pleased with his comment. Took you nearly 100 miles to figure that one, didn't it? Gene offered.
Let's just try that
Never wanted to allow himself to be bothered. Because of our delay, I was glad that we'd have enough time to make it to Groom Lake before night fell. The tests were generally conducted shortly after the sun went down.
But
As we bounced along Groom Lake Road,
95% of the issues
the site and outside the installation's
that's
boundaries,
why they
I got
fall
to laugh
within
when
the
John
category
turned
of
off the headlights.
Orthodox Jews. Let's
This
try
is
to
exactly
understand,
the right vehicle for a
look
still
at some of the most
operation, isn't
important
it?
elements of
John
Jewish
nodded.
practice and
35
theology.
feet of bone and machinery rattling stealth at your service, guaranteed to alert anyone of your presence within a mile and a half.
Theology.
That's just
There
like
are,
we don't
let's
have to
say,
make a
four
fast
really
deal.
big things we have to balance. First of all,
I wasn't sure if he was truly concerned,
that
but I
refers to the
reminded him,
number of
or especially
magnets
Tracy,
traditionally
we're on a public
counted.
road,
When I say
a public
613
land.
in this context,
No
I
one
mean,
can tell us that we can't be here.
do you
Besides, when
believe
John with us,
that
all we have
God
to do
gave
is drop his name
Torah
and his mom's, and all will be forgiven.
Sinai,
Tracy
and
looked
that
at me,
rabbis
and I watched the
interpreted
shadow
it,
of worry
and
pass across her face
Talmud and later
before she
authorities
smiled
are
and squeezed my hand.
authoritatively interpreting
Along with some
the
food and
613
beverages,
commandments of
we'd
the
also
Torah.
unpacked
Rabbi and the Hasidim both agreed.
Pointed into the night sky toward north and east toward area
Drill down a little deeper into the three areas
light had
of
suddenly
light
appeared
that
above the
have
Pathos Mountains. Bright light at the orange end of the spectrum began to glow brightly. I stood focusing my attention on the bright object as it appeared approximately 45 degrees above the horizon. A few instants later, it appeared at 60 degrees above the horizon. Seemingly in the time it took for me to blink again, it climbed again and was then 30 degrees to the right of where I had just been focusing. I heard a commotion behind, and a few muttered swear words and exclamations of surprise and delight. I kept my eyes on the lights. Once again, the light moved in what I could only describe as a staircase maneuver, appearing at one height and the other
general that
and over. That's no winged aircraft, John said.
there is a
His voice
Shabbat
roared
that
with conviction.
limited his work on
I
his job.
recognized his
But they made
authoritative
this
tone
about
mixed with a bit of awe.
but like
How
95% of
the
it
hell
there.
did anything we produce would make those
So
kinds of
what
maneuvers?
it is that they
Flat
really
out
disagree
impossible.
about. So let's understand this in the context of development.
Nearly shouting. Second
Again,
along like that,
in
and
its
then just
earliest
stop it.
origins, it was
How
not
the heck did it do that?
rebellion against
After I'd seen the low performance
it was
flight,
considered
I
kind
was
of like a
certain that
development
the
of a
gravity
style,
control theory we arrived at was correct.
approach to the same
Seeing this
ideas
high performance flight only confirmed it.
in terms of
It's nearly impossible to convey in words how quickly the light moves from one location to another.
there
I'd seen jets flying overhead in the night sky, and I could easily scan their path of travel with my eyes, while my head remained still. Not so with this. Even from that great a distance from the light source, at times, the craft's maneuvers and the light moving out of our fixed line of sight. It was astounding and frightening to see how that reactor and its other components actually worked in a real-time application. I had an even greater admiration for the engineering behind the emitters. How could they move so quickly to accommodate the kind of movements the craft was making? How could objects as large as they were, and made from a material that was somewhere between a metal and a ceramic, move so quickly to allow them to point in the direction that the craft was moving in? They appeared to be rigid structures,
after
and
the
they
Magen
moved with
Messer
the
was
fluidity
away,
and flexibility of a muscle.
position began to
Or they,
decline.
when
So
under
it's
power,
fascinating that
somehow
anywhere you
transformed into a more
call
supple,
themselves a
more
moment,
elastic
they have
material.
nothing to oppose prior
I
to the
also
fact that
wondered
they
about the color of the
they
discharge
exist prior to
surrounding the
it, when they
craft.
began to define
Why
themselves
did it
in
appear to be
opposition. And
orange?
then see them
Not
themselves
black
also
and
define
orange, but
themselves
duller,
as
with more
a
brown
way of
mixed in.
saying, well, what is it that we
When
believe
I'd seen the low performance test, the corona discharge had been a
most
bluish
significant
purple.
king of the
Now, with the thing in
although
flight,
he did
and
not
presumably
necessarily
expending
charge
more energy, it was
sort of
producing a
like
discharge at the longer end of the wavelength spectrum.
of
Orange wasn't in the spectrum of atomic hydrogen that would produce bright red like in the aurora. If oxygen molecules were excited, you'd see purples or blues from nitrogen being ionized. Just
what were the
another
charges
piece of
against
the
them?
puzzle.
What were the
I thought of sodium vapor lights, the kind that cast an orange glow and are frequently used to light city streets. Was it possible that the craft was some sort of sodium alloy? Sodium is very light. It floats on water, and the parts we've been working with were incredibly light. But sodium is also terribly reactive with moisture. Perhaps it overcame that characteristic somehow. Maybe this was a big anode, a positively charged electrode by which electrons leave a device. I wished that I had brought the contact spectrograph I owned. It would have shown the Fraunhofer lines in the light, and therefore identify which elements were present. Because we weren't in line in the direction the emitters were pointing, we couldn't see what form the distortion was taking, how it might have affected our visual sense of the area around the emitters, specifically, and the craft generally. If we had been standing right beneath it, right there at its board, we would have been able to see that, and I could compare it to what I witnessed during the low performance test. Eventually, the light descended below the peaks, and the test was over. We all stood silently orbiting. The sky filled with stars, the night air felt chilled again, crickets chirped, and the wind rustled a creosote bush, and I smelled its fragrance. The whole time the test flight had been going on, I'd been aware of very little going on around me.
things like this. There's much more to say about it, but
I was coming up from being submerged in water. I gradually made a sense of those sounds. The super secret government installation in the desert outside of Las Vegas near Corolla, where we witnessed rising over the Papoose Mountains, worms were laying along suspected, and the government has long denied.
Sharper or
The voice was
sharper
John's.
knives are more.
He stood in front of the video camera that he
Duller
mounted on
knives
the
require
tripod,
more
and he
pressure.
was sounding very much like a news reporter doing one of those live from the scene
All of
broadcasts.
these things, by the way,
Camera's light
clearly
casted in a
indicate
bluish glow. And
sociological
just outside that
separation
light,
of the
I could see Gene standing, still scanning the sky. His eyes ablaze, and his smile a wide gash across his face. Amazing, Gene said.
Well,
Amazing.
especially when it comes to the
He
collection
lightly
of
tapped the side of his temple with the flat of his hand, and kept his head wobbling for a few seconds.
candles, things like
John
that.
was still narrating his story, and Gene came up to me with his hand out. Thank you. Thanks for this, Mom. I can't tell you what this means to me. That you shared this. I was glad to have done it, until Gene just that.
And
Then he went on.
dancing,
I know
things like
that maybe
that.
John
They're
won't
not
say
sitting down
this,
and learning
you know,
how
we
to
get
talk.
so
It's
much,
probably
but
really what we should
I
do.
think I know why you invited
More
him
than,
to.
oh my gosh, you're spending
I
time
spent a
studying
lot
all
of
that.
time
How
waiting
much
in
you
the
know
sun,
these are people who
catching
have
elephants
burned
on
for,
birds.
decades. They've already completed the entire time. They already just stuff yummy and things like that.
That's a
What are you
nice thing you
talking
did.
about? And then some
I
of
had
the
considered John's situation before, but
unneeded
Gene made me understand things on a deeper level.
with intention.
I
Like,
could empathize with John.
maybe I'll have more
I
intention
knew
if I
some
drink
things
somersaults.
that if events
Literally.
had unfolded
Maybe I'll have
like
more
that,
intention if I drink
I
more
might not
alcohol
have ever been
before I
able to
drink.
share what I
Things
knew
like
with
that.
anyone
But
else.
the Lithuanians
Little did I
really
know
put down
just how far the
and
parallels between
finally,
John's
the
life and
accusation
mine
that
would extend.
some of these things really
I
cross the
joined
line.
John and
No
Gene in
love
loading
for
up the gear.
observing halakha.
Tracy was still standing in place, arms wrapped around herself, staring up at the sky. Getting an help? Gene asked me. What do you mean?
Actually, kind of a
I
front
nodded toward Tracy.
Sabbath.
Had to be a little weird for him to
Extirpated
now
now
in the house on short notice all the time and things like that.
Now, when
Seeing
these
as
charges
believing.
first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi
Maybe on some subconscious level, I had wanted to prove to Tracy that my absence of
they
all
want
were for the
an
reasons I
audience
told
to
her.
try and say, no,
This
that's
might
not
have
the
made
world,
me a bad husband, but at the time,
successful.
I really didn't have much of a sense that my work at S4 had put much of a strain on our relationship. I believed she understood what was necessary, and believed her when she told me that she trusted me. Still, it seemed odd to me then, and remains so until today, that Tracy hadn't sat up all along while watching the demonstration. She expressed some concern when I first told her of the plan and what it might mean for me and for us if I violated the security agreements I'd entered into. At least watching the couple of performances, she could better appreciate what was at risk. We had a long drive ahead of us, and we all were early risers, so we quickly got back into the RV for the drive home. I think that we'd all eventually built an adrenaline to our systems, and were paying a price for it afterwards. Whether June.
When a
2
rabbi
days later, I let Gene know that I was planning to go out to the site again. This time, I had invited another friend along. John couldn't make it. I was a little more concerned that time about being watched and tailed, so Gene and I worked out a plan to use a rental car to drive out there. We debated about meeting Floyd's in novel locations, working ourselves up into a bit of a state for what proved to be no good reason. Still, better to be safe than sorry. There was a kind of Three Stooges quality to our planning, as if we mixed up the two CIAs, the Culinary Institute of America and the Central Intelligence Agency. Tracy was going to join us again. Maybe it was the overlay of fear that clung to her that had Gene and me in a bit of a tizzy. Some of that was due to the one discussion that the participants in the first trip did have on the way home. My reluctance to write about it is a reflection of what they discussed and my long-standing lack of any real focus on this issue. Gene had remarked that the entire time the flight was going on, I seemed lost in my own little world. That was true. I was fascinated to see the craft flight and was trying to visualize how the systems I saw were capable of producing that kind
we're attached to text. We're absolutely, you better believe it, super attached to text. It's some more energy is coming. And in fact, that's what the
You were still just standing
more
there with
than
your
anything
tunnel
else
vision
is
goggles on.
that
And I said, at minimum, that thing's got to be going 700
but
miles
it
an
takes
hour.
more than a buck.
And it's
Let's not
stopping on a
forget
dime.
that it's on the
And it's
dome.
back up to
Itself was a
700
good
miles an
accomplishment.
hour again.
But the
Can you imagine
fact of
what
the
that
issue
kind
was
of
that
lateral acceleration and deceleration
already
do to
mastered
being
what was called
inside it?
for us Igla, the field
Right.
for us.
I
Before
don't
you study
remember you
for us,
saying that.
Mr. The hidden
And you're
Torah,
right.
even in kind of like watered down
The
version
equivalent
that
of hitting a wall at 700 miles an hour.
necessarily
I don't know for sure if the human exoskeleton to sustain that kind of velocity. Of having the organs sloshing around. I don't know if they'd come out.
The Lithuanians were already studying the cortex, but they would
John raised his finger in the air.
necessarily disseminating
Precisely
widely.
what I was trying
But
to
one
get
of
you
the
to conclude. A
disciples
human
of
body
the
couldn't survive that speed.
from behind
I'm not
Buffalo
talking about the human body keeping its guts
wrote
intact.
essentially a
I'm talking about
response to
there
the
not being
Tanya,
a human
which was
body in
called
there at all.
Nefesh HaChayim,
Some other being
soul
had to be
of
piloting
life.
that thing, no
And this
doubt.
is essentially a
Gene said,
Kabbalah form is nothing.
I don't know about that for
It is,
sure.
by the way,
But
an
it did get me
overwhelming
thinking.
book. I remember
I
personally
know that
when
you
I
said,
was
Bob,
studying
that
Yeshiva,
there were 9
I
other
spoke
that
to
kind of craft
my
out in the
colleague,
hangar.
friend Rabbi
But I was just sitting there wondering what those beings' lives were like.
Yeshiva study.
Did some of them work in the factory or whatever that produced them?
Okay, I'm enjoying
Did they go
Yeshiva.
home
You know, I
late at
did
the end of
Yeshiva
the
in the
day
morning.
and be joined
Look
by
at a
their
post
kids
post
who went to
has
school?
a problem in it. Figure out the problem, and
consider
I come home. But I just don't Rabbi.
I have to confess to you
I can
guys,
admit that
to me,
sometimes
that's
it
the
comes
least
sort of
interesting part of
kind
this.
of dry,
I
sort of
didn't
like
consider any of that at all while watching the test. The machine was the thing for me from the beginning, and it still is. I don't know if I believe what I read in those briefings. I admit I didn't read them all. But still, what fascinates me the most is the technology. The rest,
So I picked up a copy
I
of
let the
it
words drift
and I
along
used
the
to get on
highway
the
and scatter
bus
with the wind.
and read it on the bus.
In the days after
Many,
witnessing
many
that
times.
first high-performance
I
flight
couldn't
test,
put it
I'd been taken
down.
up with
And
other
I
ideas that
looked
the
up
life of
and
the
I
beings
always
that
got
created
really
those craft
fast.
and how the craft arrived
And I was
here.
like way in
In some ways,
neighborhood
that was
north of
immaterial.
Jerusalem somewhere.
As I've said many times,
just
the
got
allure
so
for me
lost
was the
in
immensity of the power the propulsion system
and it
produced.
really
What
changed the
stymied
way
me
that I went
was the
back.
realization that it produced that power in a
Made
nearly
me
reactionless fashion.
jump off the page. And,
As
this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it is because it's crucial. Not a classic
no change in
life
the
itself.
identity or characteristics of an atomic
You're having
nucleus
that problem.
resulted from it being bombarded with an energetic particle.
Finally,
Fission or fusion
one of the
products
criticisms
left
of
over from a
the
reaction.
computing that the Stagman had
Here, as we could
was that
determine,
the
no chemical reaction was taking place.
generated their leader.
We detected no rearrangement of the molecular or ionic structure of a substance that produced a new one with a different chemical identity.
Regarded
No
Rabbi as
combustion,
sort of like an
no decomposition,
for God.
no synthesis.
Very much
We
contrary
determined
to
that the propulsion system bent
theology.
and distorted gravity, but that meant that we were dealing with other concepts than the kinds of reactions I just mentioned.
Theory and
Most people could understand decomposition. They'd either seen it or smelled it.
but they
But when you were
nevertheless
talking about the
elevated
dysfunction of
their,
gravity,
especially the Rosh
you couldn't
Yeshiva,
visualize or smell a running piece of meat. Instead, you had to play around with more abstract concepts like time and distance. For most of us, those are firm parts of a reality. I look at a clock and see what time it is.
but
I
also
don't think about how that clock is, in a sense, an artificial construct.
uh,
We as
while
humans
the
created the concept of time as existing in blocks of 24 hours. It's a good construct, but it is still artificial.
challenge them.
The same with space and distance.
I just like to
I
do
drove
that
12
same thing.
miles to get from my house to my job.
Hit the
But how we
subscribe
broke
button
up that distance into miles is completely arbitrary.
how many people
That's why there's a
love
metric
Jewish
system
like I
and
do.
an English system that give you different totals.
And let's just
Same distance,
look at the
but
challenge
different
that
numbers
we're
of
going to
time. We've all agreed to use these systems of measurements, but in trying to explain how this craft moved, how it bent gravity, you'd also have to understand that our usual everyday conceptions of time, space, and distance weren't going to serve us very well. John and Jean had joked about the need for greater minds to solve the question of where is the middle of nowhere. The same same was true of coming up with an explanation that really and truly
Hello and
and
welcome to
accurately
another episode
described
of
God's
Jewish
craft.
In
And
the
that
last
one craft
video,
in
we talked a
particular
little bit about
moved from one location to the next.
Hasidic
While
movement
I spent the next week
in the
working,
19th century,
I anticipated that my fellow spies were going to look to me to help them grasp an explanation for what they saw.
But there's a new movement that
On
is
the 29th of
more
March,
associated with
1989,
Western Europe, and
the
particularly
mean temperature was 70 degrees,
to
with
make
a
an
low of
impact in
57
the eastern
and a high
heartland
of
of
80.
the Hasidic and the
Those facts were
territory,
noted
and that
and
is the
recorded.
Haskalah. An
We set
extremely
out to
important
note and
movement that,
record what we
like the
believed were the
Hasidic and
evidence of the
not
craft's
the
capabilities and existence.
contemporary
Tracy and I took separate cars. Gene picked up a rental car, and we all met at the rendezvous point.
Let's look at this.
Gene and I took more circuitous routes than necessary. Our Ford, what they all refer to as Jason, met us along the way just off of Interstate 15.
That was
We
widely
proceeded as before and set up our viewing area. As happened the first time, the light from the craft glowed in the distance. Did its
There
staircase
are
maneuver,
Jewish routes
and then
for
others.
sure. If you look,
I
for
heard
example,
Gene ask,
at the
"Did you see what we just did? It went through
who was an Italian Jewish thinker,
No, I didn't, I said.
in
I had just set
1570
up the video
there
camera,
was an
capturing
earthquake
Gene's words and my response. A few seconds later, Gene said, "Look at how light
He
it's
was
getting."
forced outdoors like
Jason
everybody
joined me
in
at the camera,
Ferrara,
and I
and
was
while
still
they're
working
living
on
in
the phone.
tents, worried about
We exchanged a
aftershocks
few
and
words
some
about whether or not
that
we were
a lot of
getting
buildings
anything
were
on the view
destroyed.
screen.
He has some
Finally,
encounters
satisfied
with
that the camera was
Christian
capturing the
thinkers
increasingly white
from
light,
the
I
local
stepped
church that
away
he probably would
and
not have
watched with my
had,
naked eye.
prior to
The
this.
craft hovered
Among
for a
other
minute.
things, he
I blinked,
discovers the
closer.
letter of
The
Aristeas,
light increasing in intensity.
fascinating stuff, but
The pattern
in the
repeated
context
itself.
of this discussion,
I think
he
it's badass.
begins to like explain
Gene
that,
said,
hey, you know what?
"It
It
is,
has
isn't
a
it?"
lot to offer the
Jason
outside
said,
world, and
"That's
the
pretty
outside
cool."
world has a lot to offer Judaism as
By the
well.
time they were
Very
finished saying those things,
thought,
the
but
light had
see it
grown much
in
larger
many
and
predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in
We all
these chapters,
scrambled behind the trunk of
accept
the car.
truth from whoever speaks it. There is
Looking
this
skyward.
notion in Judaism that
Gene
although
looked at me,
there is a
startled.
kind of a
"What are you doing?
centrifugal
You're
force
never
that
scared. You
emphasizes
sit at home
focusing
making
on
nitro
Christian
like it's
effects,
pesto."
there's also kind of like a
I
looking
had to
out
think about it for a
force as
second.
well that
I wasn't
waxes
really
with periods
I
of
told
the
him,
Haskalah is
"I'm a
definitely
human
a
being.
period of looking
Instincts
out,
kick in.
of saying
Bright
what's
glowing
going on in
object
the
in the
outside
sky
world,
moving my
how
way
does it
fast
fit
like
within
a
our
balloon."
Jewish worldview, if it fits at
"That's
all.
reassuring,"
Very Rossi's
Gene said.
insight was
I wasn't
something
sure
that
if he meant that I was
it's
human
not
and had natural
it's
reactions
not
or
like
something
woke up in
else.
the 16th century
I
and
didn't
hey,
think any more about
the
it.
outside world. We see, for
As
example,
the power
Maimonides
output
writes
increases,
the
the
chapters
intensity of the
that
light
accept
increases.
truth and
I
the
told him,
speaks that we can find
"The
lots
light
of
wasn't
moments
eye searing,
where
but it was somewhat
there
venial to
have a
look at."
much more kind of like
We were able to speak in a normal conversational
and that
volume since the
oscillates
craft
with
produced
a
no
kind of like
discernible sound.
inward
It
focus
was still well above our
perspective in
position.
which the outside world is
It was like
regarded
I
as
couldn't see it move.
dangerous and should be
Jason
avoided.
said.
Jewish history
One
kind of
second
like
it was there,
vacillates or
the
oscillates
next second it was over there.
poles. The
Almost like a
Haskalah,
stroke
for example,
or
of
something.
Western European Jewry,
Looks like
definitely
it'd be a
leans
fun
far
ride,
towards
Gene
the
said.
stream of,
Just be
hey,
sure to
look
keep
at
me
the
a
outside
swing
world
that
has so
close
much
and
to
tight.
offer us, even
All
as
we
it
do
is
is say that, Gene. I told him,
dissolving or assimilating
cutting him off before he could
the
ask.
body politic of
No,
the general
I
population
don't know if they
of
have
the
sphincters.
dangers of Haskalah.
Well,
At any
all I
rate,
can say,
these ideas
Jason added as he laughed, mine is
openness to
quivering
outside
right now.
society had jump-started
We were
movement towards
completely off track about the strobe
diaspora in
effect.
particular
As
because
the propulsion
these
system produces more power, the
recall
glow
was
is brighter.
forcibly
The gravitational effect also
and
disturbs
had to
light.
maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are
I told
Jewish
Jason,
and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of
stunning.
their Christian past
My face feels
to the rest
frozen
of the
from
world.
having been smiling for
And
so
many of
long.
them spread throughout Western
By this
Europe,
time,
past them
the lights had
to the
darted
location
back
in a
over
lot
the
of
mountain,
Portuguese
still
put
above
up, but also
before the
into
sky
the
above
field,
S4
as we
went
discussed
dark.
as well. These Portuguese Jews
Weren't the
had a
time out
very
yet?
special
Gene
approach
asked
to
Jason.
the outside
Hell
world
yes,
that
he said.
made them especially
I've seen it
effective
twice now,
operatives
and this
of
time was even
what would
better
become
with the kind of flyover, or at least flying
big
at us
country
view that
that
we
makes
got.
this specifically
Gene
really
paused.
not stealing. Certainly the most important of
Is
that
it right to
that
use the word
today
fly?
was
I
Rachel
mean,
Pendleton's
people call them flying
who
saucers,
actually
but how
was
that thing moves doesn't
especially
really
known
compare.
not only for his
I guess that
philosophical
fly is
work,
the right
but
word if you
also
think
for
about
his
something being above the
majority good secular journalists.
vernacular was Yiddish. This is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like compare Creole, Grecian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, Roth French, comparing that to Parisian French, there was almost not each other. So it was like very similar in syntax and vocabulary, had huge overlaps, but speaking Yiddish
let's just say it is going to move directly across in a straight line. To do that, to make you be able to see that, I have to take my pen and, in essence, make a whole series of dots from one edge to the other. In other words, I draw a line across the middle. That's how we experience movement as a series of moves from one after the other across a surface.
And he was kind of like a celebrity
convention system capable of gravitational change.
By the way,
It's like it folds the middle in a series of moves, marking that far corner that will eventually end closer and closer to it until it was across the span of distance. Only it did it far faster than you or I could make the moves to fold that middle.
So he was like really a famous Jew.
That makes sense.
Of his ability to be a culture broker
Jason
to the outside world.
Tracy nodded as well.
Something of value.
The thing is, we can all understand that on a certain level, that's a rudimentary explanation of it. Astrophysicists and others might have more technical and more elegant even ways to explain what I just did. But the most important thing about all of this is
The
that
outside
here on
world,
Earth,
he also
we can conceptualize this, but we can't, or at least to this point, haven't been able to produce a machine capable of doing what that craft does. We simply haven't. Not by a long shot. That's what I was being asked to go to.
By the way,
And we couldn't do what that thing did. Gee, Eric, really masters of the universe. I hope that we use it for good.
Solomon
We
Ryman,
could create
unlike
unbelievably powerful weapons of mass destruction as well. We could become destroyers of worlds. It boggles my mind to think of what it would mean to be able to generate that kind of power over gravity.
biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography,
I suppose you could call it that. What's
which
the opposite of
describes
gravity?
his upbringing as a young, talented
He said,
Jewish man
and then added,
who kind of like had this intellectual journey. In fact, he even
language just kind of falls short of all this, doesn't it?
and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, in particular, and encounters German culture, he is eventually
As was true after the first test flight we all saw, we didn't speak much about what we'd seen on the drive home or in the days after. Part of that was because of the secretive nature of our visits, but mostly it was due to the simple fact that we all had lives and jobs and families to go back to.
others like
It was kind of funny to think of it in terms of the capabilities that craft had over space and time.
imagine
The
how
world didn't stop turning because of what we witnessed. We just had to keep on moving forward.
they are at each
To
other's
that
throats
end,
over
I
time.
tried to
Like
get
how
to
Trump
contact
and
Dennis. It never got
Kosher
through.
Slaughter, or what time
Never
you
got a
show
return
up
call to my messages.
when they are
Strange
facing
to
the
think that I was
Hezbollah,
part of
but
what
say,
seemed to be some
why keep
unraveling
pushing
of one of the great mysteries of the
vote
world.
opinion? Why don't we just
But I
do
couldn't get a
the
guy to return
Sabbath
a simple phone
Sunday,
call.
which is, by the
I
way,
suppose that's what I deserved for choosing to do government work.
but it's
No force of
real,
nature, terrestrial or extraterrestrial,
Hezbollah
made
having
that
actually in
kind
the
of
context
stubbornness.
of a controversy over the false burial
Chapter 8.
decree of 1772. It
Some
seems
say
that
that
in
the
the 18th
third time's
century,
the charm.
there was
In
a
this case,
rash
that was true.
of
But in
people
our
being
case,
declared
the
dead
charm was
and
used to
buried.
break the spell that had me
Some of us
enthralled
actually
to
were
what we
alive.
had been doing in Area 51's as
This is
foresight.
pretty terrifying.
In the
So among the
intervening
ways
weeks since I'd been last called in to observe the test flights, I'd added to my list of frustrations the nature of
if you
how
happen
the
to
work I
wake
was
up
doing there was being
and not in
conducted.
fact dead,
It
then
had
you would
troubled
like,
me from the beginning.
seize a bulb and that
In
would lift up
science,
a flag
you
or
should be
ring
able to
a
take a
bell.
linear approach to problem solving. You set up an experiment or you're thinking with a clear beginning, middle, and end. You do as much reading as you can, familiarize yourself with the work that others have done, etc.
Until they
We
have
all learned
waited
about the
3 days
scientific
after
method in
declaration
school,
of death.
that it's a good
And
model
this
that
was
has stood the
contrary
test
to
of
Jewish
time,
practice,
but in its form and working for
emphasized
whoever it
the
was that I was
importance
really
of
working
early
for, reverse engineering the propulsion system was like what a diagram of that
on the one hand, they were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this, this is not okay, we have to protest, we have to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to put the dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, you know, gosh,
just when I reached that
horrible if there
they
is
reached
such a
out
thing
to me
that
and
we
called me
bury
again to let
surely.
me know that I should
Maybe we
report
should
the next day
adopt this
to work again in his form.
So many
I've been
Jews
so used to the regularity of the woman on the phone
try
to
and
it is now X time, and you
articulate
need
a
to
statement
report
that
at my
would be
time.
acceptable to
And my
everybody.
time being
This
just an hour or
is
two
just
from X
opening
time.
the edge of many,
The
many
next day
issues where
really threw me
issues
for a
of
loop.
science and
Maybe
Torah
it was an
and
act
tradition,
of passive
and
aggressiveness
also
on
the
my part.
relationship of
I
Jews to
simply
civic
said,
society
thanks,
has to be
and hung up
negotiated.
the phone.
By the way,
With no
don't forget that
intent
this is
whatsoever
happening in a
of going in
political
as
environment
instructed.
in which the
No one
question
responded to
of
respond to my
Jewish
messages,
emancipation
not even to
as
say,
is
we can't tell you anything now. We will be in
rights
touch when we have more information
also
for you.
find its
Instead,
expression. We'll
they
discuss that
answered with
a little
silence.
bit later in this
I
course.
was going to
But,
respond
you know, the idea
similarly.
that Jews might actually gain citizenship,
I also wondered why
that
the
had a
next
lot to
day
do with
have
how
they observed us somehow?
behaved in general society and how they were
Following
perceived
was
to behave
irregular
in
at that point.
general society.
But then again,
So
maybe
some
they had changed up their
prosecutors,
tactics.
like David Friedlander, who was
If they
accused
had
of
followed us, I
open
thought,
yeah, you
so
know,
what?
he said the
We were
only way we can really deal with it is by simply
Of
converting
course,
to
I was
Christianity.
violating all of the
Not that
agreements I'd
he
signed.
believes in Christianity, he
Desperate
felt that
times
this
call
was
for desperate
valuable
measures.
on a religious level, but you know, he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get more faith in German society. Essentially, capitulating Jewish religious values
Kristen joined me on another trip up to
desires of
Rome.
emancipation. He
You might think
proposed
that
this
the
as a
novelty of
so-called
Rome
dry
ended,
baptism,
but it hadn't.
meaning that
When the
no
crowds
water
poured
is
towards
involved.
us that
It's not a
second
real
time,
baptism,
and we
it's just a
all
pro
ducked
forma
behind the
thing.
car,
And in
a
fact,
new
many
dimension had
Jews,
been
although it
added.
was not accepted
Who knew what other
traditionally at
real
all,
test on high-performance test
although
might be added?
Friedlander's suggestion is
Additional
considered
information
a
could I
shot
glean
down
from witnessing the craft
outrageous,
in operation?
Jews did not
At
accept
that
it on
point,
a moral
obviously,
level.
they
Many
didn't
Jews
care
did
about how
accept
that
it on a
knowledge might
individual
help
level.
me help
See,
them.
people choose
But I
to
wanted to know for
themselves
myself
by
the answer to the
Heine, for
question
example,
of
the
how
great
the
poet,
systems
or
function.
the
I
poems
took
of
no
Karl Marx,
precautions on the trip that day.
having children baptized, this is actually very
Diverted from
common
the
in the
highway a
19th
couple of
century,
times and looked
and
around the interchange to see if
back
anyone
to
was following.
Friedlander's suggestion.
That bit of
Others, like
trickery
Rabbi
added to the
Forrest,
excitement.
argue that
We
you know,
talked about a number of
modernity has
things.
to be
The
engaged,
subject getting
but
serious only
not
once
by
when Gene
the
mentioned that the oil spill near Valdez,
So
Alaska
he
was
argued
spreading.
for a sort of
Residents
like a
there on the
hybrid
Gulf of
approach
Alaska were
that
up
would
in arms.
accept those
For
elements
my part, I was more
modernity
interested in an item that appeared revealing that scientists at Brigham Young University have fused heavy forms of hydrogen into helium at room temperature.
By the way,
They hoped that the process, piezoelectric fusion, in which a heavy form of hydrogen is electrically infused into titanium or palladium, might lead to a viable power source someday. They believed that they were still a long way off from being a viable source of energy, but given what had happened with the oil spill, more and more concerns about greenhouse gases being expressed, I was at least hopeful. Obviously, I also thought of it in terms of the propulsion system I'd been working on. How it gave off no real heat during its reactionless operation.
big difference is that
I saw Tracy roll her eyes a bit as she looked at her sister.
the heavy
Nodded and
towards
said,
assimilation.
"Okay,
I
Dad."
really find that
I laughed,
although
grateful
there
that
was
their
more of an
scientist
emphasis
father
on
had instilled in
culture,
them a
which is
tolerance
kind
for
of
that
like a
kind of talk.
softer word than assimilation.
Eventually,
Had that
the sisters' conversation turned to
rather
who
than
might want to join them to see the Tom Hanks film, The Burbs.
and
I
some
knew
of the
they were
ways in
teasing
which
us,
the
but
Haskalah
it
was
was clear.
expressed in the East European context was
They were
let's
both highly intelligent women,
different Jewish
but this was an outing,
rather than
an
simply
adventure,
adopt the
and not
norms
part
of
of a
the
seminar.
population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning the
We
Jewish
drove down an
languages
even more isolated road
Russian
over
or
rural land,
Ukrainian or Polish,
deeper into the
let us
desert, on a track that the ranchers used to bury their
was
cattle.
at this time not a
We
very
were careful to still be on a public road and still have a good vantage point from which to view the
as
desert.
a genuine
Growing
language
anticipation
capable
had
of
us all nearly giddy.
the wide
We joked around with
spectrum
one
of
another,
Jewish experience.
and it was good to leave behind the
Or
burden of my
let us
decision to
adopt
end
a
my
political
relationship with
orientation
Dennis
such
and
as
the rest of the
Zionism
people
or
who
Jewish
had
socialism
anything to do with
as
this
well
war.
later on in this course.
We
So
returned to the theme of our
in
ill
Western Europe,
preparedness to be
they have
spies
much
and to
more of
carry out
a
our approach in
examples like people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our education system, and we should do much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which was a possibility from many other groups of Hasidic and finally, let us remember that all of this is happening in a dire political context. I mentioned a couple lectures ago with Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was horrific. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism, maybe their own marriage and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious context that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally but nevertheless happened to these reform schools called military schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in truppers in the area that already many times it was a devil in terms of their families who ended up assimilating into society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was to attend so-called crown schools, which were Russian approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders that Napoleon thought who believed that perhaps the way to Hezbollah would offer enlightenment to Russian Jewish population. But in reality, they ended up being some more conversionist efforts, and security detail left the two men back in their car and waited. So in this context, that fight of the Exodus and the opposite direction of the security vehicle. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Elias Stein, who wrote a book called Shalamar Yisrael, which he wrote the following: God saw 30 shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its study. We were still rolling along slowly. We crested the Hasidic Valencia, to marshal's devotion, to fan the embers of a pair of headlights stared at us. A few seconds later, its police lights flashed. To God and so on. This might be finally, except it isn't. The great sage of our people, Moses, back in high school, and made hassles for trying to find a place to drink. A uniformed officer stood in the middle of the road with a flashlight. Called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the land of religion. We stopped. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzvi. I knew something was up. He didn't ask to see three of these shepherds, the leader of the Stagnim, the leader of the leader of the interstate. They all found out are like appointed by God to lead we understood this to be future property. So I'm going to read that to using faith, but it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Stagnim, the Stagnim, and the Hasidim, we did as instructed, speculating about what the Lord was going to do. Jewish identity, we saw him speaking into his radio's microphone each other in kind of a dynamic conversation. We returned to the driver's side of Jane's car. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe and sharing this video with other people who are thinking about it. One of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying philosophy. Thank you very much for watching. All of us in the car laughed at that insinuation. The police officer didn't. I'm sure they can count. 4 when they stopped you, 5 now. I'd like to see some identification from all of you. All 5 of you, please. Each of us handed our driver's license to Gene, who collected them and handed them over. The policeman looked at each one. Then to Jewish history. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As you should see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not fair with the Jews, but that is the accepted term. So, the Jews, prior to their slaves, it's not the same as the African American experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education. But it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. So nevertheless, we use this term to try to find the bridge to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to their land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the ability for their rights of movement, even rights of marriage, and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes it very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights. So people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors, things like that. The Jews were closer to the burghers or the incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional skills and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tend to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi amalai managers. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in these places. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate the serfs in the Russian Empire, they were also the last to emancipate was a Jew as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving to the cities, industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do surf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go to the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights as residents to move wherever they wanted to be free from the hated era of Judaical, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court, like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society during the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. So, Jews can be reformed in terms of use of the vernacular, in terms of getting relationships with society, understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when things in general were redesigned, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and Jews were encouraged to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which is technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite right. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual right of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, these are not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these people were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tone of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get into kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not. The Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who were also generally Catholic. There's a lot of hesitation to giving rights, first of all, African Americans, and of course, American Protestants. limit the full access to society in America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. All kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There's questions about whether or not they could hold public office. Some issues like whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although the digital oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was released that was applied specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step in emancipation. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change began precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. And one of the great examples of this is David Solomon shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which was he was not. So, in other words, we have a situation where this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England before the whole process itself, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office, choosing him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing the Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in British governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kinds of ideas of equality for all citizens and things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Rabbi actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? So she proposed a declaration for the rights of women and citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can't be defined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's the honest trick that was saying to this. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was the legal change that precipitated social change. Almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern side in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazis. Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germano-trophic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, where they had home and more significantly in the street. So what happened in France is in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardi Jews, and for they always had easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to Jews of Alsace. And that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, they were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically bland kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do Catholics? And so it was invited to them there. They have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so we said, fine, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messengers were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries, two police enforcement agencies. What if Jews wanted to run their affairs through the legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability of the assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, marriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more than 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer is no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables and the Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Masculine, were a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional Jewish what we would call the Orthodox, and they essentially hummed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, what is precisely recognized, but, and they essentially knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years. It seems like that's what they're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish-speaking, English is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contact with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort, they would defend France to the very death. Is the whole idea. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Stein, who has an absolute amazing idea. I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned tourist scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad Rabbi, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave us kind of like a debate on the right-wing perspective. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the education of the synagogue in France, but the reason as a very incredible So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranz Conference in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were in Austria. And that's very important because rights as opposed to concessions is a really important notion. And it's great stepping stones towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of the Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1849, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was through in 1849, civil and political rights were issued to everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of a conservative backlash to that revolution, the rights were taken back, the constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassan Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Rothschild'S, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights, because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain Jewish integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews after everything else. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regards to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation, well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Bernard who wrote the book advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Weizsäcker, a very significant historian who entered into a
sound asleep.
The Jews are
I
our
got out of bed
misfortune.
first the next
And
morning.
he articulated a position that would later be picked up
Tracy
very
came down while I
enthusiastically
was
by
finishing
none
the
other
first
than
cup.
Adolf Hitler.
She
And he
filled the
argued
water,
that
and
the
then mine.
emancipation of the Jews had to
She
be
sat
rolled
down
back, and
and
of course,
looked at me,
the
widened
disaster
her eyes in
the
expectation.
Holocaust ensued.
I didn't say anything.
So that's a very quick look
She
at the
frowned
emancipation of
and said
Jews in Western
sarcastically,
and East
"Good
Central
morning."
Europe. The next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory.
Not by a long shot.
If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish
She
history.
sat there
And
looking at me,
okay, I guess that's about
her
it. Thank you very
expression
much for watching.
steeling itself as she fiddled with a spoon. I don't know what to say, she said after I'd concluded. She shifted in her chair and brought one leg up underneath.